several times.
Good morning. This is a workshop meeting of the Grimes County Commissioners Court. It is 8 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Today is what, the 20th, 1st? 20th, 1st? It's the 20th, 1st, 2019. We're reconvening our budget hearings. And the first on the docket this morning will be Human Resources. That will be Department Head Lucy Pope. Ms. Pope, would you come to the grilling station? Just tell us how you want to be grilled, rare, medium rare, or well done. You know, we cook to please in here.
Okay. This year, what I'm asking for is an increase of $1.39 in my salary range, and then for my assistant, $1.09. We did transfer her to a grade 3, so that took the 9 cents. So just another extra $1. And then otherwise than that, that's all I've asked for, and leave everything like it is.
Okay, well, your cost, your department number is,
As 405.
so you're right before me.
Mm-hmm. And I did comparisons last year, and I don't think y'all had a chance to look at them, so I didn't do them this year, but if I need to, I can bring them back, you know, on different.
Now, you mentioned 2 increases in salary.
That's
Are
correct.
those,
One is for me,
right, and one's for your,
for the assistants.
right.
And I
We did
also,
pass this
in
out.
120, if you look at 405, 120, y'all dropped that last year to 500. I want to bring it back up to 1,000 because I'm already in the hole if I'm right. Am I right, Jesse? For Sandy Leeham, bring her in.
Both of you were out unexpectedly.
Right, no, well, Donna was out because of the death of her mother-in-law, and we had to bring Sandy in because I was having back surgery. And we had to use that money, and then, you know, we were at the seminar. Now, I'm supposed to be reimbursed for that seminar that I went to, you know, in April, but I haven't gotten it back yet, so.
Okay, you have asked for $240 additional in your office supply. Previous year, you were at $19.91, and we budgeted $15.60
Yes.
for last year. Are you gonna be utilizing?
Well, how much have I used this year? Can any of y'all tell me?
3,100,
Only 3,100? Or 30,
3,100 in office supplies.
I've already gone over?
So she's. No, you were budgeted, let me see. You're budgeted 5,500.
No, I'm not.
405.
Maybe okay, let me look.
1560.
405,
Only
305.
15.
305, okay, hold on, I was looking at the wrong one. You've only spent 504.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can go back down to 1560. I thought I had spent more, but I can change that back to 1560.
And are your travel and conferences, you have 3,000, is that adequate for your training needs?
Yes, I think so.
Is that more than adequate for your training needs?
What did I use? How much have I used this year? I hate to ask you that.
1670.
1670. 2,000. We might be able to go down to 2,000, but
Well, I mean, what's,
well, it's
looking
just,
ahead, do you know what
it's
you
just
might?
like the next 3 months. We've got seminars. They're close by here,
Mhm.
but we're going to different seminars. Y'all want me to go to more and more. I've got one that I'm going to for EEOC, and then I've got an HR law one that we're going to. And so, you know, I can't say, you know, I'm hoping that I don't go over, but,
Okay.
and then we've got our big conference in April that we go to. And this year it's gonna be in Galveston instead of Austin, so it might be a little bit more expensive, I don't know,
In April?
in April. The April one's gonna be in Moody Garden
Okay.
this next year. So,
That affect, yeah, that's next year.
yeah, that's next year. That affects next year's budget, you know.
So that's the same one you've already been to that's
Yes,
that's
yes.
encumbered on here.
Mhm.
And then the employee recognition, I don't know what your history is for this year.
I've got quite a few this year. We checked them out.
351,
I have 13, huh?
351 so far this year.
Yeah,
So,
And that's just up through the 13.
right, and then
Yeah.
this next year I got 13 to recognize, so, you know, so it's gonna use that.
so is that 400 gonna be enough for next year?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Now, is that, this, all right, but,
You have $22 left in there.
That's all?
For this year,
Well, I've got everyone for this year.
But are you having more next year?
Uh-huh. I don't know how many I got this year. I'd have to count them, but I would say if you could raise it to 500, that would be safe. I mean, if it's possible.
well, the other thing I'm asking, you were talking to me about when you do your,
Open enrollment.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
I don't, it bothers me when people read my mind, but that's okay. Because sometimes I don't want my mind read.
I apologize.
But no, that's all right. No, on the open enrollment, you were talking about, you wanted to give a certificate to each employee for the, no lost time
Right,
injuries
that's
on the
gonna be
job.
presented tomorrow.
And on that occasion, you were also talking about doing some type of
Lunch.
hamburger, cookout, luncheon, what have you.
Right.
So is
She
that,
has a
does
team
that?
building budget.
Ma'am?
She has a team building.
Well, yeah, but is that more of a, is that activity more of a team building, or is that more activity of a recognition?
I use it for a team building when something like that.
Okay, when you, all right,
Comes up.
okay.
Now, the luncheon that I would like to give my employees this year, that $500 is not even gonna touch it. You know, so we're gonna work around it. But I just feel like we need to recognize these employees somehow, and after this certificate is given tomorrow by TAC, then I'd like to turn around and return the favor to their employees, because the employees are the ones that should receive this certificate. And I'd like to give them a luncheon at open enrollment. And I've been talking to different counties, and they make a big deal when it comes to open enrollment, because that's when you're gonna get those employees in there, and they have to come, it's mandated by law for them to be there. And just make them feel good that they're recognized, you know, and give them a luncheon and give them a certificate, and so
Well,
I'm gonna
you-
do my best.
Okay, but you had mentioned to me that for what you wanted to do, you were gonna be a little under $100 short.
I
I
am.
found somebody that would make that up, but,
Mhm.
so is that into your recognition, or is that into your team building?
That's in my team building.
Okay. So far you spent about 425 in the team
Right
building
now,
this year?
what we're looking at is $480,
Okay.
and that's not even,
You've already spent that?
no, we're estimating what it's gonna cost. We've been checking around, and to have a luncheon at open enrollment, August 13th, it's gonna cost me about $480. I have 500 in there,
Mhm.
but that's not including the drinks, that's not including anything else, so, you know, I'm gonna go over, and so, you know, we'll work around it.
Okay, so, I mean,
So
that's,
next year, we're gonna need to increase this, in other words, the team building.
okay, but you left it at the same.
I know, because I don't know exactly, you know, the cost, I've been checking different places, you know, and I want to have something nice, but it's expensive when you go out and you try to get 180 employees, you know, meals for 180 employees, it's expensive. And I'm just checking different prices, so I don't know exactly how much I need in that in that line item to have another luncheon next year. You know, if we even have one. So,
But we're not gonna have one for no lost time injury.
no,
We've already had
not
that
this
this
next
year.
year we won't.
Well, since you're struggling, Commissioner Walker suggested maybe we kick that to 600.
Okay.
And then that would, whatever you had, it was $23.96.
Mhm.
I don't know if that was a breakfast or something. I
It
just-
was.
Okay.
So we're increasing the team building to 600. We're going to leave the employee recognition at 400.
Or we said. we
500.
said
500.
Miss
See,
Lucy,
coming here is not all bad.
Miss Lucy, what did you do on drug testing?
Now, see, we have that 250 there, but I don't do drug testing unless a commissioner comes walking in and says, I feel like this one needs to be drug tested. Or the judge says, let's go drug test this one. Otherwise, that Roden Bridge does their own drug testing, the sheriff's office does their own drug testing. Now, the only thing that comes out of here is when I do criminal background checks. When I do criminal background checks, it costs $2 drug testing. And I've been doing quite a few lately, especially senior meals. They will not hire anyone unless I do a criminal background check.
Now-
And I've been doing those.
How much
So,
those run you? 10?
$2 a piece.
$2?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we could bring that down to $100, and I think that would be plenty, you know, and,
Dude,
Unless the county
what's your
decides-
history?
Unless the county decides to start
Doing them.
randomly drug testing the rest of the employees.
now, if you as a commissioner's court decide, hey, like 4 years ago, when the commissioners decided to do a random drug test on the sheriff's department, and no one knew it. And we went in there and drug tested them, everything came out clear, but we ended up having to take it out of mine because it was the commissioner's decision to do it.
Well, you can hang around today, we may need that before the end of the day. That's
So
a
y'all
joke,
gonna leave it in
Judge.
there?
Judge, that's a joke now. I tell one of you, you don't even laugh.
Okay, Miss Lucy.
I did
It got a long day.
I did load my pocket to a set of vitamins this morning, so whatever those things
So
are.
what's
Amphetamines.
coming out there now, Commissioner Walker, is my my background checks only. So,
Okay.
So, Jesse, did you get all of our changes okay, you think?
Yes, office supplies to 1560, employee recognition to 500, and team building to 600.
You said office supplies to 1560?
Well, back it down to 1560, because it was 1800,
Uh-huh.
and y'all said put it back
So
to
back it down?
back it down to 1560.
And as far as the seasonal I mean, I guess that was kind of an emergency situation where it would be okay to, if we're going over this year,
Oh,
to
for-
pull from fund balance or something, because that's an unforeseen
Right, that was
expense.
unforeseen.
So we could
that-
probably keep it at
So what are we
500 in
talking
case.
about?
The seasonal,
Temporary help.
temporary
Oh,
help. I'm gonna
okay,
increase
yeah.
that and maybe keep it, because that was kind of an unforeseen thing with both of y'all being out like
But
that.
see, we're gonna have to pull her in on, for open enrollment. I've gotta have her help for open enrollment August 13th. We have an HR law seminar that we gotta pull her in for that one. And then this EEOC seminar just came up, and we have definitely, both of us has to go to that one.
Is that
And
this
this is
year?
this year?
This year.
But we're talking
Yeah,
about.
we're talking
for
about next year.
Oh, for next year,
Yeah, the
okay.
unforeseen things where that's why we
Oh,
went
right,
above
right,
and
right.
beyond that, but the 500 would cover the
Y'all wanna
normal
keep it at 500,
circumstances.
would you?
Yeah.
So you could just, to double check that, go and see which conferences you plan on attending next year, and that's how much you want to budget. Now, if
Yeah.
it happens that you have to have surgery and someone
Right.
passes away, if
Yeah.
that's definitely.
That's unforeseen. Okay,
Right.
okay.
But just to ensure that 500 is enough for the conferences that you plan on attending
Okay, that's fine.
next year.
there anything else that you'd like to share with us?
No, sir, I think I've shared everything I need to share.
We did make office improvements in your area under this year's budget. Have those been satisfactory?
Oh, yes, sir.
To your opinion, as far as soundproofing and confidentiality
Yes, sir,
and
it
all
has
of that?
helped tremendously. Thank you. Thank you.
You just have to walk around the corner to go see her.
So,
You have to walk around the corner to go see her instead of just
Oh, yeah,
peeking in.
you can't, you go like
Just be
this.
able to peek in.
Is there anything else that y'all would like to? All right,
thank you very much.
consider what I have asked for. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day.
Morning, Jim.
Morning.
All right. We can sit here and wait till 8:30.
No, we probably need to go and go, because I think Judge Underwood's gonna be here at 8:30, because he has a doctor's appointment, so he was gonna try to get here at 8:30, so that's one reason I got here a little earlier. That way, we're ahead of schedule, you can get him taken care of and done, so.
Sounds good to me.
And you are going to be department number 436.
Do you know, Judge Underwood's extension? Or do you have his?
I got his cell phone,
I don't
man.
have it, he never sent me his message. I called him once.
I understand, he's had some things going on,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
we'll, 936,
Uh-huh.
827, 9062, Jesse.
Thank you.
I just like flipping pages.
Yeah, it's early in the morning, Judge. It's
All right, sir. You
okay.
are on.
What I have asked for this year, the only changes I've asked for is a 3% cost of living increase for myself and my clerks. That would be the first area. Second area is last year you took away my repairs and maintenance budget, and I realized that repairs and maintenance in my office falls under Commissioner Mallett. There are some emergency items at times that I need, and that's why I like it. We've always had 500 in there for that, and then last year it got taken away. It's no big deal. I would like to have it in there. If we can't, at least put it under Commissioner's budget. That way we can, we'll have it there. Other than that, I have left everything else the same. But, you know, as far as the 3% cost of living, I felt like it was necessary. I give my clerks, both of them, very good evaluations this year. I'm very fortunate to have the clerks that I have and the jobs that they do. I don't know about y'all, but my property taxes going up about 20% next year, and I didn't make any improvements to my, to my property. And fuel's gone up, groceries are gone, everything that we do is going up. I felt like it was fair to ask for that. Any questions? And I will say, I was looking at something yesterday, and I don't know if y'all are aware of it or not. There is a bill that looks like it's going to get through before the end of legislative session. And what this bill does is it's going to allow for JPs to use money out of their technology funds to put into their court personnel. Their clerks going to be able to earmark that money. Now, they still have to have Commissioner's Court approval, but if we have money in the leftover in our technology fund, we will be able to use it to fund court personnel. So maybe in the future, if this gets through, when we do ask for a little more money for our clerks, maybe we'll have an area to pull it from. So I'm anxious to see if this bill gets through.
You know what the number of it is?
I was in a rush yesterday morning when I left the office, and I didn't get it, but I did read up on it, and what I read, it looks like it's got a very good chance of getting through. And as it reads, that's the way it reads right now, that we're gonna be able to use it for that. And the reason is they're trying to get it through is there's still a lot of JPs in the state that don't have a court clerk. And of course, you know, there's a lot of things that as a judge, we really don't need to be handling, our clerks need to be handling. And so that's what this money is for, is to try to get, enable those JPs to get clerks, as well as those of us that do have clerks, trying to keep them and pay them for the jobs that they do. And, you know, there's some other bills that are gonna affect us this year. Of course, some of them are, you know, basically unfunded mandates. But they're going to, if it's gonna be anxious to see which ones make it through, because if they do make it through, it's gonna add to the responsibilities of our offices and our clerks. I mean, it's gonna increase, they're trying to get to increase the amount of our jurisdiction. And if they do that, it's just gonna be that many more civil cases that are filed with us. I mean, it's gonna lighten the load of the county court, but it's gonna increase the load of ours. And so, that was, like I say, all of those reasons are my reasons for asking for the 3% increase.
Question for Jesse, do you know how much, what is the fund balance in that technology fund for the JPs?
Yeah, you do.
Of course, when you ask that, I'll bring my book, but
He's got budget usage.
it's not done.
It's not enough.
And I wanna
It's
thank
fees.
Jesse, because one line got left off of my budget request form, and so it threw everything off. And she called me, she's like, I sent you a revised copy, which I never got. And so I wanna thank her for correcting some numbers on there. So I think it was the merit, one of the lines there at the top was left off, so.
171.
171, so.
JP, you used all that money?
Also,
I was just messing with him.
also,
You were JP over there.
in part of our discussions in the area of IT software and things of that sort, we are considering unifying the county on only one or two software systems. And the one that would apply to JP courts would be the LGS.
Right.
Have you had conversation? Do
We
you an
have
opinion?
talked to them, and they, Hill Country indicated to us about a month ago that they felt like they were gonna be rolling us over to the LGS, be ready to bring it to JP's in Grimes County within. They wouldn't give us a specific time frame, but the way they talked, it was gonna be in the next 3 to 6 months. And I talked to Greg at IT about it, because my clerks last year, when they went to the LGS conference or workshop, they found out from some of the other courts that have already been switched over to LGS that they're no longer able to use just one monitor. They're having to have 2 computer monitors to run everything on LGS. So, I told Greg, it's like, I don't see any foreseen reason for us to need a bunch of upgrades with our equipment, but we need to find out, are they gonna correct that where the clerks can just use one monitor on a computer, or are we gonna have to have 2? So, and there is a workshop coming up, but I've talked to Judge Underwood and his clerks. They're not going, because LGS has indicated to us that they will send somebody here to the county to give us a workshop on it. And so there's no need to spend all that money to send our clerks to this workshap when we can get individual, when we can come to one centralized location here in the county to get.
And that's part of our discussion with LGS in the event we do make the conversion. They are going to be sending and doing on-site training. Having 2 monitors, that's the first I've heard of that.
Well, like I say, the clerks last year when they went, that's where we got it from.
But even if that was a hardware additional requirement, that's not a big ticket item.
No, it's
But-
not, but might be an unforeseen cost.
But my interest is, and my understanding is, that it's going to allow the data that your people put in to automatically upload and assist in the other areas, whether it's the district clerk's office or the
Right, we'll be able
county
to better,
clerk's
we'll be able to better communicate with the other offices. Like now, if I put ignition interlock on somebody, it's under my jurisdiction for 180 days, even though it's a county court case. And so basically, if those people aren't compliant, well, it's under my jurisdiction for 180 days or until it's filed in that next court, under the next judge. And so what my clerks have to do when these people aren't complying is, we have to call the DA's office, hey, have they been filed on yet and all that. And so with the conversion, they would be able to automatically check
Right.
it and see what's the status of that case at that time, so.
And I'm thinking we're thinking that collectively, the amount of duplicate input and search and all of that type of thing is gonna pay for itself. But I wanted, if you had any major concerns about making the conversion to LGS, I wanted to hear it.
You know, there's, you know, my dad and Judge LaFleur and Judge Imhoff are the ones that chose Hill Country when they went to that software. And at the time, it was, you know, one of the best ones, probably the best one on the market.
They had computers back then?
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, you asked Dad how to run one, he couldn't tell you, but they sent those three to pick out what software they wanted to run. You know, there are, after being in office 2 years, and of course, coming from the education background and stuff, you know, there's definitely things that, it's like, why haven't they changed? And of course, I've talked to IT, and Hill Country's not, it's really not set up to make a whole lot of significant changes to. So, but then again, my clerks have went to the workshops with LGS, and we've asked questions, and we hadn't really got some of the answers that we wanted to get. And you know, so I'm anxious to kind of see what is offered, because there's definitely some improvements. Like I say, the duplicate input, just the things that my clerks have to do. You shouldn't have to go through 4 or 5 steps to do one thing. I mean, it's why do they have to do that?
And the other bit of data retrieval is supposed to be significantly improved, which
Right.
we hope is time savers. And all.
Well, you know, and we get called all the time, people, do I have a ticket in your court? And we, of course, we look on our stuff and no, you're not there. Well, from what we've learned about LGS, if they call and it's in Judge Underwood's court, well, my clerks can pull it out, oh, it's in precinct 2, it's right there, we can give them that information without them having to call the other offices to find out, we'll be able to communicate. The only other thing that I want to add, and I haven't had a chance to come in and talk to Commissioner Mallett about it, like I said, this all falls back under my building maintenance of my office. That office is 15 years old, and there are some improvements or upgrades that I feel like we need to make in the next few years. Nothing's been done to that building in 15 years, and when you let a building sit and don't make any improvements to it, it goes downhill fast. I don't know, throw it out there so we can kind of keep it on our minds for next year. But the carpet seriously needs to be, I think it's past the point of cleaning. I think it's gonna need to be replaced in the next, as soon as possible. I mean, we can survive with it, but with allergens and everything, and it's dirty. I bought a new vacuum cleaner, which has helped a little bit. But that is one area we're gonna need a fresh coat of paint at some point in time. And I wanna throw it out there because I don't wanna let it sit here and not be addressed in the next couple of years, because, I mean, we've got a nice facility, and I wanna keep it that way. So I'm kind of throwing it out there to all of you, keep it on your mind next year when it comes to budget time, Commissioner.
There was some water damage at one time.
It was, we had a vent line in the top of the ceiling that the rubber had, collapsed over the aging. It shrunk up, and it damaged some ceiling tiles. I had, talked to you about it. We had Kenny Watson come in, he replaced that rubber boot on that vent. And then luckily we had enough tiles left over from when they built the building in one of the closets that I was able to replace the tiles.
Did it affect the carpet also? Or
No, it was luckily that vent's in the bathroom,
Oh, okay.
and so we have tile in the bathroom. It didn't mess anything up, and it didn't mess the wall up. It was all come down on the tiles. But like I said, we've got some deep, dark stain. I mean, the clientele we get, a lot of them come in dirty boots, dirty shoes, and the mat in front, it don't do the greatest. They walk in and it's just, 15 years of mud and dirt being ground into that carpet and stuff. And I spoke to Al Peeler last year about it when I dropped some furniture off, and he's like, oh yeah, I'll bring the probation people up there and we'll clean your carpet and all that when we got ready to do it. And while he was up there putting the AED box in, and Jan, said, hey, he said, Judge said that you said you could bring them up here. Y'all got the carpet cleaners down here and all that. He said, well, I can't do it. You're going to have to talk to the commissioner about it. So he kind of, threw it on commissioner. And I haven't bothered with coming and talking to Chad about it, but it is something that, I want our sign in front, paint peeling off of it. I mean, you drive by it, and just little things that, if we let them go, they're going to end up costing more in the long run. And I mean, we're fixing to spend, bukus of money in this county on facilities. Well, we're fortunate enough to have good facilities and a little bit of repair and maintenance along the way. keep that in mind when you do, your budget and stuff, Commissioner, I appreciate it, so.
Yeah, the entry rate probably needs to be tile versus,
Yeah, well, and that's what I told my clerks. I know Judge Laughlin, and I talked to today, he's wanting carpet in his office because of the echoes, and he got a bid on carpet.
You can buy a rug.
Well, I'm to the
Judge
point,
LaFleur had a
I'm
large
like, Commissioner, either
rug.
some laminate or some tile would
There you
be, I'm
go.
sorry, that's what really needs to be in the office. It
That's
doesn't need to be
it.
carpeted because, the upkeep and maintenance, I mean, it's a lot cheaper to upkeep and maintenance on tile and stuff. So when we do decide to do something, that's what I'm for, because, there's no need to have carpet. I had carpet in the classroom and it was terrible when I taught school, and
Right.
just take it out.
One other thing I saw in your budget, did you increase your overtime?
I guess that was because of the 3% increase on the secretaries, wasn't it?
Is that what it is?
He's requesting an increase on his staff, so overtime would have to increase
Okay.
as well. And the amount in JP Technology is $23,753.
Thank you.
Now, let me ask you something about that while you're saying that. I see it broke down in expenditures and fees for each office, but they can use all of it. It doesn't matter who
It's all,
uses it.
from my understanding, Judge Underwood can correct me on this, the JP Technology is all in one account for all three JPs. And then I know our court software that we use comes out of there. And then I know that we've, in the past, got in there for some of our conferences and stuff if we've needed more money to send clerks and stuff to conferences, we've used it out of the technology fund also. I was telling him, if you look, Judge, I looked yesterday, I was reading up on it, the bill, looks like it's gonna pass where if it passes, JPs will be able to use their technology fund money to fund court personnel. It looks like it's gonna get through, and I was telling them that in the future, we'll see if this passes or not. But if it does, and, we ask for more money for our clerks, that would be one area where we would be able to retrieve it from, so.
Okay. I haven't seen that on the legislative.
Well, I was reading it yesterday, and that's one of the, and it looks like it's got a pretty good chance. And what I told them is what it's for is for all these courts that don't have court personnel, trying to help them get a clerk in the office, but it would benefit us as well, so.
how much is added yearly?
9,000.
9,000.
So 2,000, I believe you bring in, at least in 2,000, and then the JP3 brings in a little bit more.
All right.
It's all based on fines.
Yeah.
Yes.
right.
And it was one of those where they kind of discussed it among themselves, because we do have it separated out, JP1,
Right.
JP2, and JP3.
Right.
So if JP3 was bringing in the majority of
Right.
it, and JP1 or JP2 wanted to use it, they kind of just went to JP3.
Right.
So it sounds like y'all have good communication.
Right. I think what it is $4, Commissioner, off every fine, and court costs $4, I think is what goes to the technology fund off every court cost. So, our revenue, looks like it's going to, Kim keeping track of it, it looks like, our ticket load has increased a little bit this year, so.
Mary, your opinion, but if we've got 23,000 in the JP fund balance, and I hear what you're talking about for clerical and all of that, but when we talk about technology, is that more in line with video magistrating and buying
Yes.
better stuff on computers? But I'm not trying to circumvent the rules or the regulations, but because if you have bad acoustics in your courtroom because of either carpet or laminate, it might seem that you could also spend some of those funds on a different floor covering that would enhance the ability to hear what's being said. And
That
That-
would be stretching it.
Yeah, that would be stretch. Good try, Judy.
That's a real stretch.
I don't care if we stretch it as long as we don't break it.
Well, I
So,
think that would be-
but I know that we've had to do some things in the second floor courtroom just to make the courtroom usable. And because of the technology and sound science and everything that's out there, we've spent some money to make those improvements.
And I know Judge Laughlin, that's one of his concerns. He said if you've got two ladies at the window, the echo in the building is so bad in his building. So, you know, we don't have that problem in ours, and we've got carpet.
Well, let me say this, while you're talking about Judge Laughlin, he did mention it to me, and I told him when Judge LaFleur was there, he bought an area rug, almost the same size as the floor.
Right, put down in there.
And he never complained about anything as far as sound.
Well, and, you know, and if it's in his budget, that's one way. Like I say, ours, I want to go away from the carpet and all of that. There was one other.
But to tear up a floor and put down carpet, or to put down carpet, then you've got an issue with then.
Well,
All
we're
of
not
this
talking about
different-
Judge Laughlin's budget.
Right.
Well, he
isn't
did.
that- Well, I was just bringing it up when it resorted to, like we were talking about the flooring.
I'm bringing it
So-
up though.
And I guess the county, Judge Fouts is, you know, he was looking for ways that we might could fund
I
something.
have a creative imagination.
Doesn't hurt. As far as the video magistration, I realize that would take a pretty good chunk, what we've looked at this past year, if we were to go to that. It would eat our IT budget up. Because what Judge Underwood and I have looked at was, what, $10,000, just pretty close in the neighborhood of $10,000.
And that was the lease program.
That was, yes, but if we went to the video
Is
magistration.
that for the 3 offices? Or
That
just-
would be for 3 offices, that was 3 users, that was before you came on with us. So, you know, Judge Underwood and I, we talked about it, and this was before Judge Laughlin came on board, and before you started magistrating. And, you know, he and I we said, well, we'll talk to him about it when we come on board, but we were pretty much in agreement. That's really more money than I think it's worth. I mean, you look at,
But if we're accumulating 9,000 a year, we have 20,
But you gotta realize, they've been paying for their, Bill Country out of that fund.
yes.
Okay.
yes.
And so,
They're not.
Yeah.
so would we be paying LGS out of that fund?
Do I?
Would you be paying LGS out of that fund? Okay.
yes.
Yes, that's what it's for
Transfer
management
that
software.
to the technology fund.
I don't like the transfer stuff because of the laws that are required for the JP Technology funds.
We're trying to utilize the more restricted funds for their purpose.
Right.
Versus using county funds.
I understand.
But yes,
Okay.
the answer to your question, you could,
Okay.
if that's what they choose.
Judge, is there anything else that you'd like us to review or visit?
No, sir, that was like I said, that was my only 2 areas that I wanted to make changes in.
Commissioners, are there any other questions for the judge?
None other than if you find out the number on the bill.
I will. When I get back to the office, I will pull it up and I will find out. Like I said, what I read on it yesterday is it had passed one branch and was going to the other one, and they felt like before the end of session that it had a really good chance of.
Keep this in mind, though. Nothing's final until
Until-
those guys leave, until those guys leave Austin.
Oh, I know. Well, that's why I said, as the bill reads right now, that's the way it read yesterday. That could change,
Until they
so
send everything's alive.
that's why we'll find out in August when we go to our legislative update, just what those final versions are, so.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, I'll turn it
Judge.
over to you.
Well, thank you so much. Looks like you've got it started up pretty good. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning.
Appreciate you.
Before you get started, did you get my email on this weekend and holiday?
Yes, I did.
Did that
Yes,
work
I
for
did.
you?
It certainly does.
All right.
And before we,
This
Oh,
is,
Jesse,
Again,
this is mine when you get a
I
chance.
would like to
You know what?
Fill it out.
give you
Get
a
mine when
copy
you
of
get a chance. Fill it out.
the registration forms that
Do
we
you want me to go
have.
full control really quick? Because we're
yes,
gonna go in there.
We're having those printed now, and
Okay.
we will send you a bill for a fourth of the cost.
what is this?
I'll whole punch it really quick. Punch it.
There's always a catch with a gift, isn't there?
It certainly is, sir.
What I just gave you.
Right here?
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Are you gonna punch them?
Yes, I'm trying to be.
That's
nice.
awesome. That way they'll fit in our binder.
Well, I'm sorry that y'all haven't received copies of the budget prior to the meeting. We had a little miscommunications between my clerks, sent them to the right email address and a few things, but anyway, here we are.
Are we still in agreement that for at least a further notice that I'll leave my paperwork with your staff?
Yes, sir, that'll be fine.
Are you this morning or this afternoon?
Afternoon.
Oh.
Yeah, we got
I'll do
time.
it
I just
that way.
whenever we get a chance, yeah. Just a reminder.
You'll have to
One more
remind me
reminder.
again. Another. Oh, yeah.
How did county court get tucked in before the?
Do what?
I was wondering how county court got tucked in behind JP.
Because
One
of
and
the
before.
department number, it goes in, we've got it in numerical order, 437, because we ran out of department numbers there.
Judge Underwood,
Yes, sir.
present your evidence, please, sir.
Well, actually, I don't see any increases in the cost of operation with the county, other than I think the $4 increase is for the post office box that went up. We basically keeping the budget numbers the same and operating within those numbers. I do, as each and every department does, we look for a raise. But the general operation, I think, the budget is set where we can operate efficiently with those numbers without any increases. Technology-wise, that falls under another category now, but I don't see any needs in our department. Under that, under Greg's budget, we've had a new computer replaced this past year. That was essential in our operation, but one of the things that Judge Acord mentioned was in the technology fund, the use of it. I do think that we need to continue to pursue video magistration. It's something that, if you Google it and try to find companies that do that type of work, there's the people that we've looked at and talked to, it's just been outrageous. You know, the least we've seen with when we were, three of us were magistrating, was over $10,000 a year, and I basically told Judge Acord, hey, that takes care of our technology fund, we can't afford that. But I know there's equipment out there that can be purchased for this, that can be done for our video magistration. And I know it can be purchased, or I feel like it can be purchased for far less money.
Have you talked to Greg to give you any
I've talked to
assistance?
Greg, but Greg's, gosh, you know, I talked to him as soon as he walked in the office, and, you know, he's kind of like he was hit by a wall of water. There were so many things that he was looking into, and that was, how long has Greg been with us now?
Just over a year.
Just over a year. Maybe I need to re-pursue it and see if he has time to do the research. I know before I came into office, I went to Brazos County and did some training under a judge that I knew well there. And they have recorders that they're in front of teleprompters and recorders in their office, where they go to their office to do a magistration. You can do it if you have the right recording equipment from a laptop through Skype now. At one time, they had indicated that Skype was not a private means of communications. They allow that today.
They do allow Skype.
Yes, they've done a lot of Skype magistrations. So I think each of us with that ability of computers at our house, we can do this. We have to have the proper recording equipment
Right.
Each JP has to have naturally internet access and, the equipment at his home to do it, fax machines, where we can send it back and forth or email the forms back and forth.
It is more work on your jailers when you do it that way.
Certainly, certainly.
What, do y'all have an opinion of, hey, it's a good idea and we ought to get with the technology, or do y'all have an opinion that there's a preference to be face-to-face with them?
Well,
And I guess each JP is gonna have their own opinion, but what's yours?
Well, as you know, when they're there before you, you get you get a feeling about that individual.
Right.
How polite they are,
Right.
how belligerent they are, if they're culpable and knowledgeable, not still high on some type of drug. You get that more when you're face to face with them naturally. Is that going to change the process? A lot of those things, indicators would be probably, you could see that, or the jailers could mention it to you prior to the magistration.
Sure.
So I don't know if that's a help or a benefit or not, Judge. Okay.
Is it more advanced than Skype or something like that, where a person sits in front of a computer, or like telehealth, they have a monitor which is larger than a computer, and they talk with the psychiatrist? Is that the type of platform y'all have to have?
Well, that's what's used in other counties. Okay. Well, it's got to be a two-way communication. Okay. Where you can, they're talking to you by a teleprompter, you see them on a screen, and also they're looking at a screen talking to you.
I
But
know that's
there's a
what
lot
they
of
use
safety
for that.
issues with this. There's also, a savings of transportation of us, because we charge the county mileage when we drive up here on the weekends.
You do?
Yes, sir, I do.
The others do too.
Okay.
I would.
I don't.
Well, you
So I just opened the
learn.
back one, shouldn't I? We're gonna change his budget, but anyway,
Good you found that now.
okay.
No, he gets a stipend.
I know.
Okay.
So Judge, I can remember years ago, Judge LaFleur talking about there was the capability for video registration, but it was never, the infrastructure was there, but it was never implemented. Is that,
I understand there was equipment bought a number of years ago for that purpose. Now, where that equipment is, and I don't know the infrastructure that it takes to implement that equipment. I couldn't tell you, Commissioner.
I believe that equipment is somewhere over in the jail.
But
So-
is there a safety software or something? What makes it $10,000 a year? That's what, is it recording or storing the video, or?
It's what causes it to be that price.
Mhm.
It's like anything else, they can charge it.
Because they can.
Yes, okay, plain and simple.
Is the internet an issue like in rural America?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Because I know I live right outside the city now, so that mine can grind, you know what I'm saying, if I'm trying to do
Certainly.
that kind of thing. So I thought I heard that mentioned in the past, that it was an issue, especially like from Big Eyes area, somewhere like that. There wasn't really good internet. Maybe to-
Maybe it's something
it's
that
in
in a
that
couple of years
function.
that we need to pursue and set it aside right now when we have better rural internet.
Mhm.
Okay. I do understand that high-speed internet is on the way. It might be like that high-speed train. It may never get here, but we hear.
It's already close, yeah.
Well, I have Nest, or something like Nest. And until you get better internet, it just spins. You know, you're trying to talk to that person, but it's kind of delayed
Right.
or sketchy or intermittent is what I'm trying to say.
One of our reviews is, you know, are you over, are you under? You don't have anything budgeted for cell phone, air card?
No, sir. I gave it back to the county.
Okay.
I use my own phone.
Okay, are you comfortable with the potential repercussions of you using your personal phone?
Yes, sir, I'm very comfortable with
Okay.
it. Unless they want to check out what's my grandkids look like and,
No, but I mean, you know, if your phone was subpoenaed in a case because of evidence, they could take it from you, and all of your data and everything is going to be away from you until they decide to release that evidence, and sometimes the wheels of justice might grind pretty slow.
sir, I don't conduct myself where I expect any foreseeable things of that nature coming about.
Okay, I'm just thinking of
Okay.
some defense attorney that might, you know, okay.
He can,
Okay,
everything
just-
that I've ever done on it.
I think it's important that we say that out
I
loud, just so
understand. I
you,
think you asked me that at one time. I don't foresee carrying two phones. I did for about a year.
there's no fun.
I might get one phone call a month, and I thought that was
Fair enough, okay.
just a loss of county money and funds.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
No, sir.
Commissioners, any questions you have for the judge?
You also, or you might have spoke to it, you did speak to the merit raises you were requesting. I couldn't quite read the handwriting.
I know I had to scribble back there. Jesse told me what to say, but
I just said that.
Can you read that for
I
me?
request a merit raise for both clerks of 50 cents per hour or any adequate COLA raise of 3%. Is that
Okay,
correct?
all right.
Thank you very much.
thank you, sir. You're very welcome. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
And I'm on this weekend, Friday. through my-
All right, sir. Something comes up, you can't make it, you got my number. I'll take care. Have a good
Appreciate
day.
it,
You
Mr.
too.
Wood.
Jesse, you need any more copies made?
No, sir. Do you have JP3's phone number?
I certainly do. Maria?
Yes, just
Okay, I
say,
will.
So, hey, we're running early.
we're running early.
Let's keep it that
And we
way.
want to keep it that way.
Let's keep it that way so we can be done before 6 o'clock.
Your technology for
Back
that.
to the technology fund
No, sir. No.
segment? Okay.
Is Greg gonna take care of that technology fund?
He
Or-
will,
How are you doing?
we budget money in there every year, and they've been going over what their revenue is, so they've been pulling from the fund balance for quite a while. But, I did, as you had asked, got, the proposals for the JPs. I emailed those to Greg. I did not print out a copy to bring here today. It's gonna be pretty comparable to what, Hill Country's costing us right now.
Okay, so you're gonna pretty much speak to that, as if we've got Judge Laughlin coming in as soon as he can, even if he doesn't show till 9:30, he's gonna take 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Do we need to give Greg Cannon a heads up to be here earlier than his appointed time?
He just pulled up.
So would you call Greg and tell him that if he could be available for 9:30? That would be helpful. If he's already rescheduled, then we just have free time. Recess.
No, Colin.
All right.
4:38.
Don't get too comfortable, because we're gonna make you stand at the podium. That way you speak faster and don't take too long.
Well, I've been known to pardon a few words anyway. the DPS comes.
We are going to review Department 440, Justice of the Peace 3, Judge Mark Laughlin. Okay, sir, floor is yours.
The handout I gave you is a request for carpeting for the 3 offices over there. It has this type of flooring, and we have a pretty bad echo effect, especially if you get 1 or 2 people at the window, someone on the phone at the same time. It has a tendency to make everyone talk louder to be heard, and it just kind of makes the problem a little worse. So we're trying to dampen down the echo effect some. The only other thing in my budget that I was unsure of, and I put it on there, and y'all can tell me whether I needed to or not, was on the, I believe it's maintenance and I can't remember the
Repairs and
other.
maintenance.
Yeah, repairs and maintenance, and that's because we have a contract with one of our copy machines that was signed just before y'all tried to put everything under IT.
That's Reynolds contract, is that?
Yeah, that's Reynolds and contract.
Okay, well, I apologize, this is the first time I put one of these together, so I'm kind of in a learning curve. But anyway, I think it had 500 in it last year, and I put 500 this year. I believe it's on the last page.
That's,
Machinery and equipment.
Okay, machinery and equipment. I didn't know if I needed to do that or not, because there's like a $25 a month maintenance fee on that copy machine. You know, y'all may move that over to Greg Cannon
I
and
think
it come out of his, and if you do, that's fine, I just wasn't sure.
it's been moved over.
Okay, so that can be
So the
struck out.
machinery and,
That's two different.
Hang on a minute, the 500 for machinery and equipment, that is used for desk or any type of office equipment.
Okay,
What you're
Chairs,
talking about,
anything.
yeah, what you're talking about, would be Reynolds and contracts, and that was moved to IT.
okay.
So
Well,
if you don't have a need for any type of office equipment, anything other than technology, then you may want to reduce the 500.
okay, well,
That's up
that's,
to you.
was my misconception then, so that can be stricken off of it.
Like last year, you bought a, what was he bought, what you bought right before he came?
Shredder.
The shredder,
Okay.
that kind of stuff.
All right. To my knowledge, the only thing, and I've made the request through Greg Cannon, is the copy machine we have in the courtroom is old and slow, and we requested to try to get a replacement for it. But he has that information, and I'm assuming we'll make the proposal for it.
so for clarity on line 405, we're gonna cut that to 0.
No, because he has, it's only $75 and 405. And
Right.
that's for his PO box rental.
Okay,
And so you're gonna leave that alone, but the 505, which is machinery and equipment, are you saying, Judge Laughlin, to put that at 0 or?
I'm not aware of anything that we're gonna have to purchase in the upcoming year that I would need that for.
Well, Judge Lofton, remember you had the benches that broke down. If you ever needed to purchase like chair or new, that's where that comes from.
Okay, well, when they broke down last time, we kind of did a backdoor repair on them, but,
They may not make it to next time.
okay, that's fine, if I
I
have
would
no
keep
problem with it
something
being
in
in
there.
there, I was just trying to be as frugal with
I
the,
would keep it.
the budget as I could, okay?
Probably keep it in there, Judge. Just-
Okay.
Cause we bought over a table, I think one that, Al had when Judge LaFleur left, he took the table,
Yeah,
you know, that he had in there. It's that kind of stuff. You might have to have something,
okay,
in there. You also have a refrigerator in there, you know, cause he has a break room.
all right, well, if y'all are comfortable with leaving that, I certainly will use it only if needed and
Was that refrigerator bought with county money, or was it bought by the employees?
I don't know. It was there when I got there. I mean, we all moved over, but it was there. I think it just came out of the old building, so I know it's over 6 years old.
Because I know in my office and also in the district clerk's office, I've personally bought the ones that we have at this moment, and the district clerk's office has bought those from personal funds, not from the county funds.
No, I don't know because it was just in the open general area over in the old building. And when they moved, everything just moved over but they put it in his office because that was where the kitchenette was.
Is a refrigerator an allowable expense?
No, not specifically.
Unless it's serving,
Unless
Well, that
it's
office
serving
is
a
there
public
all day.
purpose.
Mhm.
Like,
I know the ones that have like jurors and all of that, I think they like to get.
and like, I think Tut on the third floor, with his diabetes and stuff, the county paid for a small refrigerator in there.
And the one in the back, the Ag Extension, because they host, they do cooking classes and segments.
Right, if it's serving. Judge Laughlin, did you say you have a copier in the courtroom or you are?
There is a copier in the courtroom. It's evidently several years old and it is starting to give them some problems and it's real slow to operate.
And so Greg was talking about moving the treasurer's copier into that courtroom, I believe.
We have not had that conversation. I simply made him aware of the problems that we were having and asked him to, you know, include something for it in his proposed budget.
But you do have a copier with Precision, they're both, I believe with Precision. You have a
The
copier
one in
in
the
your
courtroom,
office.
I think, was purchased from Precision and was a used machine when they got it.
Right, but they have a maintenance contract on it.
No, the maintenance contract is on the bigger one that is also a fax machine.
Okay,
What we need in the courtroom is simply a simple copy machine. It doesn't have to fax, it doesn't have to do anything else.
okay, all right.
But your ladies need a copy machine with fax and all of that.
Yes, and we have that in place now.
Okay.
They renewed the maintenance contract for like 5 years
Right.
last June, I think it was.
Okay. So what, Jesse, what line are we talking
That's
about?
Greg's budget, that's Greg's budget.
All right, it's not duplicated on this.
No,
Okay.
I just wanted to get clarification.
Very good.
Just for informational purposes, my understanding is Precision is for sale. And I don't know if, you know, somebody buys it, if they're gonna continue the business, or they're gonna do something else there. I don't know how long that contract will be valid, just for informational
Sure.
purposes.
That's the one on Main Street, Washington.
Right.
Well, that's something we need to find out because then that's gonna affect your one in the office.
Well, yeah, I mean, is that one paid for? I honestly don't know.
We have a maintenance contract with them.
But we own it, but we have a maintenance contract.
I believe so, but I would have to double check. I know whichever one's the biggest one, which I guess I could look at it. So we pay $531.80 a year, so 4015, and then we put extra copies, a little bit of money for extra copies if you go over. So it's 4015 a month. But that's something we need to check into is the Precision.
Judge Laughlin, you have, did you add the in 19, we put $1,100 in there for cell phone? Do you have a cell phone?
I have a cell phone.
County phone?
County phone, yes.
I didn't see any experience, but that was because Judge LaFleur must have didn't have a phone.
Right, right.
Another question, Jesse. Do you see that Judge Laughlin is going to be utilizing all of the monies he has budgeted this year? Or is there a possibility that he might have somewhere around $22,000 to $2,200 that he's not using?
22,000.
It was like 20, 21.
Didn't I say 2,200?
Well, you, second time you did, yeah.
22,000 or something.
Okay. Well, if he's got 22,000 left over, let me know. But right now, for the topic of discussion, is he gonna have a cumulative, maybe a 2165, where he could,
Are you talking about repairs and maintenance?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's talking about.
well, he's got a proposal here for $2,165 for carpet replacing in next year's budget. My question is,
This year.
instead of money rolling back into the general
Right.
fund this year,
Right.
can we patch it together where he could call these people and start having it done at his earliest convenience?
Okay, I didn't have that, sorry. Didn't know what you were talking about.
May I speak to that?
What?
May I speak to that?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, just for clarity's sake, are you talking about Emily's office and front office,
The front one, Emily's and mine, not the
common space?
common space there in between, or the break room.
Okay, okay. Well, now you said it was a sound issue?
Mhm.
Okay, so did the phone on the wall help that issue at all?
Well, it does, just, it helps with the person out in the lobby hearing, but when you have both of the ladies on, one of them on that phone, one on the other phone, or if, you know, two conversations going at the same time, or sometimes all three of them are in there, depending on how busy the window is, then you get all of those conversations going, and they're talking over each other.
So that's in one room, in the front
That's
room?
in the front room, but the echo effect is really throughout that entire area. I can hear anything they're saying in my office with the door closed. And I know it's the other way as well, so if we need to have any kind of a confidential conversation or something, then it's just about have to go to the courtroom or go somewhere else to do it.
Well, the only thing that I would say to that, I'm not objecting to that happening, but the thing of it is, we try to keep all repairs and maintenance, just like Judge Acord spoke to this commissioner about overseeing the repairs and maintenance. We try to keep them under whoever's handling that. When you have, I guess, various ones coming in, Star could come in and say, hey, I want to put carpet in my area, you know. We try to keep it all under the person that handles that. If you brought in a bid, that's great. We can look at it and move on from there. But last year, keep in mind, even in my budget, when you asked me for that this year, the problem is I asked for more money in my repair budget last year and did not receive it. So I'm nickel and diming what I have to make repairs there on like the AC units and all of that. I asked for an additional $2,500, but he brought it to me. But like I told him, I have to wait till the end of the year to see what's remaining after I've done all my ACs for the summer. We added a maintenance contract. We had water to collect in the top of the building because the other AC service didn't put in overflow lines. But I think it's imperative that we keep maintenance and repair under one person that knows what's going on. You know, we still have flooring issues that we have to work out in other parts of the building. I'm just trying to hold on until that budget ends.
So then you're gonna ask for the increase in your budget for next year?
Yes.
To cover this, is what you're trying?
That's where I'm going with that. You know, keep it all in one budget. We can still use his bid. That's Lone Star, or who is that?
That was the local flooring company here in town.
Lone Star.
Lone Star.
Lone Star, we use Lone Star. In fact, Lone Star is who installed the original building. But, you know, it can be installed over the tile, hopefully.
That was a glue down carpet, and it's the thinner,
Like indoor,
outdoor kind of industrial grade carpet. And the only thing that bid didn't include was moving the furniture, and I had assumed that maybe we could get the diversion crew or something on that day when they were gonna put it in, if it went through, and have them move the furniture. I think we could probably work that out.
I think we did that with, at the Ag Extension, they came and moved it. But, I think it makes sense to leave it under one budget, and I did ask for an increase last year and didn't receive it. So, that's part of where I am, is I'm already down to like $1,000, and I don't know what the AC is gonna do for the rest of the summer.
Well, I'll weigh in on that. I think it probably should remain in the budget with the person that's responsible for the maintenance of the facilities. If he's got the budget, or the money in his budget right now, I think we could do a transfer into her budget to facilitate this.
You say before this year is up, is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm thinking about right now, because I've sat in the judge's office on numerous occasions, and there is an issue if he has to have a confidential conversation with someone. The and Commissioner Walker's right, the building out there is hopefully not anytime soon, but there are some issues with the building that we might need to address when it comes to her budget as far as maintenance. We've had some significant repairs that have had to be done in the past year. But as far as this carpet is concerned, I think that's a valid request due to some of the issues that he has and he's pointed to. And I think as soon as we could get that done, the better.
I don't see any extra in his budget.
Well, and
I would like to ask, do you have any more conferences that you or your girls are going to the rest of this year?
There is one that I intend to, all three of the judges are gonna go to in Bryan. It's $100 registration for it. Other than that, what it is where they cover all the legislative changes, you know, that they have.
And it's a one day.
It's a one-day thing.
It'd be August the 5th, how's that?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, so if that be the case, other than any mileage that you may charge for coming to the jail, between that and your office supply line, he would have enough money to cover that this year.
What about machinery and equipment?
Yeah,
But he's got a
He
deficit,
has 500.
doesn't he, in the, but that's in technology,
in machinery and equipment, he has 500 available to him, so.
500.
Because office supplies, you may need some between now and the end of the year, or are you pretty stocked up on?
Paper and that type of stuff we're probably all right on. Now, the postage doesn't come out that same
No,
day.
sir.
Okay,
It's a
because we will need
separate
postage.
Yeah.
We go through quite a bit of postage.
So you could potentially, but you need to know if you need to vote more now or not.
Can you live with that?
If you did
Kinda
it,
tight.
let's see, you have the conference in Bryan, how many will attend?
Well, just me out of my,
Just you?
Yeah.
That's it? Oh, okay.
so that would put you right at 2,500, and that would leave 2,000 in there, and then I know, of course, you'll have some mileage. So, say if that gave you 1,500, and then you've got 500 in machinery and equipment,
What can you, 1,500? It's 2,100.
well, that's 23. Okay.
You might
But
be,
I'm saying leaving some in there for his, for travel mileage.
Right, but if you, this is your extended.
Yeah, and I added another 100 to that, so 2,500. Okay, so if we left, and see, it's got 2,500.
Yeah. I think it's doable, it's just, you would have to keep an eye on your budget very closely if you are wanting to try to get that done. And it would be a matter of, like Clark said, if you wanted it to stay, which it should, because it's a repair to the building, we can just transfer those funds over to Commissioner Walker's budget and then,
okay, and that will leave enough to cover some mileage and that one,
how much mileage do you do a month? I mean, is that?
it's not a great deal, but it's hard to tell you because how many times am I gonna get called out to go to an inquest? You know, I can't tell you that.
Right, but there's an average, like as far as like what you've done so far.
Well, I make one trip through Anderson weekly to check the mailbox at the sheriff's office and check the mailbox here. And I usually do that on the way into work, and I don't usually charge that, to be honest with you. It's another 6 or 7 miles, because I live right down the road here.
Yeah,
So,
so if you combine your travel and conference with your machinery and equipment, and you take away what was spent as of May 15th, you have 2,600, 2,621. And you said it was 2165, is that right? 2165.46. That would leave you 455 for the remaining of the year in travel and conference, but you also are going to one conference, which was how much?
100.
100, so that's
and we're only
355.
talking about a 3-month period left in the budget, basically. June, July, and August, right?
In September,
Okay, September 30th, not August 30th,
Right.
okay.
right, 4 months. That's 355, and then your office supplies is, I can't do all these lines straight across. You have 1723.13.
That's expiring.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm used to looking at.
He has a balance of 1633.
In office supplies.
You have 17, 20.
Right. it's-
That should be more than enough, I would think, to carry us there.
Did you say 776?
I said he had a balance of about 1,600 and according to this one, but that was.
No, it's posted.
No.
Oh, I'm looking at postage?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
only 700.
776.
776.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So that would have to last you for
And
4
then go
months.
down to the next one, postage.
Well, he's gonna use all of his postage.
He's not gonna use $2,000 worth of postage.
He's only used 366 so far.
Did you say you have a lot more going out or no?
Well, they have more mail going out, yes, but see, he's budgeted 2,000 for postage, and
So
thus
then
far,
there's another-
366 is all you've used
So
thus far.
1,600.
I don't know if it's showing up there. I drew some postage through,
Lucy?
First Lucy the other day. I don't know if that's showing.
It'll show up at the end of the month, or the first of the next month.
So I think you'll be okay, I mean, personally, if you did it, but
So are you okay to transfer the money to Commissioner Walker's?
that's up to you guys. If y'all want us to do that, then we can do that. It'll go before court. But that's a decision for you guys to tell us.
Well, it has to go,
But as
it's a
long
budget amendment anyway,
it's a
right?
line item transfer, you're not changing your overall budget. You're just.
I thought you took machinery and equipment.
Ma'am,
You were gonna take
you're not
his,
taking your bottom, but like our overall
yeah,
expenditures.
line item.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's gonna be a line item transfer. That goes before.
And that
court.
goes consent agendas.
That does go to consent agenda, and you can't, I mean, y'all are here to discuss it, and then whatever, it comes out of that, then
Yeah.
we'll prepare or whatnot. As long as you feel comfortable that you can manage your budget for the remaining 4 months with paying it out of this year, then.
I think that is doable. I don't think that'll create a problem.
Okay.
Well, Judge, let's plan on us then, if you guys will get that on your consent agenda, your line item transfers, to transfer it over to Commissioner Walker.
I just didn't
Commissioner,
have it.
are you okay if we
Yeah,
could do it this year's money?
I just didn't have it.
No, I understand, that's fine. And then, probably within the next week or two, we can give you the go-ahead and you can get this done
Okay.
before next year's budget.
That would be excellent. I appreciate it.
Do you have another copy of your estimate, or?
You can have this one.
Okay.
I'm now out of the carpet business.
So-
Available.
In his proposed budget, we can take out the repairs and maintenance.
For 2/21/65/46.
But.
Now,
you're
should we
gonna
take,
move-
should
oh,
we
no,
take all of
that's
that
this
out
year. That's still
of his
more
proposed
money.
budget?
But I just need
I'm
to
scratching
say-
21/65/46.
Right.
Should there be any number in there?
No.
AC units.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's up to him, but he didn't have any this year. Do you feel like you need repairs and maintenance, money for repairs and maintenance next year?
Well, I don't know why we
Repairs
need it.
and
It's all gonna
maintenance
come under the commissioners.
You know, so if she
The
budgets for
building
it,
comes
well,
out of the commissioner, the building.
What else would I repair?
Well, like the furniture, the.
Well, okay,
benches.
but furniture is considered repair?
Well, if you repair it, now, if you replace it, then that's machinery and equipment.
I don't think we're gonna repair any more this year. I've got the benches where they'll hold up until, until we can
fair enough.
do something else.
We haven't been asking this question of everybody. You made the comment as you swing by to go by your post office box. Do you like having a, or is it, are you
This
required
is
to
not a
have?
post office box that I'm referring to. This is at the sheriff's office and then personnel here, there's a
Okay.
MP3 box.
Okay,
And that's
but,
what I'm.
and where do you get your mail from?
We have a post office box.
In Navasota?
Yes, sir. And we also have a mailbox out front, but we use the post office box for security and frankly, the weather affects the mail in that mailbox sometimes. The door
Okay.
doesn't always stay up and that sort of
Okay.
thing. Plus, if it's a case or something come in, somebody theoretically could come by and just pull it out of that mailbox
Yeah,
up
okay.
front. So
Thank you.
And people mail in their,
payments and
Yeah.
stuff, yeah. Handle a good bit of money.
Is there anything else that you would like us to review?
No, sir, that was the only request that I had.
Commissioners, you have any other questions for Judge? Case dismissed, you're free to go.
Thank you.
I did
Thank
have one.
you.
Wait.
Oh,
Did you print out
Did you ask for
for the business?
something to change, something changed in his, payroll,
And his what?
payroll?
Yes, he did ask for increases. No, you did
No,
not
I
ask
did
for.
not ask for
No,
increases.
yeah, I'm sorry, wrong JP.
Yeah.
He did not ask for increases. Are you talking about the negative 2704?
No, I'm talking about the 369 in payroll.
That's, instead of us having 8 hours additional this year, we're gonna have 16 hours additional.
We're
So
gonna
you're
have
see-
16?
You're gonna see everyone's payroll hours over 2080 increase. That is not because of him, that's because of. how
That's
our-
everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So this year's gonna be 2096?
Mhm. Yes.
Thank you.
I
2096
apologize,
hours
Judge
in this
Wilson.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
So that's in everybody's payroll line.
Yes, that's in everyone's payroll. So the one you want to be looking at for any type of changes are gonna be, annual merit raise line item, which is 171. And if it's, a department head, then you'll look under their specific line because you are the ones who would determine if they get, how much they would get. So for instance, any elected officials or like Mr. Cannon here, he reports to you. So his increase would be in his specific line.
Like on the salary IT.
Good. All right, thank y'all.
Court, I'd like to take a 6-minute recess.
6, just 6?
Time to sit down and go through every single one. I think his already is gonna need to increase. How much did you put in your garage? In your resolution 405? Only 10 grand, and it should be at least 21, 22.
What,
But I need to get with someone why he thinks it needs to be 10 instead of 20.
what number are we looking at?
Well, I was just saying before we were on video, it was 10:40.
Go. You can turn and look. Oh, thank you.
All right, we are back from our quick recess. We are now going to look at Department 423, which is our IT, Information Technology Department. Greg Cannon, our director, is going to share with us his thoughts. Mr. Cannon?
Yes, my name is Greg Cannon, I'm the Director of IT for Grimes County.
Is that it?
I would like to start out as the first line item in my budget is my salary. I'm asking for a salary increase. I did print out an IT accomplishments for the last year, or a little over a year. The judge had asked me throughout the year to try to keep a record of the cost savings that the department is able to generate, production, intangible savings. I don't know, did y'all get a copy of that? Okay.
In intangible savings, not intangible.
Right.
Okay,
Right. There's actually some intangible as well as tangible savings.
okay.
Now,
Some things you increase productivity is hard to sometimes put a cost to, but for instance, the help desk system, that's a cost, but it's also an intangible savings in the increased productivity.
Okay. Are you gonna take us down that list?
I can, unless y'all want to.
Well, I think it would be, I would appreciate if you kind of rapid fire down the list, just so that the court has because this is, you've completed your first full year with the county. This is gonna be your second budget. And based on maybe some of the things you've done this year is gonna help us to make decisions on what we're willing to approve for next year, so.
Like I said, these savings are based on basically the last 16 months of me being in charge of the department. The first cost savings is about $11,000 over the cost of which y'all were paying a consulting company previously to me, and that includes benefits for me, that $11,000 savings.
Okay.
Smart Deploy, we're able to deploy systems much more rapidly. There's savings there. Our Azure backup systems it's increasing a little bit because there's more and more activity going on, especially like in the sheriff's department with videos and stuff. So that 18,000 is a little bit off. Should be a little bit lower because our backups are increasing and it's costing more for us to back up.
I don't see 18. Oh, okay, the next line, got you.
So it wouldn't be $18,000 savings, it'd probably be closer to 16,000. We're on a new global email account. Everybody has mentioned a great reduction in the amount of spam that we're seeing. Everybody has access to the global list now, so that everybody knows what the distribution lists are. Our remote assistance, our travel time to the Iowa offices and Navasota offices has been cut down quite a bit, so that is a reduction in travel reimbursement, so as we can address those offices.
Because you can bring up somebody's computer at a different location from your office and solve their problems most of the time, or a lot of times, from your loft. Okay.
A lot of the times I don't have to come into the office if we have an issue. I can remote in from my house and resolve issues at the sheriff's office, or same way for Andrew, he can remote in from home and doesn't have to.
I want to go back to remote assistance. The issue of confidentiality can and does come up with other offices. Do you have the ability to break into their computer or look at their computer?
Break in?
Well,
The software allows us to connect to the machine without permission. Now, they have a log of it and they can see what we're doing. My policy in IT, and I've told Andrew, is anytime you need to connect to somebody's computer, you always ask permission first. So
Okay.
that they know that you're connecting, even if they're in the office or not in the office.
So we're being upfront and people know when we're looking at their computer. Thank you very much.
We had no perimeter firewall, now we have a perimeter firewall. I checked the logs about a month ago. We've blocked 160,000 attacks against our network. All of those have been blocked. We hadn't had any breaches. So now that we have that firewall in place, that's much better. We had no printer standards before, now we've tried to standardize on a fixed number of printers. We're about down to 5. That's making a difference on our toner costs because we're able to buy similar cartridges that can be shared between departments. So the printer standards help there as well. It's the same way with computer standards. We're moving everybody to Dell systems, all Windows 10. We had no Office software standard. Everybody was using anything from Office 2010, 2013, 2016. There was all different versions. We were seeing incompatibility issues, those kind of things. Now everybody's on the same standardized Office software, Office 365. Most of the copiers in the county didn't have scan to email capability. We're in the process of getting all that set up so that each department can scan to email or scan to folder. We're setting actually both. A lot of that didn't exist when we came on board. So people were having a hard time getting documents that they could mail on to other people. They would have to take them to another department, have them scan them in, and then send them to them. We're continuing to see tremendous savings on toner. I constantly get calls from vendors asking if they can quote toner, and usually their response is, "Wow, those are amazing prices. We can't touch that." And so we're still getting great prices on toner, saving quite a bit per year on our toner cost. And you'll see that in the budget. We'll be asking for less this year in toner over what we did last year. We found there was 3 circuits that we were being charged $1,700 a month from CenturyLink. We've already terminated those circuits. Mary Nichols and I, it's hopefully after the budget process real soon. We know there's a lot more, or potentially a lot more waste in the CenturyLink accounts, and Mary thinks that we should be able to get a substantial refund from CenturyLink. So we're going to be investigating that. Looking at all the circuits, her and I, and going back and see where circuits actually stop, but they continue to bill us.
What's your definition of substantial?
I'm thinking probably 20 to 30,000 a year.
Why are we waiting until after the budgets?
I've just been covered up, I just haven't had a chance to get to it.
Our
We-
CenturyLink bills are huge.
Yeah, they're about this big each month. And as she can tell you, to try to decipher a telecom bill is like, it's the craziest thing to try to figure out, because they use codes, they don't use descriptions. It'll say TF1496, and you have to call and ask, what is that? And they tell you, oh, that's a ESL circuit with blah, blah, blah. So it's very difficult to, and it's intentional, I think. They confuse you, you just say, well, I don't have time, I'm just gonna pay it and move on. It's within reason.
Is this something that your caliber of technology and mentality has to do, or is it something that you could even bring a part-time person in?
There's some technical side of it that I'll have to weed through. There are companies, I even think Enterprise Systems, one of our vendors, works with a company that they take telecom bills because they're used to doing it, and based on what they save you in that bill is their commission, is how they get paid. You give them the bills, they weed through it themselves to say, here's what you're paying for, here's the location you're paying for. Now you have to decide, hey, it says I'm paying for a circuit here at the fairgrounds, I don't have that circuit. You have to make that decision, but they identify what everything is. But there are companies that do that. But to answer your question, I think it would be to our benefit to have me involved, because I know what circuits we should have at each location, what services we should be paying for at those locations.
Have you considered working more hours per day?
I thought about it.
While it's on my
Got
mind,
that idea right out of my mind.
while it's on my mind, because the utilities are still remaining over at the Judson location, there may be some circuits over there, because we had a whole circuit room over
Yeah.
there, so it may be some
Yeah,
still
we're
over
being
there.
billed for some phone lines over at the Judson location.
All but that T1 line, you know the difference in that.
Well, in all seriousness, if we're talking about those kind of dollars, if there's something that we can do to help bring that down or to an end, it's certainly gonna be to our advantage. Because there's other places we could use that money. All right.
The circuit monitoring, in the past, we never had any way to measure whether offices were up or down based on connectivity to the internet or server services being down. We have that capability now. We're able to notify within about 45 seconds if a circuit goes down. So that helps us be more proactive.
Does that help you with us?
It does. We know the minute y'all are experiencing severe weather because those CenturyLink circuits start going down.
Do we still have CenturyLink circuit?
You don't have CenturyLink, you have the Sunlink.
That's what I thought.
We've standardized on Wi-Fi throughout the county. We have basically 2 networks now, GC Employee and GC Guest. We can better control that through policies so we can limit the amount of bandwidth that guests use, et cetera. We've implemented a password policy that's helped increase our security to help prevent hackers from attacking our networks. Previously, we had no password policy in effect. We had internet usage policy, email usage policy, which we had limited email usage, but very limited internet usage policy. Now we have those in place so that employees know how they can operate and what's expected. Previously, we had 7 networks, now we're down to 2. Much easier to manage, much easier to configure. And that's an intangible cost saving, so like when we have to hire consultants to come in and help us with our network, we don't spend the first hour of their time that they're billing us just trying to figure out what the networks are like. We've simplified our network, so it's much easier when we do have to call somebody in to resolve the problem much quicker and less of their time. We've got the advanced antivirus installed. I'm very pleased that the commissioners made the decision last year to allow us to purchase the CrowdStrike and get that in. In the 12 months since that's been in place, it went online about this time last year. we've had 0 infections. Previously, we were having sometimes as much as 3,000 viruses per machine, and in the last 12 months, we've had 0. Everything's been stopped.
It's huge.
We're doing advanced monitoring of our server racks, of our power through the SolarWinds software that we have. A big advantage of what we've been able to do this last year is this, where we've replaced 80 hard drives. The policy was in the past, and I think Mary can probably speak to this as well, is anytime a machine was slow or was having to use it, the solution was always, well, you need a faster, you need a good machine, yours is old. And there are old machines in here, but we were able to breathe new life into them by replacing a few of the internal components. We were seeing machines that normally take 3 minutes, just when you turn them on you can log into them, taking 3 minutes, have now gone down to less than 10 seconds. So that's a dramatic increase in the performance of the machine. Otherwise, if we took the policy that was here previous before I came on board, where we replaced those machines, you're talking about replacing 80 machines at about $1,000 a piece. That's $80,000 that we've normally done. We've been able to do that for about $8,000 by just replacing equipment. So a potential, it's not an actual savings, but a potential savings of $72,000 would have happened this year if we would have adhered to the same policies we had before, where we just replaced the machine.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you've been keeping parts and supplies available for Andrew, so when he doesn't have a help desk call or something, he's able to rebuild that right there.
Yeah, that's been a big help to us. Al lets us use a storage room over there, and we've been able to stock certain parts that we know we need on a regular basis, keyboard mice, cables, UPSs, things like that. So we don't have to wait the 2 or 3 days when a part goes
Right.
out. We can replace it right then, get it back online, and then replenish that stock later. So we keep a certain amount of inventory.
That doesn't have to be the climate. It's a storage,
No.
does it?
Yeah, and that building's climate controlled enough that it's okay. We've done minor things like the ability to give people the ability to check your voicemail outside the office. People were always saying, well, I didn't get my message until I got back from vacation. Well, we give them the ability, if you want to call the office when you're on vacation, you can check your voicemail, see if you got any encrypted. We're trying to add little functionalities like that. And previously, we didn't have the cameras in the courthouse were not viewable by the jail, and they wanted the ability for the jail to be able to monitor the cameras in case there was an incident. They could dispatch somebody over. We have that capability now. Business card program. I don't know the exact number of departments that we've ordered cards for. So there's been about 43 sets of cards that we've ordered. We were normally paying, I think Sheree said, we're about $60 for a set of 1,000. We're paying $8.50 for 500 now. And we have all the templates built so we can order cards for any department now, Sheriff's Department or for the county.
Was that pretty well publicized through the county that business card users know that you got that?
I sent out a global email to all the users. I probably need to send it out again that says if you need business cards
I'd
to.
recommend you do that. I don't know what y'all maybe have seen come through for approval. Maybe that's why Precision's selling their business, I don't know.
Well, there's some that still order their own, and it's a lot more expensive.
Okay.
And like I said, we've got the templates built. It's literally go in, open the template, change the name, change a few phone numbers and say order. And they're usually here within 5 days, where I had to wait almost 2 months.
Somebody had a Grimes County business card, had a picture of the courthouse on there.
I have
That, is that yours?
but it's through Vistaprint. I paid, I think, $9.99. So
I thought that was pretty cool that we had the courthouse, because that's kind of a standout feature.
You saw that on my business.
That was sent at your desk, so I thought that was pretty cool.
On yours and mine, we have a silhouette of
Right.
the courthouse in the background. So,
But theirs was in color and had flashing lights on it, so it's pretty cool.
The good news is our internet circuit is coming up for renewal in June, and I've been working with DVCOG as well as US Phone and have got them kind of in a pricing war. we've been able to get the price down to about, we're be able to increase the overall internet speed for the county 25%, but reduce our cost by $1,500 a month, so.
Okay, when you say BB Cog, you, and who else?
US Phone.
For the
Yeah,
circuit?
currently,
Yeah, either one can provide us internet,
Mhm.
but and speaking with the judge, that we think it's in our best interest because we're a consortium member with BBCOG to choose BBCOG,
Mhm.
but we kind of put them in a price battle with
Is
US
that
Phone, thinking they might lose.
On the current
business.
internet or upcoming?
We
Well,
already have US Phone.
Right.
on a
But this
3-year
year, coming up, you hoping to get on the fiber ring, is
That's
that what you're
correct.
saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
It's
correct.
supposed to be finished by August, right?
Well, they're talking about July 1st hookup or,
We're trying, I've asked BBCOG to give me an install date because I have to let US Phone know that, because otherwise we'll be paying for BBCOG as well as US Phone while we're in that transition phase. I'm trying to narrow that window down, trying to find out when we need to put our termination date in.
but you did get a month-to-month on US Phone, correct?
I did get a month-to-month on US Phone, and I did get a one-year contract with BBCOG.
Okay.
They will-
Are they still held up in Navasota?
They're between here and Anderson. You'll see them
No,
working on
I'm
the
saying
highway.
at the railroad track.
No, they got
Okay.
that solved.
They, okay,
I'm not
because
sure.
we met 2 weeks ago with them and they hadn't quite worked it out.
Well, Michael Parks last time he spoke, he said we finally got that taken care of. but Hopefully they are. Okay?
The Windows 10 upgrade, we were able to utilize a function of Microsoft. We didn't have to purchase the Windows 10 licenses this past year. So it saves us about $15,000.
Great.
We're able to upgrade everybody to Windows 10, which we've done across the county. Took about 2 hours per machine times about 160 machines. So we spent quite a bit of time, over 5 months upgrading everybody to Windows 10. We have salvage laptops. We took some laptops from the voter's office that were going to be put up for auction. We looked at them. We took one as a test machine. We upgraded some of the internal components. It cost us about $250. But those machines are very viable machines, so we were able to recover 8 of those.
What
which
kind
normally-
were they? Were they a specific kind?
They're HP. They're fairly new, but they just had less inferior components internal to make them cheap.
Okay.
We replaced some of those inferior components internal and breathed new life into them. They work very well.
Good.
We were pleased. We didn't think we could salvage anyone. That's why we took the one and tested it, but it turned out to be pretty good. So we're able to, we'll have some laptops available for next year. Remote access. I know that Al and Lucy and there's a few other people that are starting to use the VPN connectivity. It allows you to connect back to your office computer. If you have an office computer and you have a laptop with you, you can connect back in, and it's just like you're sitting in front of your computer. We're going to enhance that as we go along, where it's more of a transparent environment, but it allowed Lucy, while she was out on surgery, to be able to get into Hill Country, run reports, do whatever she needed to do remotely from her house. So we plan to try to use that capability when people are traveling to conferences and stuff, they can stay connected to the office. So overall, in intangible and tangible costs, estimated at about $163,000 in savings this past year.
Awesome.
That was part of my justification for the
Your
past
salary.
increase in salary.
Well, I felt it necessary coming, because we were doing, when we hired you, we knew that,
Yeah.
you know. You got it. You got what I was saying.
Okay, why don't you pick up with us on about line 305?
That's what I'm saying, when we hired.
We don't use much in office supplies.
Got a steal.
Get to that.
Still, I'd be good.
I've budgeted $1,500 for office supplies this year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're the IT guy. Do you really need $1,500 in supplies?
Probably not. It's probably gonna be less than that.
He shares with the county judge
What you
since he
need? You
lives
need
next
something?
door.
You don't have your list?
Well, I had a list that, oh, here it is, sorry. I know there's a couple of chairs that we want to replace, but like I said, we didn't use them.
That would be out of furniture, right, machinery.
Okay. So yeah, that 1,500 probably can be knocked quite a bit down,
What's quite a bit?
at least half. Probably could be knocked down to probably 500.
You say 500?
Yeah.
Well, in 18, you used 1559,
That was his first year.
Yeah.
okay?
So far, you used 970.
Yeah, because
Oh, no, that's what we
No,
adopted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yeah. I did.
$145 is what he's used this for.
I looked at the wrong thing. Is that right?
Either wind or rain.
and like I said, for office supplies, you know, it's just pen and paper, minor things like that. So we can change that to.
If we just left it at 1,000, that would take away the 530 difference.
He said he could get by with 500.
Oh, 500?
I think so.
Oh. All right, scratch the one.
There's a little bit of rain.
So then you're gonna save 1,030? Okay.
Printer supplies,
He's gonna say what?
I was gonna say, that's not right. He had 970 originally.
So
Well, the difference between original and requested was 530.
Right, but your savings is between what's budgeted this year and what he's requesting.
Okay. So it's what, 470?
Or 30, right? No, 70, I'm sorry. I was looking at the top.
Okay. You've already reduced printer supplies?
yes.
And that's because of your standardization and a better vendor?
Sourcing, yeah, our sourcing's been really good. Like I said, we've reached out to probably 4 different vendors that have all given us quotes, apples to apples. And like I said, they're even surprised that we can get it that cheap.
Is every department, to your knowledge, working with you on printer supplies?
We have a few, Heather's been pretty good about pointing out, hey, I got this invoice for some toner.
Do you know who it is?
Not off the top of my head, I don't. It's very sporadic. It's not like we have, it's road. We just have a few here. I think more than anything, it's probably people just forget and they're ordering office supplies, and so they'll order ink
Right.
through Quill or something.
I'd like to know so we can remind them. And, okay. Not in an ugly way, but I mean, because your prices are very good. All right, 405?
Rentals and contracts. I tried to break down, this is just the maintenance for the copiers. I'm gonna have to work with Jesse on some of this because as part of this budget process, we have some people that are requesting replacement copiers. We have two copiers I know that are over 10 years of age. The one in the county clerk's office and the one in the district attorney's office. We lease in both of those copiers. We're just paying maintenance on them.
And they talked earlier about Judge
Laughlin.
Laughlin's
Yeah,
computer.
He's requesting one for the court over there and to replace the one in his office, the one in the JP3 office. And I've gotten quotes for both of those units. And essentially what we want to do is the treasurer's office is requesting a larger copier for their office, and we were going to take their smaller unit and move it to Judge Laughlin's court office
Mhm.
to replace his small unit that he has there. transfer that.
He was saying that Precision was up for sale, and so he wasn't sure what the arrangement was we had with Precision, so you might want to have that
Right, I'm
conversation.
gonna have to talk to Precision and see, I need to find the exact renewal dates on those maintenance contracts, what the buyout would be, so that we can adjust that for these figures. And that's where I'll have to work with.
Is that a computer we own, a printer we own, or is that, because I remember Judge LaFleur wanted specifically to get it from Precision Printing. Do we own it, or do we
I believe they're
lease
both
it?
being leased.
I think we're
they're being
leased.
I'd have to look.
Okay.
It's $40.15 a month and $25 a month,
Yeah.
so those are on two different ones.
It's two there.
Yeah. It's not a substantial cost, but we want to make sure we account for it if we do swap these copiers out, that we get credit for that, or that they stop the maintenance on those.
There's, this, we have a whole list, like one of the things I've noticed is we budget for extra copies, at least that's what we did in this current year, and I don't believe we put in any money for extra copies, so that will change.
And I'm trying to work with Ubio to make sure that we balance our number of copies that each department requires, so that we don't have these overage charges, but that we're not being gouged on the other side, saying, well, we're gonna give you 30,000 imprints a month when you're only using 10, and being gouged for that. So I'm working with Ubio to try to balance that out, because they will help us, based on our overall usage, help us reduce that numbers. It's not necessarily by copy or by department. They say if you're doing 200,000 imprints a year, we'll reduce your cost per imprint, we'll spread it out across the department. So
Okay.
that's another advantage to going to a single vendor. And I've been very pleased with Ubio. It's the first time I've
Is
ever worked with
Ubio
them.
the same people that used to come? Okay, they changed names.
Yeah.
Documentation.
Documentation, okay.
They've been very good at helping us. When we've asked them to come out, they've been out either the same day or the very next morning. They've always been very helpful. And just based on my limited experience in renting and leasing purchasing copiers, the prices seem comparable, but we haven't shopped apples to apples yet. But
Well, that's a big, well, no, that's the next line. That's the big difference.
Well,
Y'all
that
ha-
line is a big difference too.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
like
I see
10 grand.
by 11,000, that's what you have on here.
Yeah, so definitely need to get together and do some research on it. And I think really the only ones you have listed are the ones with UVO. You didn't make sure on, did you go
Um,
through like the precision ones and those different? Because I know we're trying to get to where you're at, where it's just one, where it's just UVO, but we still have others that are with different companies.
yeah, I think I did include like the JP3
Did you? Okay.
and the county clerks, which is with,
Xerox.
it's with Xerox. I did include those even though they're with different
What
companies.
about voters? I know they had, at one time, they had theirs.
They're
with
They've
Precision.
they've requested a copier as well, and they're with
Precision.
Precision.
Well, they have two different ones, right?
Voters
Voters-
just has one.
They have, well, okay, then they have a maintenance contract and then they have a lease. Is that correct?
No, I think they purchased that
I think they
copier.
purchased that copier.
We just have the maintenance agreement on that one.
And how much was that? Do you know, $25?
I don't know.
I don't
Okay,
remember.
so I'll need to check into that.
What about Ag Extension? Is that,
If they're on there.
okay,
Yeah,
They're with Dayhill.
Jay Hill?
Actually, Ag Extension, yeah, 41180. You have 41184. Were they one of the ones getting a new one? No, that's right, because that had about 430.
right. Yeah, they're not getting a new one.
County attorney, he mentioned something there in his, it still works, but did he say?
He said he was gonna work until it died, he just didn't know when it was gonna die.
Yeah, it's over 10 years old.
Yeah, but that it still works.
Yeah.
And what about Road and Bridge? I don't see road and bridge.
They've asked for one. It's, they've got a Canon printer scanner
Yes.
device now.
And it's $600 a year.
Right.
I don't see that on,
I have 205.92 a year. That's what,
where is that at on your list?
on 405 at the bottom.
At the bottom? Voters is the last one I have.
I probably got these numbers out.
Later,
Yeah,
okay, all
sorry
right,
about
so
that.
600, how much do you have?
205.92.
0592.
And I have juvenile probation of 485.30, and it was just below voters. That was one.
Now, are you taking over juvenile probations, or that should come out of? Okay, I'll put a note to talk about that. Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked.
Oh, you
about.
asked that too?
No, I was just seeing some expenses from juvenile probation, but it could be just that it was, you know how you do the list of claims and then juvenile probation. And,
Yeah,
you know.
we need to look into that one, because how much do you have for juvenile?
485.30,
A year?
yes.
But we still pay a maintenance, I believe, with the county attorney. Do we not?
Yes.
Okay. So we need to add that maintenance on here as well.
You gonna order lunch in?
All right, that's fine. Go
That
ahead.
sounds good, Julie.
So what you check to see?
Do you know what, do you have record of what we pay county attorney maintenance?
5108 a month is what I have, so about 613 annually.
Pizza?
Commissioner Walker?
Ma'am. I was letting y'all get that straight. No, I'm messing with Cherie. She looked like she needed messing with.
And Jason Curry. That's it. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, item 406, rentals and contracts on telephones.
Mhm. That came way down. Almost $20,000. You look like you wondering.
Well, I need to get with, because it's my understanding on rentals and contracts on telephones, this is outside of enterprise. This is
Windswept,
Windstream.
Windstream.
I'm trying to figure out rentals and contracts for telephones, because that's outside our normal enterprise telephone maintenance repair contract.
Okay. Yeah, because you have to,
Yeah, because telephones is what we spend on circuits, on,
is that the contracts? Because the only difference in the two is it says contracts and one says maintenance, so.
right. Maintenance is like when we have to call them if they've moved offices around, or we have to run a new line, or the phones aren't working, we have to call them up and say, hey, the phones are down in Navasota. That's what repairs and maintenance telephone 410 is.
Okay.
Greg, as of right now, there's been $1,139 spent in that line item for this year.
1139.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what it is, Miss Mary? Does it say?
No. Just got that.
So I requested 600, so it sounds like we probably need to raise that to probably 1,500.
You still have 4 months to go.
Yeah.
So-
We spent 1,100 in the past 8 months.
Maybe
Maybe
2,200 or
Yeah, something like that.
double. I don't know. 2,000?
We split 2,000.
Cut down on all these savings.
Don't get to saving too much to where you cut yourself.
Yeah, I would like to get with you, Mayor, and figure out what's in that 1139 that we can be charged for. Item 407, website services for Sierra. It's a standard charge we get charged every year is $1,500 a year to host our website.
Okay.
It's a flat fee.
So when we changed websites, we didn't, that is the cost now?
When we changed email addresses, we kept the old website, co.grimes.tx.us. Now, we have the right to move that. I just have not had time to work with Cherie, because if we decide we're gonna move away from Easy Task Manager, which is the software, and CIRA, the county government, they host the website, they provide the tools to modify the website. There's a big frustration on Cherie's side of the software that we use to build the site. It doesn't do a lot of things we need it to do.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
So-
well, that's what I was wondering. I
We're
thought I
wanting
heard you
to-
say that.
Yeah, so what would eventually happen is we would move the website to become www.grimescountykexas.gov, but that's a process. And this would go down quite a bit, because then all we have to pay for is the hosting services, which is about $15 a month versus $100 a month. So there'd be about $1,200 a year savings by moving to like a GoDaddy or something and migrate the website.
But this is the current website, website we have.
Right.
Okay.
And CIRA hosts it for us and provides the tools for us to
Okay.
edit to. And it's $1,500 a year.
But I'm gonna have to completely rebuild that when we move.
Yeah, it's a major.
Doesn't just merge, you gotta start all over.
You gotta rebuild every page from scratch.
Yay! Very exciting.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Have you considered working more hours?
Yes, did you put that in the budget?
We did. It was on your list.
Oh.
Item 409, ADT panic buttons. We have approximately 28 panic buttons in the county. The judge has tasked me with doing an audit. I have not done that audit yet. But we're paying about $72.15 a year for them to monitor those panic buttons for us.
I think I need a new battery in mine, because you remember when you were here that evening to install Jay's? Well, we pushed my button, but we never got a call, or the sheriff's department never came by, so.
Well, it may not be the battery either. We had they came and did an audit over there, and it was just a matter of they weren't receiving the signal.
Yeah.
No, I've had that one ever since we got it, so. It's major, it could be that, or it could be.
Al said he would help me with that audit since he worked with it before.
Yeah, we just did one, and I think I talked to you about the juvenile probation. They probably needed more than any of
Well,
us.
yeah, and she originally requested, we thought maybe 4, she's knocked that down to just 2, and that's what I have. on
Okay,
this budget.
good.
The buttons only cost us a one-time charge of $100 for the button, per button, and then it's added to the monthly maintenance. We're paying about $520 a month for all the panic buttons.
And the constable's office, I think that was, and his office was the only other office in our building, but I'm more concerned about the constable.
And you could, I didn't even know I had, okay, you could scratch any panic button from there.
You just carry it in.
No, they didn't, it wasn't one. It wasn't one.
We'll leave it there.
But I'm gonna ask the question, is there any of the county that's currently covered by the panic buttons, and if the panic button is pushed, then the sheriff's office knows where to respond?
That's what the audit's gonna tell us, is make sure that buttons that were assigned to a person, they had to be given a geocode as to their location. So when I give one to Philip, they had to put in the system, Philip is located at 205 Veterans Memorial Drive, whatever building and stuff. And that's part of that audit process, is do the batteries work in the thing? Is it receiving signal? And where's its 911 location?
And that's what we just did, so it should be current.
Do you have one in your office?
Because I'm there sometimes on Fridays by myself. And it's a scary office. Cause I can't get to probation if I needed to.
I go in your office, I just get lost going up that hall.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know what's gonna be around the next bend. Stop, Pam.
He's over there.
Next item,
Excuse
line
me,
item
yeah.
410, this is the repairs and maintenance telephone. I'm gonna try to get this reduced because we've had a lot of people moving offices, and every time we have to turn in a request, hey, I need to change the name on this phone, I need to move it to this wall, they have to go in the system and do that, and they charge us a minimum charge of $125 to do that.
But
We've
what's-
had a lot of those.
What is the 400 and something they changed?
We've
Is
had-
that installing a
Yeah,
line?
installing lines, and some of these old buildings, it takes a long time to install,
Okay.
get through some of the ceiling, some of the junk up in the ceiling. But especially name change, extension changes, things like that, which we can do fairly easy. You know, we may have two people move lines, that costs us $250, which if they will come in, install the system on mine and Andrew's computer, we can make those changes
Okay,
ourselves.
good.
So hopefully that will.
Well, you've only spent $3,300 to date.
What's that?
You've only spent $3,300 to date
Uh,
on that
For this year.
for this year,
oh, yeah,
which is on pace for about 7,000, I guess.
yeah.
But did he request more?
Mhm.
Well, I had on my figures, 9875 is what we spent so far this year.
No, that's your original.
That's your budget.
That was your budget,
Oh,
but you spent 3,300.
I don't see the 3,300.
You're not
Well,
gonna
It's-
see
it's
It's not
on-
on that sheet. It's on our
Usage
budget.
Got secret reports.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
So-
said we're probably on track to spend about 7 versus, so we could lower that to
To 7.
7,000. Item 415, on your sheet, does it show what we spent year to date on 415?
54,500.
So,
So yeah, 100,000 is pretty much on pace probably.
yeah, we may be a little under that.
After
He-
we finish our audit and stuff of the
Telephone's
telephone
making
bill,
this.
I think we'll be able to reduce that, but we can't do anything about it
Yeah,
until.
Well, you
So leave it
reduced
right
it,
there
he
for now.
reduced it.
He reduced it by
Yeah.
10 already.
Yeah, we were originally at 100, I reduced it to 90. Like you said, we only spent 54 to date in the first 8 months, so we're probably on target to be around the 90,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we hopefully will be under.
So leave it
Well,
the same.
to date is 416, so.
So he said leave it
7
90.
months, 6.5, 7 months.
I wouldn't.
Item 416, our internet, that will again come due in end of June.
Mhm.
We've been able to negotiate, that's gonna drop quite a bit. I requested 36,000 because we didn't have the budget, we didn't have the quote back from them.
Mhm.
So we're looking at 2,500 times 12.
Greg, the fairgrounds has requested money
Wi-Fi.
put in their budget for Wi-Fi. And I wanted to see if they had talked to you about that.
He said he had money in the budget. I told him, I spoke to the judge, he was looking to see if we had a solution out there. We don't today, but we're working with GrimesCounty.net, and they came by the office last week. They had some great proposals. Barbara's been working with them to help get internet for the citizens. And Mr. Dobianski is putting a tower on his property to provide services for residents in his area. But they think they can put they can see the sheriff's tower from the fairgrounds. And he said we might be able to put internet in for free for the fairgrounds and create a situation where it could be a revenue generating stream for the county when they have venues out there where vendors need to swap credit cards. He said we will provide the internet service for them at a cost, and whatever they charge, you get a percentage back to the county on that. We can do it that way, or we can provide free internet for them, but there is a solution we're looking at. They're supposed to give us a quote. They thought they could do the whole installation for about $2,000 and provide wide range of internet for the fairgrounds out there for all the buildings. Right now, we just have a DSL connection that if he wants to set it up for like Ducks Unlimited, he's got to go in his office, unplug the fax machine, and plug his internet into that machine. We're sitting there running a phone cord all the way 200 yards across the yard to the big building where, and then all those vendors have to share that slow single line. So
That's good.
the ability to attract venues at the fairgrounds will go up if you can say, we have wide spectrum of internet that everybody can use. More events are more likely to take place at the fairgrounds if we have the ability to have the internet there. So that could be a generating stream for the county as well.
And for the telephones, it would be 30,000, 2,500 times 12 is what you
Yeah,
said.
30,000.
So do you want to reduce the 36 to 30?
Yes. And we're able to reduce that down to a one-year contract, so we're not locked into 3-year pricing. They gave us 3-year pricing, but it's not a substantial amount of savings. It is, but I've learned in the technology world, it changes really fast. And next year, we might be able to get even double speeds for the same price, where if we're locked into a 3-year contract, we're not going to be able to do that. Item 420, professional services. Throughout the year, time to time, we have to have AV consultants come in, right? Like last Friday, we are having consultants help us with the audio-video system in the courthouse. It's real bad. The wiring's all messed up. The sound needs to be tweaked. So we hire consultants like in that. We have networking consultants come in that help us with the internet connections, with Wi-Fi, with cabling some of the offices. We've got a few offices that we still need to clean up the cabling, especially at the jail's office. Nothing's labeled. We've got tons of equipment, wires scattered everywhere. So I don't have specific items, because we don't know time to time when we have an issue. Like Al's HVAC system lost connectivity to the network, and we spent days trying to figure out what it is. Well, finally, we have to get somebody in to help us troubleshoot. So I have instances like that, but I don't have specific project items. So I don't know how you discretionary spending. I'm not sure how I would word that, but I do need to have ability for unforeseen things that come up in AV networking or phone services. Where we
Kind of like repair and maintenance. I mean, you don't know what's going to break down, but you put a number in there just in case, so.
Yeah.
Well, you
okay.
spent $4,000 year to date, so, I mean, is it,
And I've still got some in this budget
That's
that I
probably
need,
gonna have
yeah.
to-
So that 4,000 is probably gonna be closer to 12,
yeah.
maybe even more. Because we do have some things that we're doing in the courtroom and things that we're doing in the sheriff's office. So, and I know we've got an antenna to run for Al's office, and they're gonna be repairing the antenna at the sheriff's office.
So a lot of that will be done in this
It
year's
will
budget.
be done in
and
this
then-
year's budget, but I don't know what's gonna come up next year.
Yeah.
Because we do have some equipment that we'll probably need to replace next year that's related to networking and phones. So I'm hoping to keep it, way under the 20,000, but I'm just trying to make sure that I've got coverage there.
So you want to increase that 1,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sarah, email. Because of the systems that we use, like the Hill Country payroll, the copier scanners, they have to communicate with email systems, and because Office 365 is a very secure environment, Hill Country and that software is very old software. They have not written the controls in those softwares to use the new advanced email systems. So when we tried to migrate everybody away from Sierra, we had to leave 2 email addresses, one for the copier scanners and one for the payroll systems. They're $4 a month. Well, actually, there's a third one as well. They're $4 a month for those accounts until we can either get away from Hill Country, get the firmware upgraded on all the copiers so we can use the Office 365 mail. Then this account will completely go away. It's $300 a year. Dues and subscriptions. This is memberships to Forbes Technology Council seat and just miscellaneous memberships that councils that I'm on, serve on. The last one, software, that's the big one, or not the last one, but 426 software. And this one we're gonna have to work with Mary on, because the push and the desire, I think, of the county is still to get on a common software system. And it looks like most of the people, if not all, are very receptive to moving everything to LGS and FI, which is integrated to LGS. We still have some people on Hill Country, the JP3 offices. They have not rolled out the JP office modules yet. They're rolling out the first one this week as a test environment, but we would follow closely behind them probably in the fall sometime. So could we move the JP offices today? No, but probably if things worked out well, the JP offices were receptive to it, the software was ready, we could move them at the first of the budget year, probably time frame, so JP 1, 2, and 3. So I have those in here, but I also have the Hill Country cost. Because we don't know when we're gonna move, we're gonna have to pay.
So you have both costs in there.
Right, but what Hill Country's told Mary is that if we decide to go to LGS, we won't have to pay for LGS this budget year. They'll use the cost that we were paying for Hill Country to cover that. So it won't be dual cost, they're gonna ignore that cost for LGS. But it is included in here just to make sure that we.
So this number could be less. is
Could
it?
be substantially less.
I gave you the quotes for what they turned in for the JPs.
Yeah, and I put them on the sheet, and Jesse won't have those numbers. I put those in yesterday,
Okay.
so the figure you're probably looking at right now, the figure that I have with all the new LGS and FI costs is at about $235,000. $235,553.
Is that what you want us to reduce that to? Because you gave us $249.
Do you still have New Dawn in there or German Technology?
Oh, I don't have New Dawn in there.
That's because we paid it out of Fund 24.
That's right, I have no idea, told you. Why, I don't think the cost would be substantially less with FI and Hill Country, because Hill Country is only $5,000. And if FI is gonna reduce, it would only be a reduction of $5,000, right?
Well, but you have 4,300 for JP3, 3,000 for JP1, 3,000 for JP2, and 4,700 for the auditors. Hill Country.
They would be moving to FI, the JPs.
No, they'll be moving to LGS.
And LGS, I thought was more.
It is a little more, but I don't think it's a lot more.
And we need to look at if Hill Country, because I know one JP, their Hill Country comes out at Fund 33, the technology.
All three of them.
Do all three of them? Okay.
Come out of Fund 23.
At 33, yeah.
That's a JP Technology Fund.
And as long as they have funds, that is something to keep in mind though, because those funds will run out. And so the county will need to pick those up. But do you have, like, when they move to LGS, is there any quotes or anything? Is the price gonna stay the same? Do you know?
For the FI,
Well, no, FI we know, but
For the
JP.
three JPs, what I gave you this morning.
yeah.
Oh, you gave them the quotes.
Uh-huh.
So you're saying those can be taken out of technology fund, the JP
Yes, well,
three?
how much were they?
JPs.
What was the quote?
What were the quotes on those, Greg?
For JP 1, 2, and 3, to move to LGS. I just have the FI, I don't have the move to
Well,
LGS.
I gave you in here this morning, I gave you those quotes.
Thank you.
And there's one for each JP because they have different amount of use.
Oh, I do have those numbers. Well, I have what LGS is gonna charge us. Is that what you wanna know?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're gonna do a paperless society. It can make it so much easier.
Will we ever
I
get
had
away?
5560 for the JP 1,
Okay, and what about JP two?
4900,
4,900.
And-
And what about JP three?
6220. And that includes training, migration, data migration, and the first year's maintenance license costs. Those are-
So what would it-
16,680.
Yeah.
All three of those. So there's gonna be not a price reduction, I think.
Well, that was the installation area. What would the I guess you said the maintenance and licensing after that?
Separated out, how much is it?
License, maintenance, and first year for JP 1's 5560.
No, that
No.
includes installation and
The
everything.
one that's the 1 year, that has the 1 year fee.
What will the following
What will
years
it
be?
be next
Yeah.
year, is what he's getting
Oh,
at.
Yeah. What's the continuing fee?
Continuing fee for, this is the JP3's office, would be whatever 320 times 12 is. It's 320 a month is the ongoing,
Okay,
and that's for 4 licenses.
and then the next one?
The next one is JP2's office, its ongoing would be 210 times 12.
Why are these different if they're all JPs?
Different, because of the number of people on it.
Oh, I know the number of license, oh, it goes down, it goes up the more people, I mean, you would think the price per license.
Well, 1 and 2 ought to be similar. What's 1?
JP1 is 265 a month times 12, it's 3180 a year.
And how many licenses are JP one?
JP1 is 3, JP2 is 2, I think. Double check. Yeah, JP2 is 2, and the JP3, I believe, is 4. Yeah, the JP3 is 4 licenses.
Okay, so ultimately it's cheaper than what we're paying for Hill Country.
Okay.
It's
well, that's
It
good.
will be, yeah.
38,
Yeah.
40.
And there's a a fund balance that
But
can
it's
pay
the
for that
fund.
in the initial year.
Well, what we're currently paying on New Dawn is 16,380, and what we will be paying after, the next year would be 3,840, 9,540.
9,500.
$9,540, that would be in 21. Because 20 is going to be more expensive because of your conversion, training, et cetera, installation, all that business.
Okay.
So
That's
maybe
pretty good.
pay
Ma'am?
for- Maybe pay for the first year out of general, and then after that, pay for the difference out of general.
Fine.
Well, I think we would say, 23,000 in there right now?
There's 23,000 in there right now, yeah.
And they generate about 9 a
And generate
year.
about 9, so it'll kind of be a break
They
even
would
after
be
that.
within 500 of their
So
technology.
pay for all of it then, out of Fund 33? That's what
I
I'm
would think
asking.
so.
I would.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Jesse, whenever the JPs do move over, They're gonna get credit for what they've already paid this year from Bill Country.
Yeah, they do it within the, depending on.
Then that would go back into that would go back into their technology fund.
Yes,
Well, they're not
if it-
gonna give us a refund, it's just gonna be credited towards the LGS account.
Okay, so it'd be less than the,
then the
Cool.
16.
So with that number-
Yeah,
On the software sheet.
yeah, I think so.
so leave it the same right now, Greg?
Yeah, I'd say let's leave it the same until I can visit with Jesse and we can see where some of these adjustments are gonna be made.
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't need to worry about just where any of that, any of the software, that's gonna be handled out of Fund 24.
That's handled out of Fund 24, I think we need to address the board on
Yeah. We're supposed to meet today about that.
that. I know, we had an appointment at 5 o'clock until the schedule got changed.
We're gonna talk about. just
Well,
where-
if we have to visit with him later, I mean,
Yeah, what we're trying to do is we're trying to settle the Justware account.
Right.
It's drug on for 5 years.
Right.
Justware's demanding payment because they say they've done certain things on the project, which they have. And we're saying there are certain things they haven't done. We're trying to come to an agreement of what they say we owe versus what we know we've paid. What percentage of the project they've completed versus what we say is completed. And the indication on our base, talking to Tuck and Michelle, and the consensus, I think, of the people who use Justware, besides the DA's offices, we want to wash our hands of Justware. They're still using it, but they want to move away to LGS, something that's more integrated. We need to settle this account and get it behind us. It's
Okay.
taking up everybody's time and it's costing us.
it is.
So we're trying to think overall, over the life of the project, they say we basically owe $360,000. A portion of that we've already paid, but they're they're asking payment for other portions, and we're saying we don't owe that. And that's what we're trying to come to an agreement on.
Yeah.
And that's what Mary and I were gonna sit down and look at all the invoices that have been paid, all the invoices have been sent in, compare that with the project scope and just to determine. Mary feels confident that we owe them nothing, possibly, and possibly even.
Yeah, because they originally said they would do some of the conversion and,
We're showing only somewhere between 10 and 20% of that conversion that's been done.
And we paid them $123,500 up front.
Are y'all having a conversation with them, or you two just having a conversation?
We'll have a conversation, look at the figures, and then she and I will draft, I guess, a letter that John C. will see, and we'll present it to Justware and say,
Okay.
this is where we think we stand.
Because if you were having a conversation with them, I'm glad to set in
Okay.
that conversation. I don't want to do anything unethical by using judge authority, but
And to not discredit Justware, they've been very accommodating. They haven't pushed us on it. They haven't been threatening or anything like that.
but we need to come to a conclusion.
Yeah, needs to come to a
Okay.
conclusion.
To go back up really quick to 406, currently what's coming through, we're asking you to know what came out of that. And so Windstream is coming out of that, out of the rentals and contracts telephone, and you're paying basically $190 a month. So 190 times 12 is $22.80, or you can just go to $200 a month, and times 12 would be $2,400, but it needs to be more than $2,000.
Okay.
So either 2,300 or 2,400.
Let's do 2,400.
I'm sorry, that's on 406?
406.
You're going from 600?
No, you're going from 2,000 to 2,400. He had changed
He had
it.
changed it to request 600, but it needs to be more.
And then more is what? Total?
2,400.
Thank you. By the way, I want to compliment you for presenting a page for each line item. I know that's more paper, but it's really nice to make notes on and keep track of it. So,
And it signs for in the middle of the budget year. You can see what you budgeted for it.
Yeah.
That was on there.
I'll continue to go through the software.
Yes, please.
426. iWorks, that's the software that maintenance, Al is started using this year for maintenance tickets, and Road and Bridge uses to track their work procedures in their office. That's the annual maintenance cost for both those software. TeamViewer is what we use for remote into machines to get access to assist users. SolarWinds is the software used to monitor our network, all aspects of our network. It's one of the pieces we use. Manage Engine is our help desk. Smart Deploy is the software we use to rebuild machines by. It cuts our time dramatically down in rebuilding machines. Able to Extract is the software that the auditors and the treasurers use to take PDF files and spreadsheet files or reports to convert them to spreadsheets. Very powerful, useful tool they use on a regular basis.
We may not have to use that once we get on the phone.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
we always need. Can we get the new version, like the treasurer's office, or does that cost,
There is an upgrade cost. It's not very expensive. I think we're talking a little over $100 to upgrade to the latest version. I'd have to just go back and get quotes for, because we're on all different versions of Able to Extract, from version 8 to version 9 to version 12, I think.
oh, okay.
Different offices, but I can find out.
Yeah.
This antivirus for $37,000, I'm trying to get a quote back on that. There's some discussion about that. I think that figure's too high. I'm trying to get a quote back, and we're trying to negotiate down, and what I'm trying to determine, I don't know if you remember last year, when we were hit with the Emotet virus, it was too much for us to try to remediate ourselves, and we paid the $26,000 at that time for this company to come in, remediate the virus, and put a year's worth of 24/7 monitoring on that environment. And they've been a big help in doing that. The decision I have to make is, do we want to continue that service this next year? It's around 26,000. We may be able to get a little bit less, but that's included in that 37,000. I'm having a hard time swallowing 37,000 for antivirus. But if one infection gets past this, what's the damage and what's it gonna do to us? So it's kind of an insurance policy. I don't feel real good about paying 37,000. So I'm waiting on final quotes to say, are they really coming at 37? Is it 35? Is it 32? And then make a determination there whether I want to submit it to the Commissioner's Court saying, I feel it's worth the insurance that we pay for the protection that we get. Or I say, I think we've got a well enough handle on it that we don't need this 24/7 monitoring anymore. And the cost would be around $9,000 to $10,000.
But your worst case scenario right now is 37,000, that's what your budget is.
Greg,
I will say at the auditors conference, we have a breakout session where we meet in groups, county size groups, and everybody was talking about, some of them had been breached and it was costing them exponential amount of money. And so I think for peace of mind, I think we need to have it, because if we do get breached, there's no telling how much it costs.
I don't think there's any denying we need it or not. Your plan though is to see if you can get it from 37 down to 9 or 10,000.
Yeah, or somewhere between 10 and 26,000. I want to try to reduce that number quite a bit. Barbara did turn me on to a organization out of Texas A&M University. It's their cybersecurity division, and they help counties and cities. They provide similar services to this company. I'm going to meet with them next Friday, because they're trying to reach out to small counties, provide similar, if not same, services at a reduced rate. I don't know what that rate is or what they can provide, but I'm going next Friday to tour their facilities, talk to their chief information officer, and seeing what they can provide. So my goal is, this is worst case scenario, I'm hoping to get it down.
Okay.
In my mind, we've built a very good foundation and have a lot of money invested, and I want you to get what we need. prefer that we cut corners in each individual area.
Our Azure backup, that's approximately we back up 56 machines today across the county, what we consider critical machines, like the judge's machine, the district clerk's, Vanessa's machine, Diane LaFleur's, the key department heads, we back up their physical computers as well as we back up the servers. And it's based on strictly on how much storage. So if Vanessa's copying 500 million files to her computer, I gotta back that up. Our backup costs go up because we're backing up more files. So it kind of fluctuates. We try to keep an eye on it, but it has grown because we're noticing more and more people, I guess, doing more and more work, copying more and more files. But that's approximately what the cost is for our backups.
Greg, I know whenever the sheriff's office was in here, they were talking about having more and more video, and that eats up a lot of cloud storage.
I thought they actually had the physical drives.
Yeah.
Does this include backing up all those videos?
We've got a different solution in the sheriff's office. We've got what's called a storage appliance. It's basically a single appliance, but it's got 3 constant copies of that data on separate drives at any given time. Now, a catastrophic event would be if a meteorite hit the sheriff's office, we've lost that data because that copy resides there at the sheriff's office. My long-term goal and plan is, I don't have it in this year's budget, is to have some type of tape backup solution, because if we back up the amount of data you're talking about for the sheriff's department, even the county, to the cloud, that can get real expensive real fast, because we're talking terabytes of data. Your backup cost would be over $10,000 a month just to back up to the cloud. If I can put a tape solution in, I can put that in for less than $20,000, and I can back up hundreds of terabytes on a regular basis. I can keep those tapes offsite at the local bank, which we used to do. We would back them up once a week. We'd put a full copy in a safety deposit box at the local bank. So if that building burned down, we could always go to the bank and get those tapes. So we're looking at a long-term strategy to cover not only the county but the sheriff's office without incurring huge cloud backup costs. Because the amount of data that's starting to happen, even in the county, as well as the sheriff's office, people just lose sight of how much a gigabyte is and how much terabyte is, and it picks up quick. So to answer your question, we have backups, but it's not offsite backups. We do for the county, everything's backed up to the cloud, but not for the sheriff's office. Parts of the sheriff's office, but not the surveillance videos, the body cams.
And is that the same thing in the DA's office?
Yes, we backed up everything to the cloud for the DA's office. This Engage server, we have a system that records all the calls that come into the sheriff's office it's required by law. When anything comes into dispatch or comes off, they have to record it. That Engage server is very outdated. The last time it was updated was in 2010, and we're having all kinds of issues with it, and they're going to stop supporting it this year, the version that we're on. So we have to get that updated. There's been some talk of looking at different systems that are a little bit more expensive. This one's worked well, and it's 10 years old. I'm sure the newer version has many new bells and whistles and features that would be substantial, so that's a minimal cost. Typically, a system called NICE, which would be a competitor to this, is about $20,000 plus implementation costs. So, Uptime Robot, we use that as a secondary tool to notify us via our phone when circuits go down in the county and stuff. So I instantly get a text message when we have circuits go down. Office 365 for the licenses to cover all users in the county. We have 150 at 180 per year per user. Plus, we have a few that are just mailboxes, people that just have mailboxes. Adobe, we're finding that
more and more people are using the full version of Adobe Acrobat. I know Cherie uses it, I know Vanessa uses it. It's becoming a very powerful tool, and it's about $100 a year per user. But I'm seeing great benefit by putting it on people's computer. We never get it finished on here.
You could get it, it was something with our
It's your
system.
internet, yeah.
Mhm.
But we're finding more and more people are needing it, and there's a big need for it. So I'm recommending that we continue to expand that. There's going to be a lot of benefit of people being able to edit PDFs directly. Because what I've watched people try to edit a PDF in Word or something, and they will spend hours adding just a little bit of text to a document, which could have been done in less than a minute with the
Right.
full Adobe Acrobat. So the production, the enhanced productivity savings pay for itself just in one application. I see it all the time across the county.
Yeah.
Asset management, we don't have an asset management system that allows us for a server to go out and say, poll every computer, tell me how much hard disk space, memory, when the last time the hard drive crashed, or is it out of patches, which patches it's missing, what kind of monitor it has, a full asset inventory of what we've got in the county. We need software that will go out and tell us that information. So I know exactly the age of computers. I can tell which computers are low on memory. I can see graphs over time that says, this person in this department, their CPU was maxed at 80% all day long. Well, how inefficient is that for that user if they're frustrated with their computer being low? I can't see that unless they tell me, and they may not know any different if that's what they're always used to. I just always thought my computer was that, so I just thought that's the way things were. But we can tell if we've got visibility into the environment, and asset management helps us, maintain our inventory over time. The Microsoft OS licenses, we have a few computers throughout the year through new hires, through computers that get lost or get stolen or no longer used, burns up in a patrol car when they flip the car. We've had that, so we have to allow for certain licenses we buy throughout the year. WatchGuard maintenance, I'm not sure where this is going to fall. It's only used by the sheriff's department, so it'll probably come out of the sheriff's budget.
They didn't budget for it, I don't believe.
Okay. Anyway, WatchGuard is the system they use to store all their body cams and police dash cams. It's a new system they've gone to, and the maintenance is based on how many videos you have and how many cameras and stuff you have.
Is that the system where that when they just walk in, it automatically detects it and downloads it?
Yeah. And that software system is called WatchGuard. So they're trying to get us, we spoke with them yesterday on the phone, me and Blake Balvino, they're trying to get us a final real cost estimate for the budget. We told them we needed it. We estimated based on our conversation with them about $40,000 a year, but we don't know if it's going to change much. So because they've been on a system called Safety Vision, and it's not on here, so I'm assuming it's in the sheriff's budget.
Yeah.
Safety Vision. Okay. They're moving away from that to WatchGuard, but they're not on it yet. They're on the Express version, which is kind of the free trial version. They've been on it for a year. We're in the process of Blake and I migrating to the real system in about a month, less than a month. So Microsoft Visio, there's a lot of network document diagrams, something I need to be able to do, and I'm requesting a single seat license for myself. It's a drafting program that allows you to draw network diagrams. And then I have all the FI figures, and I'm not sure, where does your list stop at DA hosted?
What is the, County Court of Law Justice hosting license? Is that JustWare?
Which one?
The $28,231 County Court of Law?
Just above Microsoft Video.
Visio. I think the list you're reading on is different from the list originally given.
Yeah, I don't have any figures for are they in red?
Or-
No, well, they may be, it's
Yeah,
not
they've
on
got
mine.
Does it say Fund 24 to the side?
No, it doesn't. Do you want to see it?
Here you go, Greg. Down at the bottom.
Yeah, those were just where figures I had originally plugged in, so you can remove those. The 28, the two line items, DA's office just where and CCL just.
Scratch those?
Posted,
Now, I
yeah.
didn't think they don't come out with budget.
Yeah, they'll come out on Fund 24.
I didn't think they were on it anymore. The county court of law.
Yeah, they're still using, and that's what JustWare's demanding. They say, we're seeing 90 cases a month being put into JustWare by the county court of law, and we want payment because y'all are using it. And that's where the debate is. They're demanding hosting fees, which is about 15 to 20,000 a year, because they are putting cases, Tuck and Michelle are putting cases in JustWare. They're still using it, and that's where JustWare is demanding that they get payment for those.
So is there a plan to not use it next year?
I think, we haven't got.
They're going to LGS.
Yeah.
That's
The
what I
goal
thought.
is to go to LGS.
They already have LGS.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah. So maybe
Pretty
there's,
So we're gonna scratch that then.
well, but we're in a contract. We're under a contract with
Yes.
them, I believe. And so it's not
That's
just a
why they
matter
said they
of we're
had to
not-
look at the contract.
That's what Mary and I are gonna look at to try to figure out how soon
Okay,
to cut
that-
that.
that's
contract.
part of that discussion. Okay.
Is that gonna affect your figure on 426 over here?
Yes, yeah. when
Well,
you
no,
remove
not
it.
just where, yes, it'll make it,
Yeah. And you
Yeah,
reduce it.
it'll
by those
reduce
two-
it.
two figures.
The $63,762 between DA and county court.
So he'll reduce it.
Yeah, because it'll reduce in my budget, but
It'll be in Newton
New Dawn's.
or terminal technology, whatever they call
But
it.
there's almost $300,000 in the fund balance, so I see no sense in it.
Okay.
Can we move that out of that?
Yes.
Yeah, we can, once the contract is settled and stuff, we certainly can.
Now, Greg, is my,
Isn't that great, that contract's gonna be settled that
Well,
soon?
that you're still gonna have, until the DA decides whether or not she's gonna convert to LGS, they'll still be using. the-
You might lose some licenses, is that,
Yeah, and their licenses for this next year are gonna be 36.
Yeah, so you'll save 28,000 just by settling the county court of law.
Yeah, for sure, this figure will go away, 2239. The DA is still using, so they just renewed their license, didn't they? I think last month.
Greg, what about my court on LGS? Is that figured in
It's
anywhere?
figured in- You're covered in here, yes.
I'm covered in here where?
Under the district clerk licenses, I believe.
Really?
I think so. I think they tacked that onto that same.
Can you look at the proposals I sent you a week or two ago?
Well, we just added him to LGS about a month, 2 months ago. I mean, we haven't got him set up yet. We haven't got LGS installed on Cherie's computer, but we did purchase the licenses.
2 of them?
Yes. One for the judge and one for Judge McKay. The
Okay.
district court.
What about for the county clerk? Are y'all gonna, are they gonna have access, is the judge gonna have access to the county clerk stuff as well?
That's what all of them.
Should.
They
All different on
should.
LGS, yeah.
They've got to tweak the settings in LGS just to allow them access, but
You can look up case numbers,
yeah.
should be, in probate and stuff.
I think they call it a view only, well, his is not a view only, but I know we purchased licenses for the judge and for the district judge.
Okay.
I don't know how that works, but you should be able to if we're all on the same network.
Yeah, it was,
And we don't need to do, I mean, I would want at least the view only, but then whatever Cherie has, she can,
right,
Yeah,
I
like
think
if
y'all
she
were
needs
gonna
to
share.
enter case information, she should be
Right.
able to do
Yeah, I
that,
think
yeah.
y'all were gonna share that single license.
okay, all right. Fair
Because
enough.
They knew that y'all both weren't gonna be in it at the same time.
Right.
And then you asked what do we have? We still have Vizio and then FI.
Okay, and then FI, where does your FI stop after the DA hosted 6 licenses? Or is it on the next page?
Microsoft Visio, it's after Microsoft Visio, or
Because I have 6 entries for FI now.
6 entries.
I have, for the auditor's office, I've got
That
39,240
covers all of our, that covers everybody that's gonna be on.
for the whole county.
Well, that covers for the licenses, the concurrent licenses and stuff that we're gonna be using
Yeah, I had that just for the treasurers and the auditors.
and HR.
But you have 6 lines, so
But
that's,
then I've got the judge.
he's not gonna be on FI.
We had a quote though for the judge to be on F5.
The judge me? I want more than me.
Grimes County Judge.
Is that FI or LGS?
I'm sorry, that's LGS, correct. I had it labeled wrong.
When we go back to this, we'll be able to keep track of this a lot better.
Yeah. Push your button.
I'm gonna bring it on here.
Okay, so we've got the 39,240 FI for the auditors, treasurers, and HR.
You have 39,240? Yeah. Is that
Bingo.
what you said?
Yeah.
That's a match.
And then the only other entry to have for FI would be the JP offices, correct?
And that would be LGS.
That's LGS.
All these companies, I know.
Yeah. Okay. All right, then,
And your JPs are already included up at the top.
in which,
Hill Country, and then you give us the new figures for,
so we just have the one entry for FI.
And just to point out really quick, because you said little iPads, if we do, if and when we get the FI system, we're able to, on a little tablet or whatever, access our stuff. Like, we don't have to remote in or use any of that. It's the internet based. So like, if you're here and you're like, well, how much did we spend? It's a click of the button. So I got
We
you
need to start with that.
Yeah.
for the paperless.
Was that it?
That was it on software.
You mean all this in
I
a
had to
notebook,
do
in a
it.
tablet?
Cell phones, 410, that's just for Andrew and I. We're both on unlimited because we're never at our offices. So our desk phones are transferred to our cell, so our cell usage is higher than most people's. We get about 40 calls a day, 20 each.
On his sheet, your cell phone, it should be 433 instead.
You're not in your office much.
We find that people still, they, even though we have cell phones, they still call our office phone. And if we're ever out helping somebody, then we come back and we spend all of our time checking messages, trying to return calls, but they're not there. We leave a message, then we gotta leave it again, and then they call us back. We found it's a lot easier just to transfer our office phone to our cell phone. That way we never miss a call. Because a lot of times we'll be in Iowa, we'll be in Minnesota, we'll be at the DA's office or something. We just miss calls, so we just found it was easier to just transfer everything to ourselves. Plus, we're on call.
Travel and conferences. I put down the LGS conference. Now, I assume this includes hotel plus the conference fees.
Yeah.
And I didn't have exact figures. I tried to base it off of some numbers that people had given me for what they charged for conferences and stuff last year, what I paid for the TAG ITM conference this year. And there's a couple of cybersecurity conferences they had in San Antonio and Austin last year that we didn't get to go to that I budgeted for this year.
Are you taking Andrew with you on this?
Yeah, I tried to take it with him. He went with us to the Texas TJ. It was in Austin last week. We drove up for the day and then drove back. We looked at camera security systems for jails at the Vendor Expo.
So this includes hotel and per diem?
Yeah.
Rick, earlier we were talking about magistration, and I know that the jail has some equipment over there. Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, we talked, I demoed a really, what I thought was a very nice video magistrate system. It's called Video Magistrate. They're based out of Dallas. I met the gentleman, I went through the demo with the gentleman in a webinar, but I got to meet him last week in Austin. It's a, in my opinion, it's a phenomenal system for Video Magistrate because you can sign documents real time across that video connection. The defendant can see the document as the judge is going through it on his end, and the judge can see it on his end. It keeps those records in the cloud for years, so if you ever need to go back and see what was said on the video and what was talked about in the document, who signed what, they keep all those records. Chris Accord and Lester Underwood looked at it. They liked it, but it was kind of expensive at the time. I think it was around $11,000 to $12,000 a year for all three JP3 offices. But I spoke to Peter, and he said, yeah, we've had a substantial reduction in price. Because I told him, I said, we liked it, it was just way too expensive. And he said, well, you're looking at probably around $3,000 a year now versus $12,000. So I think it's worth re-looking
Yeah, I think
at.
they might be interested.
Just to provide them the ability to do video magistrate remotely. They don't have to drive all the way from Iowa up to.
Leonardville.
Yeah.
Does internet make a difference?
It works off low bandwidth internet, so it doesn't have.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, it doesn't have to have a real high-speed internet, as long as it's got DSL capable internet.
Okay.
It works. So he's supposed to, he actually called me while we were in the budget. Peter Barton called me, because I told him I want to revisit, get a quote, because I said we're in the budget process now. I'll revisit with the JP judges and see if they still have an interest in moving forward. We'll try to get it added in this year.
Is this quote going to be a hardware quote also?
I don't know. I have to find out. It doesn't require any specialized hardware, just a webcam and a microphone, a sound card. So it doesn't require high-end audio video equipment.
Okay.
So, but I'll find out if the quote includes.
Okay.
Hey, on your travel, you've got, I guess, $4,750 in your packet, but on the
Next
actual
page.
sheet, is there another one?
Next page, for Andrew.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the two
Broke it
pages.
up.
Okay, the two, okay. I thought that was together.
And then I put in here training primarily for Andrew. Andrew's done a great job taking on, he was very green. He got out of college, worked in the jail, but never had any experience in IT, but he's been very receptive in everything that I've given. He's taken on a lot and has learned a lot, but there's still a lot more to learn. And I think getting him to some of this training would really bring him up to speed a little bit faster, especially as it relates to network and server stuff. He's doing more of the desktop support stuff today. We're resetting passwords, setting up user accounts, things like that, but I need him to be more up to speed on network, troubleshooting network issues and server issues. So I put some money in training. And this training, the $3,000 I budgeted here is for an online video course. It's a real good online video training series, and it exposes you not to one class, but to 26 different certifications. So he gets a broad range that he can watch at any time at leisure. Obviously, if we're gonna pay for it, we're gonna track it, make sure that it's done, that the tests are taken, that the courses are completed. There'll be some type of accountability if we provide and train that we just, can't say we gotta watch those videos, there's gotta be some accountability. But it's a really good video series, I've used it before.
So is it in travel and conference?
No, I've got it in, I didn't have a line item for it.
Okay.
So I was asking for a new line item to be created called IT training.
No, because you
We
have.
put it
a
in travel
conference.
conferences.
It would be lumped into that one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we needed to create an IT training or not. Machinery and equipment. I've put down, there's a certain set of tools that we need for network stuff that help us diagnose cable issues, network switch issues. There's specialized tools that we can connect to equipment that tell us what the problem with that equipment is. I put in here for a projector. I think I meant to put that in. We're needing to replace the projector in the courtroom. They did test it last week. The HDMI port is out on it. Tuck had always told us that HDMI port's out. That's why they had to rig the audio system in that courtroom. It's because that projector is faulty. So we're looking to replace it. It's probably going to be more than that. They're supposed to get back with me and a quote on that. But there was some funds put from RDM, if I'm saying that right, the guys that Al was having to do work in the courtroom before, and they bought a projector, and they never delivered it, and Al fought with them for like 6 months, and was threatening John C. had to send a letter that we're gonna take it to court, he's gonna get a refund. He finally got the refund, that was put back in IT, I think, this year. So there is some money in this year's budget, I think, to replace that projector. So I think we can take that projector out, the 1,500, we can take that in there.
Off for the year 2,100. I mean 21,000.
Yes,
Take off 1,500.
I have money in the budget this year to replace some of the AV equipment in the courtroom today. I told them, I said, this is gonna be an active courtroom even if we build the new building, but we don't wanna spend a lot of money in this courtroom because it's gonna be a limited courtroom. We just wanna make sure it functions the way it needs to without pouring $50,000, $60,000 into this courtroom. So they're supposed to give me a budget. We've got 10,000 in this year's budget. We've already used 2 of it. I'm gonna try to get them to replace the projector and a few of the microphones. They wanna hang some new microphones. We might be able to get away with getting the courtroom where we need, but if we have to replace the digital signal processor and the HDMI switcher, I put money in the 10,000 in the next year's budget, so they will make the corrections of replacing the projector and all of that this year, and then come October 1st, if this gets approved, then we'll replace the digital signal processor and the HDMI switcher. So I'm trying to do the repairs over two different budget cycle processes. Do half of it this year and the rest of it next year. And that's why that 10,000 is in there to replace that. And then there's some adjustments that they wanted to make in this courtroom. We had them look at it, and there were some equipment changes they were recommending in here to get better audio video quality in this room, and they said it was around 7,000 to replace the mics, look at some of the mic adjustments, the stand, just the different things in this office. So that's why I budgeted 7,000 for that.
So reducing it down to 19,500.
Yes, yes. Printers, we're doing pretty good on printers. We were able to replace quite a few with last year's budget. We've got a little bit left in this year to replace a few more, but I think we've made substantial strides with the printers in the county. We're getting rid of the old one, standardizing on a common. You'll see a lot of printers look just like that one. We're standardizing on those across the county. They seem to be working well. The toner cost is pretty low. We found that older printers have those large cartridges, and those cartridges are like $300 a cartridge, where the cartridges we're buying for this are like $22 a cartridge. And the yield is, a yield comparison, it's about a 50% savings in ink because of the type of cartridges and the type of printers we're using. So But we have a few more printers to replace this year, that's why I put in, because we do have printers that just go out, whether that they don't necessarily need to be replaced, but they just go out. Then we have some that are really old that it's just costing us a lot of ink. So that's why I've got 10 low capacity and 5 high capacity printers that we still need to replace. I think after this year, we'll be in pretty good shape, but 2021 budget probably cut that. Making good progress in replacing outdated equipment. 507, computer hardware. There are instances where we can't breathe life into an old computer. We have to actually replace the entire computer, and we put an estimated of 10 computers out of the approximately 160 computers we have in the county. We're thinking at least 10 of those are going to have to be replaced this next year. Some of them are literally 8 to 10 years old.
So 10 or you got more hardware or just the 10 computers?
Oh, I got more hardware. Yeah. But I know there's offices we've been to that we know we can't upgrade it. It's at its max capacity. Trying to breathe new life into it with the $200 or $300 components is not going to be. It's going to be a waste. We need to replace that whole unit, and that's what those 10 computers throughout this year. There's been a request for 4 different laptops. Harry Walker, County Court of Law, and the 2 voters have requested laptops.
What about the laptops you refurbished from voters? Can we not use those?
Some of them we will be able to use. I've got to visit with them on the specifics of what they need. Like Harry's, we probably won't be able to. The voters, we probably will be able to. So the 7,000 could probably drop down, at least, we could probably drop that to 3,600. Reduce that by 3,600 to 7,200.
Where are we at?
Item 507, computer hardware. Under laptops, reduce that from 4 to 2. Change the figure from 7,200 to 3,600.
Where am I seeing 7,200?
You need to look in the back pages, 23 or
Oh,
24.
okay, all right.
The detailed page, I'm sorry.
Because I was looking at that big number.
As I've mentioned before, we have one server in the county, and it has multiple VM servers on it. So if the VM crashes, another one will take over. What we don't have, if the physical server goes down, we don't have a backup server yet. And that's, we just didn't have it in the budget last year to add it. I think it's important that we have a secondary backup server because we're moving everybody to a common server in the county. Yes, it looks up there. So I'm recommending we have a secondary server.
That's just her budget face.
But it is if it's unforeseen, it's budget and then all of that good stuff.
We're probably going to need additional storage space too. I put in 6 terabytes of additional storage. We'll try to manage our space as well as possible. Have people, hey, you've got old music files on your hard drive that you copied out to the server. We don't need those out there. Teach people to manage their disk space and get rid of it so we don't have to buy additional storage. This is worst case scenario. If for some reason, let's say the county clerk all of a sudden is wanting to scan a lot of images and keep them on the server, I'm just planning for worst case scenario. So, additional 6 terabytes of storage. Well, monitors is a big one this year. I know the auditors really need monitors. They don't realize how bad those TVs are for their eyes. They're using televisions as their monitors. The refresh rate is horrible. It's terrible for your eyes. It's not good in this light. The detail is almost non-existent, so you can't see anything. You can't blow anything up. So I definitely want to replace their monitors in their office. They're fairly old systems. So.
But you're able to use our monitors, right, for courthouse security?
Yeah, they could be used in the jail. They could use anywhere you could use a TV, like on the courthouse monitors at the jail. They've got like 6 over there. We can use them there.
Does David Cook have any over here that
He has a big monitor. He doesn't have a TV. He has a big monitor. He's got a separate security system that he monitors from the courthouse. Like I said, we replaced 80 hard drives, saved us about $72,000 in purchasing of new computers. We've got, we're estimating about 40 more that we could upgrade, increase the speed of the county computers. That's about $3,000. We've got quite a few scanners that are reaching their end of life. The JP offices use scanners, but most of those are the old model Fujitsu scanners. Those need to be replaced. We're guessing about 5 of them need to be replaced. They're about $1,000 a piece for those scanners. The sheriff has requested 4 new Tough Books for this next year. As you know, we talked about the Tough Books. They're rugged computers. They're very specialized. They're just expensive. Dell and Panasonic are the only 2 people that really make them. And we have to buy the Panasonics because they have to fit in the cradle that we've already purchased for the Sheriff's Department cars. And those cradles are like $800 to $900 per car. We've got money in this year's budget to replace cameras in the jail. We've got $50,000, but that only doesn't even replace half. And those cameras are old. Some of them are black and white. The resolution on them is really poor. It's like when you watch the 10 o'clock news and they show the 7-Eleven video and you can't even tell who the guy is robbing the place. That's kind of what it is in the jail.
Is there any,
Quality's not good.
auditors, is there any fund money that can be applied to this?
Not unless you just take it straight from fund balance.
No, I was looking for dedicated funds that are courthouse security or technology.
That's
and
not the courthouse.
Well, but I mean, those prisoners come to the courthouse.
I know that,
Y'all don't like stretching, do you?
Statute is statute.
Ma'am?
Well,
I said statute is statute.
Lieutenant Caswell is working on some grants to help cover some of this cost. Because there is grant money available for the Sandra Bland compliance, and they're out of compliance right now, so that I think Mr. Caswell is working on getting some supplemental funds to help cover some of this cost. So we may not need the full $50,000, but I won't know until they provide the grant.
Okay.
He's working on that.
What were you saying, Commissioner?
nothing.
Okay.
There's a few network switches in the county that we will need. After looking at that earlier this week, we've got one switch in storage, but there's probably 3 additional, so you could reduce this down to 6,000 from 8,000. And then we have a lot of miscellaneous hardware throughout the years. We never know, like we had a lightning strike 2 or 3 weeks ago. We lost 4 UPSs at about $100 a piece. We never know when those kind of things pop up, miscellaneous hardware. Somebody will move office and we need cables, and we don't have long enough cables. So we have a lot of things like that where we have cables, UPSs, power strips, cords, different things that we need, miscellaneous hardware. We just never know what the situation's going to require. So we've got some money budgeted there. A KVM, our rack over there, we have no way of plugging into the server to see if it's on, to see if what's on the screen. We have to remote in. A lot of times we're physically over there, we need a monitor and a keyboard and all that, but there's no place in the rack to set it, so they make these, it's called a KVM. It's a monitor that slides out and stands up and has a keyboard. It allows us to monitor our rack without having to set up table next to the rack and run a long cable around and plug the monitor in. Then if we want to see the next server, we've got to unplug it from that server and plug in the next one. A KVM is plugged into all of the servers at the same time. We just press a button to switch from server to server. We can see that. It's very time consuming for us today to troubleshoot servers over there when we have a physical problem. A UPS for the rack, we have 3 over there. 2 of them are bad. They're not holding a charge, so if you notice, sometimes they're coming on a Monday, we've lost internet connection. It's because we lost power in the sheriff's office and the equipment went down, and this UPS is not turning it back on. So we need a UPS for the rack.
What's UPS stand for?
Uninterruptible power supply.
Okay,
Just basically a battery.
yeah, okay.
Michelle had asked me to put in the computer hardware budget equipment for the potential court reporter or assistant for her office. That's what these next figures are. The digital recorder, the voice software, foot pedal, and sound card.
Isn't that in this year's budget?
I have to go back and look. I didn't think it was.
I know at one point it
I
was,
know
but there was
at
a
one point it
lot
was.
of back and forth. But I know this year we budgeted for a court reporter. So if we did, then I would assume that we had budgeted for the equipment that would have been needed.
I'll go back and look.
Yeah.
I think there was some discussion about that in the last budget, and I may be wrong, but I thought that we had decided not to purchase the equipment for the court reporter because if they were hired and wanted to go do freelance work, they couldn't take that equipment with them.
So then why would we be purchasing it now? That was the case this year.
I don't know, that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, it will go back and see, I guess if
We
it was
probably
put
need
in
to
there.
check on that.
Yeah, and if that was the reason we didn't budget for it this year, then we need to look into this for, why are we changing it?
So that's 600, 550, and 70, and 75 is on hold.
605,000.
Sorry?
5,000, not 500, 5,000.
And then there was the monitor stand requested by county court. 410, repairs and maintenance for telephones. That's not right, it should say copiers.
Should say
508.
508.
That should say 508.
There's a scratch through on mine, it says copiers 508.
Yeah.
I just-
Yeah, on ours.
I copied my sheet and forgot to change it.
So we resorted to pencil.
There's basically a request for 6 copiers in the county. Like I said, John C. said he may use his till it dies. Corey's saying, I want a copier. She uses it, he doesn't, so. But I did get a quote, I did get quotes, all these from Ubio, for each of these copiers.
JP30, that was for the office or for the courtroom? Because you had discussed moving the treasurers to the courtroom.
That's for the office.
And you know that his contract is expired this year? Is expiring with us this year?
I'm pretty sure, but I'll double check, I'll make a note.
You said there was a request for 6, and others are out on this page.
Oh, you have voters?
No.
Voters was one that was out of the last one, so 6125 for voters. So I show a new line item cost for 508 of 39,335.
What is it?
39,335,
39.
39,335 to purchase these 6 copiers. Remember, the treasurer's office was requesting a larger capacity copier, and their smaller one will be moved to the JP3 court room to replace their outdated.
Is that included in the one for the office, Fred?
Yes, I've
Your
got,
office.
I've got one in your office. Yeah, yours is 9,915, 9,915.
Why is there such a significant jump?
Hers has the finisher, stapler, they do a lot more capacity on, so they need the bigger copier scanner versus these other ones are what's called like medium capacity type environments. They don't have all the finisher, staplers, all that stuff on them.
Plus, she uses multiple sizes of paper.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, what Ubio, they took their existing copier, which is a Xerox, and they matched model for model with a Ricoh to to get them apples to apples, so that whatever feature they have now, at least they have that in the new one.
I don't know that you've eyes-oned on all of these machines or any of these. How many of these are need versus want? Which ones are need?
I would say Vanessa's is a need,
Yeah, because my contract expires in June.
and hers is a fairly old machine. The treasurer's office is probably a want.
But it's going over to JP3, which is a need.
Yeah, so it's kind of, one hand has to hold the other one's hand. Because if we don't get it for the,
Okay, so that's a need then,
yeah.
all right?
Road and Bridge, they have a Canon printer slash fax slash copier. It does 11 by 17. It still works, but what the company that manages it, maintains it, says this unit's about 10 years old. We can't get parts for it anymore, so we're telling you, you better be looking soon. We don't mind supporting it, but we can't get parts anymore. So that's probably a need for the Road and Bridge.
Okay.
They've got to have something. The voters just, they've got a decent Toshiba, but it's fairly old too. You know, yeah, I don't know.
That's
if you
part of
can
that
classify it.
precision.
They're with Precision.
And what they're concerned about with Precision is they think Precision's being sold.
Yeah.
And what's gonna happen there with our contracts and what's the service gonna be like. Same thing in the JP's office.
All right. So your 339, 335, you think is a good number? Anything else you want to share with us?
Yes.
That took forever, God.
I'm being a hurry.
Thank you.
Well, before you leave, I just want to publicly say, I appreciate your initial recap of the savings that you generated for the county, specifically the tangibles, but also the intangibles. And I think from talking with various employees of the county, their level of computer IT frustration is at a reduced level from what it has been.
I can tell you, based on some of the graphs, some of the monitoring tools that we have on the availability of the network, what any IT department strives for, just like your cell phone or your phone at your house, you want it always to be available. And that's what I was trying to strive in IT, is that the network's always available. And we have outages due to weather or equipment failures and stuff, but the indications are, you want a 5.9 availability, that it's up 99.99% of the time. We're at about 99.98% of the time. I can see charts over the last 6 months. We've been down, some offices are down more, but we have problems with Navasota, but in general, as an average, we're down no more than 2 minutes out of a given month, 20%.
And that should change once the ring is activated, because we're just on Southern Link, because it's all, Central Link was no good, and so Southern Link was the only other option.
I appreciate it, Judge, thank you.
We're end of the line, from my understanding, from the discussion. We're the end of the line for Southern Link. So that means by the time it gets to our offices, everybody else is already using it. But it should make a difference once will we have to go out to the road and bring it to the office?
Yeah, that's where we'll get in negotiation with BV-COG to say, what are you gonna charge us to run it from your building to the street? Because they'll have to dig trenches and all that stuff.
Okay, so we will have to negotiate that price with BV-COG?
Yeah, somebody, or whoever's gonna bring that line.
What time do you need to get out of here?
Which will probably be BV-COG
I'm sorry?
or their partners. But there will be a cost.
So have we thought about those costs? Any of
I
that?
have, and I've talked to BV-COG because I told them we wanted to do the same thing in Iowa. And what BV-COG was hoping is that there would be a local internet service provider that would go to BV-COG and say, yeah, we'll get that internet from your ring to that Navasota office.
And then we talked to them, well, how much are you gonna charge us to do that? And that's where the negotiation, somebody's gotta run that physical line from the street to your office.
So is that something we need to, is that gonna be considered emergency, or are we gonna actually have conversations about that? Did y'all miss that one?
I have no idea what it's gonna cost at this point. I'm guessing it's gonna be at least $10,000.
To get the line from the ring to the annex?
Cause y'all are about 200 yards off the highway, something.
Doing more than that.
I
I would think.
Is it a hard connection?
Yeah, it'll be a fiber connection.
No, my question, does it, I guess, my question is, does it have to be a hard connection?
Yeah, it'll have to be a hard, to connect to that fiber ring, it'll have to be a hard connection.
Okay.
They'll have to put some kind of junction box, like you see those telephone boxes, and tall boxes sitting next to the highway. It'll be something like that, the ring will tie into, and then somebody will trench a line all the way to your office, or run it up a pole to get to your office, but somebody will have to provide that.
Is the fiber actually that expensive, or?
The fiber itself's not
The labor.
expensive, it's the labor. Especially if
And
they
when
have
we
to
did the
trench it.
last fiber, when we first got out there, that was just from building to building. That was, if I remember, over 2,000 and something to trench or bring it in. So I don't know if that's part of it too,
And
once
sometimes
we
they-
get it to the building, because it comes from Ag Extension
Yeah.
over to our building for Suddenlink. So now, is that gonna be different?
Yeah, we need to relook at that because, is it the Ag Extension Agency out of Texas A&M takes care of the ag side, but we kind of both offices piggyback off the Suddenlink connection. We really need to look at it. I think that needs to be separated, but I don't know what the Ag Extension office is.
I think we take care of the IT though over there.
Well, it's their computers and they have to call their ITD.
Oh, yeah, I thought the line, you were talking about bringing it
Yeah,
in.
we provide the line for them.
Yeah.
But, so we need to address, I would prefer it be pulled directly to your office, to that closet behind you, and then we run it over to the Ag Extension, get rid of all that equipment in the Ag Extension office.
But there is fiber in the building, can it go back the other way? Okay. And then you said the Iola, something has to happen?
It runs right in front of, the ring runs right in front of Iola, or,
The
The
branch
US
going to the school, probably.
yeah, the way it was understood by Michael is US Phone has a big ring that runs through the county that BVCOG wants to buy, but their grant wouldn't let them buy it because it was a construction grant. So they had to go back to the government and say, we want to buy this. They said, okay. So they're in negotiation of buying US Phone ring, and that ring runs right in front of the Iowa office. So all they'd have to do is just tie their ring into that US Phone ring, and now they've got 90% coverage in the county, and they run right in front of the Iowa office. We just have to run straight out from there. So it's real close in Iowa.
Okay.
Less than 100 feet.
Commissioners, any other questions for Greg?
Well, that's the only thing I was asking, because when we talked about strategic plan implementation, I think that was part of that. We had considered that internet to the buildings. And so,
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
thank you.
All right, we're going to recess this workshop. It's 11:45. Our next schedule is at 12:30. So we'll take a 45-minute lunch recess.
Really?
This is Grimes County Commissioners Court Budget Hearing Workshop. We are reconvening. It is 12:32. We're going to now review Department number 442, Constable Precinct 1, Dale Sharper. Constable, hi.
How are you, sir?
You're the first after lunch person.
There you go. It'll be hard to keep you all awake then.
No. It's the next guy we gotta work about.
Give us 30 minutes.
Okay, would you just kind of start at the top and take us down your list?
Well, I don't think I've asked for a whole lot of increases in anything. I am asking for another new vehicle. I think I also asked for some certificate pay, and I put it in my request, but that's actually for all three constables. I think all the other law enforcement in the county does receive the merit pay, the sheriff's department, the DA's office, and, you know, we do the same job as they do. So I think that is important for the certificate pay. I mean, I'm here more to answer any questions that y'all may have. I know my.
Is the certificate pay 1,800 per individual?
Depends on what license you have.
It depends on the license.
You know what license you have?
Well, I know, yeah, I have a master's.
Okay, and is that an $1,800?
Yes.
Okay,
And I think all three constables have master's certificates.
do they? Okay. So Jesse, I think that's your handwriting at the bottom of his page, is that it?
It is just in case the questionnaire wasn't read, I just wanted to make sure, because he had mentioned it in the questionnaire.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
a new account, and so if it were to be approved, I just wanted to make a notation at the bottom of the.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's it.
Do you know where you would add that to?
Certificate pay is normally a 124 account. It's its own, 126, I'm sorry, it's its own separate line. In there, and so it would just, if that's what you wanted to add, then that's what we would do. I was trying to see, do you know if the chief deputy, I don't believe it's it, I think it's just the personnel under,
I'm not sure.
okay, all right.
But like I said, I did speak with the other two constables, and I think we're pretty much all in agreement that that would be,
Appropriate.
you know, appropriate.
Okay. And then your programs, you have 1,600, what does that entail?
There's several internet programs that I utilize to track down people with. And in past, I was allowed to share with some of the sheriff department deals. Apparently they, for some reason, they had to drop me off their list. So this is something that I would get and share with the other two constables.
Is it 1,600 for the software, is it per user?
No, it's not per user, it's
Okay.
for the user, I mean,
Use of the website.
I'm sorry?
For use of the website?
Right.
Yeah.
It's a website. There's-
Okay, we just had IT for lunch and we went through a lot of software. Would this be more appropriately in Greg's budget, or is it because it's so specific, would be more constable budget?
What is it for? You said the sheriff's office has it as
Well,
well?
there's several programs that I utilize.
Right.
The one that to utilize to track the people is called TLO, and I can find you. There's no doubt. They give me your phone number, who you're related to, and the whole 9 yards. But there's another one that we use sometimes too called Leads Online. It's basically a web-based database that I can see who's pawning stuff in the area. I mean, I can plug your name in, and anywhere, if you pawn anything in the United States, it's gonna tell me about it.
But you used to be covered under the sheriff's office?
I used to be,
And Links Online, is that what?
Leads.
Lead, oh, Leads Online, yes, that would come, that specifically comes out of theirs, out of their sheriff's budget. So, and you were dropped from that?
Yes.
So that would be like a dues and subscription.
Yeah, it was kind of, and like I say, and here again, I think it's because on Leads Online, you're supposed to work for that agency or be associated with that agency. And here again, it's something that all three constables could share.
So if it's for all three constables, then I would say go ahead and put it under the IT, not one specific constable. But if each constable is gonna have to pay for their own, then it could go
Well,
under.
yeah, I mean, I've got a credit card on file with them that once a month. Not this Leads Online, but the other, the TLO.
Yeah.
And I've, in the years past, I've taken it out of other items in the budget, but this year I thought it'd be appropriate to create its own line item.
So is that for all 30, 1,600 is for all 30, for all
Yes.
30 of these?
So we would need to
Well,
break that up.
well, if you, I don't think there's a need to break it up. I mean, just like you know, Blake has the new deputy, but if I needed some help, I called him and he'd come up there and help me. I mean, the new deputy's not my budget. You know, it'd be the same concept, I would think.
He's just saying he would share.
Right.
He would be the one subscribing, but he didn't mind sharing the access to
I thought you
his.
just said it's 1,600 per client.
No.
No, okay.
I saw
For
three.
all three of them. For all three of them, but are you having to pay for an individual, like, is it so much for one? Is so much, I mean.
I would just register as the agency and put them as users.
As users, okay.
And then y'all have unlimited access between the three of y'all. Okay.
So could the agency be Grimes County under the sheriff's and then have all y'all under that as well, or?
Yeah, that's
No,
good.
It doesn't work that
No,
way?
but you have to have your own department. I mean,
Okay.
I couldn't use under Navasota Police Department. You have to, it's specific to your agency.
Well, that's what I mean, Grimes
Grimes
County
County
agency
agency.
versus, you know, as the sheriff's
Yeah,
department.
check with Leads Online and see what they say, but I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, well,
But I thought I heard him say that because the sheriff department was specific to the sheriff department and he's not a sheriff,
Yeah, right.
he's not a deputy, he's a constable. That
That's-
they felt like he need his own.
Right, that's why Leads Online apparently dropped it from
But they're
the.
both under Grimes County, so.
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
wondering, if the
if
sheriff's
there's any way it could
office
be.
somehow
But it might
change
be-
that to just Grimes County.
He
and then-
might, they
I
might.
don't know.
So who's gonna research that?
Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Leads Online is like $1,000 a year to be able to use it.
Is it in the
The
TLO?
TLO is $50 a month.
Okay.
So that's the 600, so it's worth less than 1,600.
And would all of y'all have access?
Yes.
For the 600? Okay.
But he said currently he has it, but he has his credit card on it.
Well, no, I have the county's credit card.
Oh,
you do?
So, I don't know, for travel and conferences, you've got $350, is that gonna be enough to?
Well, I use, I have quite a bit in my Leos money.
Okay, okay.
What is that?
That's something I get from the state for
Education.
training. It's law enforcement officers.
Yeah, law enforcement.
T-close, or
It's not
LEOS.
T-Cole, it's not T-Cole, it's
LEOS.
LEOS.
Law enforcement.
Education
officer
assistant.
Standard.
No. that's not-
LEOSE,
LEOSE.
law enforcement officer, whatever, it's meant for
Yeah,
training.
it's different from
Okay.
T-Cole. T-Cole is our licensing
Right.
agency.
Right.
Is it under a fund?
Yes,
Fund 51 for Constable 1.
it's after the green tab.
I think there should be $7,000 in there, because it
That's
accumulates in.
$6,606 in fund balance. And we expect about $680 this next year, and that's what he's got down to.
And a lot of the training that I go is it's free pretty much. I mean, like, just a piece of hospital's on, we have a 40-hour mandated class we have to take every 2 or 3 years, and it's put on by Sam Houston, and that costs us a penny.
Good. Okay.
But no, I do have plenty of money for traveling and for training.
So 680 is fine for this upcoming year, because that's what you budgeted for.
Yeah, that's what I get every year from the state.
Do you want to budget more though, or do you? just
Well,
have-
I thought I could always dip into there without it being in this year's, but I mean,
You can, but if you are aware that you're gonna spend more, it's just better to go ahead and budget for it, so that's all I was saying.
that'll be close.
You think so? Okay. Works.
Dale, I know last year you talked to us about a new vehicle and you said you could probably live one more year without one.
Yeah.
So the vehicle's back on,
Yes, sir.
kind of update us on where you're at with that.
Well, the vehicle's 7 years old. I mean, I go through some rough roads up there, the suspension's gone on it. I mean, driving up here fighting the wind, I was all over the road because the suspension's gone. You know, it's had some electrical issues, it's just time for.
You must feel really out of control when you have to fly.
I don't fly.
You don't fly.
Does Does 33.5 buy the vehicle, trick it out and everything that you're required?
Yes.
Okay. But do you have to supply
Well,
yours
that may not
out?
be total, that's why I left 1,000 in the, from last year there.
Tires and tubes and repairs and. Well, you have 4,000 in repairs and maintenance.
Right.
If you get the vehicle, are you gonna need that?
No, I wouldn't need that.
Probably not tires and tubes either, huh?
Not on the first year. I don't know, I'm, if I can get 20,000 miles out of a set of tires up there, I mean, I'm doing good. It just, you know.
Well, it's new vehicles, depending on what kind of ply tire it comes on those
Exactly,
things
exactly.
too. You might wanna leave that in there.
So you, on your equipment for your vehicle, you would just transfer the equipment?
Some of it I could, some of it needs to be replaced. And basically, I got that figure from Constable Jarvis. He said that's what he used last year. That's what he got his vehicle for last year.
That just seems kind of low to me.
It does to me too.
It does, yeah. Because when we were talking to the sheriff's office, they were gonna get a $30,000 vehicle, and then the next thing you know, there's another 15 on top of it, or 18 on top of it for cages and lights and
It was 50
decals and all that
altogether.
business, so.
I'm thinking that I had $1,000 in my machinery and equipment from last year, and I think I left that in there to cover anything like that.
What about decals and stuff like that?
I think it,
Lights? You put lights on
I mean, we could certainly bump it and use it, turn it back in. I mean,
We just
it?
wondering.
If you're gonna get it, I think you probably ought to get it the way you
Checked
need
out.
to have it
Absolutely.
now, rather than have to come back later. I mean, that's just what
Well, I was hoping Constable Jarvis would be here, and they'll say he just purchased one, and that's kind of where I got that figure from. I
Well,
spoke with him.
If you knowledgeable about what you want,
Yeah, do you want to get everything the sheriff's office has to?
No, I don't know that it's necessary for me to have an in-car video camera and all that stuff.
Yeah, because
But I have
that's a
a-
big
I have-
chunk of that
yeah.
18.
And then they have, the multi-directional radars, one for the front, one for the back, and all tied in with the video equipment. I have a radar, but mine's just a little handheld, if I want to.
take it out.
So you don't have it installed?
It's not installed, just a handheld radio. Because most of the stuff that I focus on, when people call and say, hey, I've got these people speeding by my house, well, I'll just back up in the driveway. And if you have one of the fixed radars, you're shooting ahead. But with this handheld, you can, get them coming
Okay.
and going both ways. And
The radio, is it,
oh, the radio, I thought you said radar, I'm sorry.
yeah. Do you have a fixed radio?
No, at this time I have a handheld radio. I've been in contact with David Lilly, and I was supposed to have been notified that I had one of the new digital ones, but I was never notified. But supposedly they have spares at the sheriff's office that I can go get and put installed in the vehicle. Here again, I was going to take the wait and see approach to see if the new vehicle was approved, rather than putting it in the vehicle now and then 3 months down the road, pay to take it out and put it in a different vehicle. It's just gonna take a wait and see approach.
Well, would you be okay, since this is your budget, where you have 4,000 in repairs and maintenance? Let's say we cut that to just $500 and then take the other 3,500 and put that on
Towards the vehicle.
machinery and equipment to get that a little bit. And the reason I say leave 500, you're gonna have some oil change and stuff like that. Wouldn't you agree?
That's all I know, yeah, absolutely.
So you're okay to take the 4,000, we're gonna make that 500, Jesse?
Yes, I was just seeing if you could tell us how much his vehicle costs, but yes, I heard you.
Okay, and then we're gonna take the other 3,500 and we're gonna put it
In 505.
to the 505, and that'd make that 37,000, right?
Well, yeah.
Tag team trying to locate us.
I just did that in my head.
Go on, go on.
Okay.
I'll get some.
30. Don't call me, Common Ross.
How much was your vehicle? How much did you spend on your vehicle?
Truck was 26.5.
And how much to, like, get everything in it that you needed to outfit it?
Camera, radar, just spitballing, probably about 12 to 14.
So 26.5 plus 12
So 40.
or 13?
It may be less than that. Maybe like,
But you
it may
won't
be
need the
like
camera,
11.
yeah,
It may be like 12 or something
or
like
the
that.
radar.
But I don't know if I can reschedule, but we got a homicide just
Come,
dropped in our
come tomorrow at
county.
noon.
Where?
B-Dubs.
No, that's, did they find a body out there?
Yeah. And we're en route to Houston, supposedly, yes, they're up there now. And we're en route to Houston to catch all the suspects that SO asked me to help out because everybody spread so thin.
This is a different deal on VDOTs. They called me yesterday, supposedly they saw some bones, skeleton under the bridge, but it was. And talking about, you know, he was talking about the increase in workload. You know, my workload has really increased.
Well, it's about time.
Ye-
Please.
Matter of fact,
Been on a picnic
this
for years
year,
up there.
this time year to date compared to last year, I've doubled. My number of papers I've received is twice the amount. Last year, this time, I turned in $6,558. This year, the same period of time, I've turned in $10,592. So the workload is increasing.
And when you say papers, that's
That's total number of
court notices and
everything
subpoenas and.
everything we serve, you know, the citation, eviction notice, forcible detainers, you name it.
Okay. Okay, back on track. So we bumped it to 37,000 on the machinery and equipment. Is that still gonna cover you based on what he just said?
I think it would.
Because he included video, radar, or you're just gonna bring your handheld radar for
Right,
that. So,
Okay. If you need more for life, you're just gonna have to get a battery
Battery operated flashlight.
flashlight with a red lens and stick it on there.
Do
Okay.
you write many speeding tickets?
I try not to, you know, I mean, I think, I just don't know that law enforcement should be used as a revenue collecting arm of government. I think you can accomplish the same thing sometimes by just stopping them and saying, hey, now you need to wear your seatbelt rather than writing a ticket, because 50% of the people up on the north end of not hired can't even afford a ticket.
But they still have to obey the law.
That's right, but you can get them to obey the law without getting in their pocket.
Okay.
So what'd you say, Judge, 37.5?
No, 37. Because we're taking 3,500 off of repairs and maintenance, cutting that to 500, and taking the 3,500 off of that line, putting it to 505, and that makes it 37,000. So that would be for the vehicle and then whatever accessories you could.
Exactly.
Okay. And then, then the trade-in on your vehicles, probably, what is your mileage on that?
Right at 150,000, so it'd be, typically in years past, it was like $5,000 trade-in is what they would get. But, you know, we used a program in years past that I really liked. It was, Jessica explained, it was like a lease purchase, I mean, that's what they called it, but it was finance.
Yeah, we're trying to get away from that.
Well, I know you're trying to get away, but it was $5,000 a year. I mean, you kind of budgeted that much, and you didn't have such an impact on 1 year. I liked it.
And you got to trade out a little bit sooner too,
Exactly.
because you just only spent 15,000 if you kept it 3 years versus 32.
Somebody even mentioned leasing this year, I don't remember.
I remember. Constable, you have, you took $400 out of your cell and air card, but your experience in 18 was 419. Are we going below what he needs or what?
So I haven't had an opportunity to go through everyone's cell phones and rentals and contracts because we went straight into hearings. But that will be looked at a
Okay.
later point. unless you know something,
Okay, what was the question again?
this cell phone, why would you reduce it by 400?
I don't have a county cell phone.
An air card. You have an
Okay,
air card.
I have an air card, and
Yes.
it's $29 a month, maybe.
And I looked at it wrong.
Yeah,
left a
his-
thousand.
His experience for 18 was $419.
I looked at it the wrong way.
Okay, and for this year, it's at 266.77.
So
That's
then
fine.
it should be fine, maybe you can do a little bit more reduction in there, but we'll check on your
Yeah.
monthly bill.
And what I do is if I don't have enough in one particular line item, I'll transfer from here to there and kind of shuffle money back and forth, so.
Now, to be clear, if you got a new vehicle, are you getting a 700, 800 radio installed?
Supposedly, there's an extra one for me at the sheriff's office.
The handheld or?
No, I have a handheld. This is the in-car. radio.
So you need the budget for the install.
Yeah, well, according to Mr. Lilly, he said he just received a bunch of money for the installs and he was going to,
That's in the, well, hang on a minute. That's this year's budget.
Right.
This is for next year.
I don't think the installation will be that much.
It's pretty costly on some of the other ones.
Because you're talking about taking other radios out of this car.
Cars are brackets,
And
whereas the fire trucks,
They had to go into
they were
the
cutting dashes and
Yeah,
all
no,
that
I've
kind of
got
crap.
a center console in my car on a Giotto desk, and I've got a blank space I could just put another radio in. So-
But then they have to install it, or you gonna install
No,
it?
they'd have to install.
So there's some cost for the
Yeah, there's a
install.
little bit of cost, that's why I left that $1,000 in there from last year. It may not have showed up on here.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
He said he left $1,000 in there from last year, but that's what he said he was gonna outfit his truck with.
Right,
This,
37 was
this is part of the.
The outfitting?
And installation of new radios or taking equipment out of this car and putting it into the new vehicle. I mean, I think that's plenty of money.
He's frugal.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure, because we talked, we don't wanna end up in the same predicament.
I just want you to have enough money there if we're gonna fund the vehicle to get what you need without a whole lot of hassle.
Thank you.
What was the name of that other software besides Leeds?
It's
TLO.
TLO.
Tender Loving Observations, TLO.
But that is a good program. I mean, you have to be law enforcement to get it.
Don't sound like the
And,
right.
It's good.
How much is that a month?
It's $50 a month. And that's $50 for X number of inquiries, and if you do a whole lot of inquiries, it may go, but I very seldom go over the $50 a month.
Yeah, but when the other guys come on, will they go
I just have to see.
Well, is there anything else, Judge?
I think we're good. I think we're good.
You got enough equipment money, operating supply?
Yeah, I mean, I've pretty much just kind of built it up to where it needs to be and just kind of maintaining that, you know.
I'm gonna make one comment that I've made to some of the other law enforcement personnel. On your cell phone, you use your personal cell phone.
Yes.
So what happens if some defense attorney subpoenaed your cell phone and it gets picked up for evidence and it's held for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 months? Now you don't have your personal phone. And I'm not trying to spend more county money, but have you considered carrying a county phone
Well-
So you have that. Of course, by now,
And-
everybody in the world knows your personal number. I get that, Dale. but-
And pretty much that's why I did not have a county-paid phone.
Understand.
Because I didn't want to be
But can-
subject to the Texas Open Records Act, where they just subpoena all your phone calls. Well, that's my private number, you know, you're not entitled to that.
But
as far as
disagree
the
with you,
attorney-
because if you take care of any county business, then they are subject to it.
Okay.
So you need to be aware of that, and I don't want you to end up in a individual jam on that.
And I understand.
Okay. Fair enough.
Just don't use it to take pictures and
I
stuff like
don't, you
that.
know, that's I use for my personal business. Someone, county business, come office.
Okay.
Except for us.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Vanessa, you wanna take the reins?
I can,
Since Blake bailed,
I sure can.
That's budget 409.
409.
That's the yellow stuff.
it's way up in front.
Okay, now, I don't know what y'all have in front of you, but I just have my budget request.
We have the budget questionnaire
And the attachments.
and the tax.
Okay. So.
We have 12 pages.
Okay, that
Okay,
sounds about right.
we are out of order on the schedule, but we are now going to hear from Department 409, which is the county clerk's office. And the elected official in that position is Vanessa Brzezinski. Ms. Brzezinski,
Yes, sir.
please proceed.
Yes. So Commissioners, I guess the first thing on the list is the salaries, so I will go ahead and do that first. I am requesting an increase, a merit increase for my employees. And I have it broke down by each position. So I'm asking for a 14-cent raise for my court administrator, $1 for my chief deputy, which I'll go over in a minute, 19 cents for my deputy, 47 cents for my commissioner's court clerk, and 36 cents for my assistant court coordinator. I currently do not have a chief deputy in my office since the former chief deputy retired, and that position has not been filled since I've been in office because the money was not in the budget. So I'm requesting that money be put back in the budget so that I can have a chief deputy, and the minimum pay for a chief deputy is $17 an hour. And that person is currently making $16 an hour. So that's why her increase is just more than the others. And then I also had put in a request for another clerk, since I am wanting to move one of my clerks to the chief deputy position. I'll have another clerk position open. And I'm proposing that person be paid $14 an hour.
How many clerks did your predecessor have
He had
in total?
5, I believe.
So he had all of these incumbents that you have,
Yes.
plus one.
Plus 1, yes, sir.
But you have 5 on here now?
Right, but then I'm asking for another one. Because I'll need somebody, if I move Barbara up to chief deputy, I'm gonna need someone to fill in her space at the counter.
Maybe it helps me to know who did Mary Ann,
Hargrave?
who did she replace?
Well, that was kind of a new position that we created. Because once I took office, my position was open, and so kind of Barbara took my position, which left another position open, which I created for Mary Ann so that she could assist Carolyn.
So the current structure that you have was created by Mr. Paskett when he left,
Yes, sir.
based on the vacating or the departure of a prior clerk that
Yes, sir.
had been there many, many years.
Yes, sir.
Vanessa, were you a part of that though? You were in those meetings and.
Yeah, and at the time, I just pretty much agreed with what he wanted to do because he felt that was in the best interest of his department at the time, and since I was not the elected official, I just felt like it wasn't my place to question it, other than, it seemed okay to me at the time. But now looking forward, I don't have a chief deputy.
But beyond the chief deputy, this is a new position, Mary Ann?
The new position is that it's to assist Carolyn. Before his office, Carolyn did everything on her own. Then they had 2 people at the desk, and they had the chief deputy, and then they had Mary Johnson. And so, I guess because one of the assistants is now helping Carolyn, they're not working the front desk.
I mean, she does fill in at lunch, but yeah, technically that's right. Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, does she have more time that she can help out at the front? I mean, I have no idea how busy.
She does help out, like I said, at lunch, because we do stagger our lunches. But most of the time, she is helping Carolyn or she's skiing. So we only have 2 windows, and we have 2 people, so it would be kind of hard. But the new building will have 3 windows, so I'll have room for 3 people up front.
Well, the other day, whenever we were talking about the chief deputy position, the judge asked the question about if we're going to the technical realm of doing business, or at least trying to get there, how is that going to impact your request here?
Well, it's not going to cut down on the volume of things that come into our office. Where it's going to come into play is the ease of retrieving documents that are being requested, but we still have to file new documents that come in on a daily basis. And we're still going to be getting our birth requests, death requests, your walk-in marriage licenses, things of that nature. That won't change. It's digitization just helps in the record-keeping process and the retrieval of records. And putting it online so that we're not having to spend more time, helping people. They can help themselves.
How many people come in every day?
It varies. I mean, some days it's slow, some days it's just busy all day long. So it's hard to say. But I would say on an average daily basis, we get at least 10 to 20 customers. And that's just, an average. It could be a lot more. It just depends, on which, like we get more marriages in certain months than others, things like that. The summertime seems to be a more popular time for people to get married.
So this
And our court cases have increased since we've gotten our county court of law. So Carolyn's workload has expanded tremendously, and so having someone help her has been a big help for her, enabling her to get caught up on her CJIS reports and OCA reports and getting cases put into the system.
So that's essentially the extra person is her assistant?
Yes.
And then you want to fill in?
Yes, like she helps pull
Clerk.
cases for court and scans stuff into the LGS system.
So that's where the extra
Yes.
person, truly an actual extra person for the
Yeah.
department is? Okay.
And the chief deputy has a lot of duties that the other deputies don't do. She prepares CDs for customers that request records on a monthly basis. She does all the billing, she does all the deposits, lots of things.
Bank reconciliations.
Yeah.
I noticed on your request, you said about hiring a new clerk, you'll need another clerk once we get into the new building. It's always speculation at this point.
Sure, sure. That's just looking forward, yes, sir.
But could your request hold off until and if we make a decision on whether or not we're getting into the new building?
That's a very true possibility, only because I really don't have the office space right now. But I wanted to go ahead and just kind of throw it out there. But technically, I really don't have the office space.
That's talking for 2 additional clerks, right?
I'm sorry?
Just
No.
one.
Well,
Yeah.
she has room for the one that she's requesting,
Right.
but she
No.
just, yeah, she does.
She
Because,
just said she didn't.
and she didn't understand your question, I don't think, because I've learned you.
Okay, you talking about physical space or monetary, financial space?
No, you don't have the
You also
monetaries,
put in
but
your notes that you would need another new person when we go to the new
Yes,
building.
yes.
And so he's looking at it, is it that one person? Is this position gonna take care of that
Yes,
position?
yes, that's what my intention is.
You said you were gonna have 3 windows in the new.
Yes.
Right, she has 2 right now, which are,
Yeah.
And so,
So
well,
this extra person
no,
will
but
be
one
there.
of them's moving to the
Oh, I see what you're
chief
saying.
deputy.
Right.
And so.
Well, technically, the chief deputy works the window too. So,
you wouldn't necessarily have to have another person.
she's not gonna have like her own office, so,
Oh, she's not?
no. So she'll be working the window too.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least that's how it's been, that's how we're doing it now. That would eliminate the need for a 4th person.
because she's not.
Yeah.
so assuming that we pursue building a new building, from your request standpoint, we could consider this additional person next year?
If you so desire, yes. It's not gonna, it's not gonna be that big of an impact, but it will be once we get into the new building. Yes. All right. Okay. So moving on, I don't have a lot of changes. 305 office supplies. We spent a lot of money this year only because I took office, so I had to have everything reprinted with my name on it. Everything from not letterhead, but envelopes, forms, seals, stamps, all that kind of stuff. But my budget for 2019 was $97.70, and I just rounded it up to $10,000. I may not need that much next year, but that's how much. I've only got about 1,200 left. I think, is that right? In office supplies, or maybe less than that. I don't know.
But that 1 year, because it was your first year, did you have an increase in your budget just so you're able to print all of that?
Well, the budget wasn't increased. I just used what was in the budget. I didn't ask for a budget increase.
You didn't last year, I don't.
No, but I think David maybe had put one in, knowing going
Right.
forward that I would need it.
Yeah, because that was discussed at that time, so.
Right. We go through a lot of paper, a lot of envelopes. So,
She's gone through $8,200 thus far this year, so that leaves her about 1,500.
2018 was only 3,000 experience.
yeah, I see that.
Yeah, because
But
it
the
was
year
Mr.
But the year before, I mean, it was at least 9 and 11,000, so I don't know what
That
was
3,000
additional.
was an
What was a lot
extremely
before
low
that?
year.
Yeah.
Extremely low. Because whenever they had to buy more paper for their books, I know that that paper is expensive.
Yes, it is. But we're not really printing the books anymore, so,
Oh,
yeah,
So you're using about $1,000 a month in office.
probably, yeah.
Well,
Well, last
it's
year
more
was
right
about
now
Maybe not
because
quite
it's more right
seals
now
and all
because of the
that.
letter
Yeah, those
fees,
were
yeah.
expensive.
Yeah.
So I won't need to be purchasing those again.
Yeah.
So it is possible we could cut it back to maybe 8,000. Or maybe even 5,000.
Cause she said she bought all the seals and things last year.
So I'm kind of flexible there. It's just hard to predict since, you know,
This will be your first year.
This is my
without-
first year,
Yeah,
so-
without having to print
exactly.
everything.
It just seems like we just had a lot of stuff that we needed to buy this year.
And you bought it in bulk.
Oh, yeah.
So would that
She
mean
said-
like every other year, it would probably need to jump up just so you could replenish all the stuff that you bought? I mean, maybe we'll look at a trend and see if that's.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that really gets replenished is the paper and the envelopes. And just, you know,
So you don't use
various
it.
things, you know, pins and those things, folders. We just had to buy a bunch of new case folders for Carolyn, and those were pretty expensive too.
So you said about 5,000?
Oh, I don't,
So I think that'd be too low.
yeah, I think that's.
I think maybe 8, maybe,
8?
yeah.
See how it goes and then.
Okay.
Okay, postage, currently, my budget is 3,000. We've probably, 2018 experience was 2965, and we are getting an increase in juries. Pretty much once a month, we would pull juries, and so, you know, we have to mail all those jury cards.
Postage also went up.
It did, so I did increase my postage by $1,000 to 4,000,
Okay.
to cover that.
and expense so far this year is 1,256.
Okay, rentals and contracts, 405. This should go down significantly because of the copier. We won't be leasing a copier anymore. We'll be going through Greg. So that should go down considerably. The only thing I have coming out of rentals and contracts is my PO box and, what's the other one, Jesse?
Crayon?
Oh,
The
yes,
microfilm?
my microfilm machines. The annual contract for that is $4,000.
4,136.
And that's just for maintenance, because they're kind of old and.
Are we gonna be able to get rid of those
I'm
anytime
hoping to
soon?
get rid of them soon, hopefully maybe by next year. We still have to hang on to them because all of our stuff is still
It's
on
not
microfilm.
digitized yet.
But once we get it all digitized, hopefully those will go away.
What's your target on that?
What's my mic?
What's your target on getting things digitized?
Depending on how much money y'all give me to do it. I'm serious. I
But
mean,
she
it's
has money in
expensive.
2 other funds that.
Yes, I do.
Records.
So we'll go over that in a minute. I have some quotes for doing that.
Okay.
Okay?
So we're 4250 is where we're gonna do your rentals and contracts.
Yes.
That's, and then your post office box.
Yes, sir.
Happy.
Repairs and maintenance.
Some sugar.
I don't really have a lot that comes out of here. I had to have a lock replaced, which was about, $150. It's currently at $200. I just bumped it up to $300 just because I don't know what's going to be coming.
Well, you spent 188 to date so far, so.
Yeah, I'm
I bet you
almost
run
already
out.
at my 200, so, yeah.
Okay.
Professional services, 420, again, this is gonna be significantly reduced. because of the fact that we've gone to LGS now, we're not paying Hill Country anymore, and that's coming out of Greg's budget as well. So the only thing I have coming out of professional services is my ACS contract, which also expires in September of this year. And so I am looking to either renew that contract, or I've got another vendor that's giving me a quote to do that same service for us, and they do all of our deed records and our vital records. And so they came and did a demonstration, very impressed with their product. It's, you know, more modern, it's on the cloud, we wouldn't have to have a server anymore, we wouldn't have to do CD backups anymore, everything will be backed up to the cloud. It's a little more user-friendly, and they have a great search product for the public. And then it's up to us if we want to charge the public to view documents and to print documents. Currently, ACS charges $1 to view a document and $1 to print a document. We can choose not to choose to view it, and it would have a watermark on it, and then just charge them if they want to print it. But that would be up to us.
So ACS charges $1.
Yes, but we get that money back.
$1 back?
We get a half of it.
We get half of it, yeah.
But a new system, we wouldn't be limited to the, other than the
Yes.
statutory requirements, we could charge.
Right.
and
Plus, we
get
could
the
put
100.
other records on there as well, not just land records. We could put marriage records on there, probate records. Well, we've got this iDocket thing coming up, which is gonna be putting all of our court records online, so that'll be nice. And that will probably include probate. And that's no cost to the county, that contract.
What is the name of that vendor again?
ACS?
No, the other.
Oh, CoFile, K-O-F-I-L-E.
Is this going under Greg's?
No,
No,
it's specific.
It's
to
specific to
her,
this one.
Department, yes.
Yes.
But are they under the DIR?
Okay, CoFile, actually I have their proposal right here. I was gonna give y'all a copy of it. They have something called TXMAS, Texas Smart Card. So their quote is $49.95 a month. You can choose a 12-month or a 60-month contract. Currently with ACS, they have not given me a formal quote, but she did send me an email. She said, yes, we can extend the existing contract for another 5 years. The current contract was for 5 years that expires in September. And it would include an upgrade to our software and all new hardware. And we can use the existing prices for budgeting purposes, meaning they're not going to go up in their price. I just did an average of what they bill us a month, and it's about 4,000, let's see.
Is this in records,
Mm-hmm.
or is it coming out of this budget we're talking about?
This budget,
This
well,
budget.
this is how, ACS is the company we're using now that we're paying.
Uh-huh.
And there's, they're called Avenue now, okay? And right now 34 counties use them. The CoFile, only 12 counties are using them right now. They're kind of, they're kind of new. It's not a new company. The company's been around a long time. But this new software that they're introducing is never been used in Texas before. I think it was in Georgia that they have one. So,
I was gonna say, they've been around, I know, since.
they've been around a long time.
They've been coming to the auditor's office.
Yeah.
They're always
But
at
to answer your
commissioners'
question,
conference.
Jesse, it's called Texas Smart Buy.
Oh,
So
okay,
I'm not
yeah.
sure how that works, but it says Grimes County's co-op listing per the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts website, so it's
What,
called Texas Smart Buy.
what did you say that, What's the name of the company you were just talking about? Not Cope, ACS?
Avenue. Yeah, well, it's called ACS. The original contract was with ACS, but they're called Avenue.
What, how much are they charging?
And that's what I was just looking, I just had it. It's in my-
And that's the one Mr. Paskett would talk about all the time.
Yeah. Let me get my folder. It's over here.
Have this invoice
I've got one,
page-
25, 30, and 50 cents. Is that page 5 or 12?
Page 6 and 12.
6 or 12?
I get 2 bills monthly from Avenue. One is for the software and one is for the indexing.
And Profile would take over both of these.
Yes.
The indexing is 1593.
Well, see, I just got my bill for May, and the indexing was $25.53. Depends on how many documents get indexed each month, so it varies. It's like $3. It's $3.68 per document.
Is that how it is with Profile too? It's per document?
No, Profile's just giving us a flat fee, flat rate.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
So you're basically, they basically would be what, $6,000 more maybe? Because if you add up the 2 invoices we have in that you have given us, it's 25, 30, 15, and 1593 for
Right.
4. That adds up to 41, 20, 30, 94. Multiply it by 12 and that's 50 grand, which we budgeted 55,500 just because the fluctuation.
Exactly, yeah.
So if you take what we're currently budgeting, what is that, 59,940? 4 grand,
This is- yeah.
4,440.
This is $59,940 a year.
Yeah, so 4,000 more.
And you
Yeah.
don't have the fluctuating for the indexing.
So how many copies are, do you know how many copies that they charge for and we get?
Oh, yeah. So,
ACS,
Yes.
how much we get credit for.
so on your handout, there's a copy of invoice.
Page 5 and page 6.
Yeah. So we got a credit for that month of $694.50. It doesn't say, it doesn't say how, a number of documents, it's just the dollar amount off of the internet. That's the money we got off people viewing records off the internet.
So what is our percentage on that? They get $1 and we get how much of that?
They
50
get,
cents?
we get 50 cents.
So they, just looking at this, guessing they sold 690.
Well, this one for January was $1,389 or 1,960 documents. And it was $13.89, and so we would have gotten half of that $13.89. That was back in January of this year,
But if
between
we-
January and February of this year.
If we're going to the digital side of things, and you're going to index your microfilm over there, there's a potential that there'll be a lot more transactions.
Oh,
than
yeah,
what's happening
especially
now.
since we're gonna be going to e-recording soon.
And-
Title companies will be able to e-record, meaning they can electronically file everything without having to physically mail it or bring it to us.
But we could set the price based
Oh, yeah, we can set the
and
price.
collect the whole fee. Grimes County could.
Yes.
Rather than split that fee with somebody else.
Yes, yes, definitely. And I like the idea of it being on the cloud and not having to have a physical server in my office, even though you're subject to the internet, obviously. But, I mean, it was a nice product, I liked it.
And this price that they quoted also includes indexing those
Yes.
records?
It says it also, this monthly price also includes daily indexing of real property records and the creation of 16mm archival microfilm, meaning it would be archived on microfilm. That way, if the cloud goes away, you still got it on microfilm. And they will store that microfilm for us for up to 2 years. And then it says after 2 years, they could propose the cost for continued storage, or we could take possession of it ourselves. And that does include 10 licenses, which I guess is their minimum.
Because how many licenses do you have now?
You know what? I don't even know. Let's see.
So if we're
It
budgeting,
doesn't say.
if we're budgeting $50,000 roughly a year for ACS, and it's a 5-year contract, right?
Right.
But we don't get to keep any of the money
I mean, that's within the 50 cents.
other than the 50.
Yeah, per document, and that's just their online stuff, yeah. The stuff that's online, which we could actually, that could be a potential revenue for the county if we put more records online than just deed records. Then that would be more records that people could access.
Right now, it's just deed records.
Right now, it's just deed records.
So what other records would there be?
Well, marriage records are public records, so is probate records. Birth and death records are limited to, like for birth records, it's 75 years, and death records is 50 years.
If you were to put some of those records on there, do they put them on there, or you would have to upload this to the cloud?
Well, a lot of that stuff's already in our ACS system. We started using ACS in 2005 or 2006. So we've been scanning our marriage records, and Mary Ann has been scanning when she's not working with Carolyn. She's been scanning our records, our marriage records that are older, and also all the records that we got from Navasota, all the birth and death records. She has already scanned over 3,000 death records into our system. She has been a busy bee, plus all records that she scanned from Carolyn. I don't know how many hundreds of documents she's scanned for Carolyn already.
Now, is she the one that's taking care of the contract we have for the records, archiving the records?
I'm not understanding.
No, the project?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, that's Mary Johnson.
You do the project?
Yeah, she's the one that's doing that helping with the digitization. So when they have records that they can't find or they can't read, Mary goes and pulls them and makes copies of them so that we can send them to them. Right, and we're on phase 3 of that project right now.
Phase 3?
Yes, ma'am. I just got another invoice from them for $88,000.
And is that the same company?
Same company, ACS, yes, sir. Well, Avenue.
That would remain with Avenue?
Yes, that contract was a 3-year contract, but they're ahead of schedule as far as their progression, and so I anticipate we'll be done by the end of this year. I'm thinking.
So what happens if the contract terminates and they have all of our records? Can they still sell those records online?
Well, those records automatically go online to TexasLandRecords.com. Like right now, they go all the way back to about 1905. So once they're done, all of those records, they're still our records. They've just scanned them and put them online. Now, if we discontinue our contract or don't renew our contract with ACS, I'm not sure what happens to those records that are online. Now, CoFile, if we go with CoFile, they will convert all of that stuff over to their system. But that takes about a month or two. And the contract ends in September. So I have to decide before then what I'm going to do. Does that make sense? Because they need time to convert before that contract expires. Because then otherwise we'll have a couple months of
You might
being dead
also
in the
call
water.
CoFile and see if they'll reduce the number of licenses and
I sure
the dollar
can.
amount.
I sure can.
You know,
Because really, I probably would only need maybe 4 or 5, you know. Well, let me take that back. We have public stations, so that's probably why there's 10. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, we have 4 public stations in my office and two or three public stations in Mary's office, so that's 7 right there.
Okay.
So that's why. And then the 3 in my office. Plus Mary has the Commissioner's Court one on her computer. It's a separate package. So we pay a separate fee for that Commissioner's Court package. And I didn't see that included with the co-file, but I'll almost be certain that that was part of it, but I'll make sure.
Okay.
But if we get all of our records online, basically, there won't be a need for that many licenses because people will be able, as John C. said the other day, to print stuff out in their underwear at home.
That's true, but I still want to be able to have, you know, like in the new building, I'm probably going to have 4 terminals. That way people that don't have computers at home can still come into our office and do research. We get a lot of people that wants to do genealogy and things like that nature. And we still get laymen that come in and want to look at all gas leases. But most of them do that online now. But we would still have a need for a few. Maybe not 10, but at least 4, 3 or 4.
Sounds like you have some things you're gonna check with co-file on Commissioner's
Yes.
Court's records.
Yes, and that's why I haven't even brought it to Commissioner's Court yet, because I'm still working on it.
You're just
So-
thinking about it, but if you go that
Right.
route, she's gonna need more than what she asked for.
Well, yeah, because I had put 50, so I'm probably gonna need more like 60, I would think. 60 or 65.
Cause you're right at 59, 940.
Mhm.
What?
If she goes with profile,
It costs more.
it will be 59.
It'll be about 10,000 more.
Is this their bottom dollar?
Oh, I'm sure we could probably, you know, negotiate with them. This was just their first go at it, so this is just what they sent me.
And then she still gotta find out if they do Commissioner's Court. And then
Yeah, I need to double
it was
check.
It was based on the licenses, and they were asked figuring 10. And she said with the terminals, public terminals plus the license, and it's still 10.
Yeah, I mean, going forward, once we get the new building, we could just go with the 1-year contract and then modify the licenses going forward from there if we don't need 10.
Well, you're talking about the 1-year contract now, aren't you?
The one we have now, I don't know how many licenses we have.
But I'm saying pricing wise with co-file.
Oh, okay.
Are you talking about the 1 year? That's what we're
Yes,
looking
you have the
at.
option of doing either 12 months or 60 months. But the price is the same per month for either option.
Okay, you're
They're
just
both
paying for
including
more
10
upfront.
licenses,
Okay.
yes ma'am.
Can you ask them why it's 12 months or 5 years?
Sure, I could definitely ask. I'm sure they've just given us that option. I don't know if it's because our current contract was 5 years. You know, I don't know.
But anyway, you're needing to increase it from 55 to 59 or 60,
Yes,
you
I
said.
would say 60, yes ma'am. So I'm gonna work on that and get something to y'all probably by next month, hopefully. As far as that goes. So I'm gonna change that to 60. Okay, dues and subscription, I just kept it the same, $250. Travel and conference, I had to increase my travel and conference only because I'm taking employees with me now to class. And I counted 9 conferences, and I know that sounds like a lot, but we have 3 county clerk conferences a year. We have 2 vital records conferences a year. We have an LGS conference, and I have a TAC conference. Now, I don't have to go to every one of those, but I'm trying to learn as much as I can my first year. So that was increased to 9,000. Hopefully, I won't need more than that.
Will your employees go to every conference?
Not every class. Like, I take Carolyn with me to the LGS classes, and we're also going to the probate. That's the other one, probate, at the end of this month.
Mm-hmm.
And then last year I took Barbara with me to the Vital Records Conference. So this year's Vital Record Conference, I want to take a different employee,
Okay.
just so that they can get the same experience. Yes, ma'am.
And I will say that she's the first one that's taken anybody to the conference.
Right,
They
right.
need that experience. They
Yeah,
really
we've
do.
talked about that. We got admonished in
Right.
here by a judge about the county clerk's office not being trained.
Right, and so I'm trying to remedy that by bringing them to conferences and getting them that training that they need.
They went on about 45 minutes in a tongue lashing.
So that's why I have increased it. It originally was 5,000, but I had to do a budget, not a budget amendment, but a line item transfer out of my professional services to cover that. Last one is machinery and equipment, 505. I just left it the same at 2,000.
You did? No?
It shows 12,000.
Oh, did I not put a 1 in there? Machinery and equipment, are you sure?
You put one.
Plat cabinet.
I put 12,000?
For
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Oh, that was my mistake, yes. Oh, that's because I had requested new plaque cabinets. That's what it is, yeah. So, the plaque cabinets we have, I think there's photos in your handout, your packet, of what they look like. They're very crowded, they're all getting damaged because they're not encased in any type of, plastic protective covering. And so, I noticed that David did purchase a new plaque cabinet last year just because the other one was full. And so he just bought the same thing we have. But these new plaque cabinets are fully enclosed with doors that would close and lock. Right now they're fully exposed. And I would need 2 only because I have over 200 plaques in there and I'm sure we'll be getting more. And they're already, but I have a good news. I got an email from another county clerk in Robertson County who has a plaque cabinet that she's trying to get rid of. And it's a different type of plaque cabinet. It's the one with the drawers and they lay flat. But she's just selling it for $1. So I immediately called her this morning. I said,
Did you buy
I would
it this
be
year?
definitely interested in your plaque cabinet. So we may not have to buy plaque cabinets if I can acquire this one. It would be a different type of storage. They'd be laying flat, but they would be not exposed and won't get rolled up and crinkled.
When do we need to make arrangements to go pick it up?
And we can definitely do that. I don't think Robertson County's that far.
No, it's not. That's her. No,
Yeah.
depending on where you're going. that's-
Exactly. So I'll keep you updated on that. If I don't get that plaque cabinet, it's not a necessity. So, we were talking about needs and wants. I would love to have a new one. I don't have to have a new one. But to me, these plaques are already getting damaged really bad. And it just protects them. And I had gotten 2 quotes from 2 different companies for plaque cabinets. And they were all about the same. It was going to be $5,000 for 2 plaque cabinets and $5,000 for the sleeves.
She
from
didn't
this
have
one
more
company.
than one cabinet.
Ma'am?
She didn't have more than one.
No, she just had the one, but I have a picture of it. It's like stacked. So there's like 8 drawers, 8 or 10 drawers. So you could fit probably a lot of plaques in there. I don't know. how
Would
many-
they be in plastic? Or that's
Probably
something you can
not,
buy?
but you can still buy the plastic
Okay.
sleeves, I would think, and just keep them in there and lay them flat. But I
That-
have to ask, when I called her, I did send her an email, but she called me while I was in court, and then I tried to call her back and she was at lunch. So I just need to find out how many it would hold.
I just got an email today, or I saw it at lunch from TAC,
Okay,
and it says TAC Furniture Initiative, no cost to members.
I looked at that.
And it said, and it's got a tagline here, Furniture Initiative, and if you click on that, it's got desks, chairs,
Oh, okay.
cabinets. There were more than a couple of cabinets. I have no idea if they would
Okay,
satisfy
definitely look at
you.
that.
They were lateral filing cabinets.
oh, were they? Okay.
Are they getting rid of them and they
Yes.
want you to, if you want them, let them know?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't have a use for file cabinets, but, if they have plaque cabinets, I'd definitely take a look
They
at
don't
them.
have any other flat
Okay.
I looked.
I mean, the ones I have now are adequate. It's just not my preferred ways for them to be stored, just because they're getting damaged.
And the
way
plats
they're
are
being stored.
digitized too, right?
And it's hard to digitize them. I don't have any way to scan something that big. Maybe Cat does. I don't know. I mean, we have like images
The
of
problem
them
is
on
we
the
sign
computer,
them, but I
but
mean,
they'll
I guess
only
you could
print
get
out on
a
8.5.
digital image of a plat, but it wouldn't be a signed plat.
Yeah, when we
If
print
you
them,
have
they're not
somebody
even
send it in
legible
there.
because they're just printing on little piece of paper. And these plats are big, so I don't know.
Do you have sleeves for the ones that you have now?
No, when he got the cabinet, he did not order the sleeves to go with them. That's what I'm saying. They're just, even if I could just get the sleeves, that would help. You know, and just use the existing cabinet but the problem is the little slides that slide them in and out are bumping up against each other, and so it makes them hard to get them in and out. Now, I could probably get new ones, but I don't know if they'll fit with that model of cabinet. That's the problem.
So, will co-file scan and digitize plats?
I don't know, but I can find out. Let me ask, I'll put that on our to-do list.
Or maybe even the price of the large scanner.
Well,
for
we
plats.
still have to store the plats, whether they're digitized or not.
But then you
we
won't have
wouldn't
to
be
worry
having
about
to
them
retrieve
going in and out of them all the time.
Yeah.
Is that it?
I think that's it. But we do have the two funds that we need to talk about.
What's that?
I think that was it. That was the last one, machinery and equipment, yeah. So even though, I've asked for an increase in some places, I've deducted quite a bit off of my budget just from, reducing professional services by about half.
Where are we going now?
Okay, so Fund 54
Or do you want to do 21?
or 21, we can do Fund 21.
Behind the green tab.
No. Yeah, right.
So Fund 21 is my records management fund. I don't, right here it says 0. So I don't know exactly how much money is in fund balance for that. Maybe y'all could,
256.
256,000?
Well, I have 256, that's the audited amount.
Okay.
Is that not, I mean,
It's not.
the audit?
Records management, that's where, I have some digitization, restoration projects that I would like to do. Book restoration and marriage license. I have old marriage licenses that are the originals that need to be scanned and preserved somehow. Right now, they're just folded up in little drawers. And then I also have the marriage books that are falling apart that need to either be redone or restored, one of the two. So I have quotes from 3 different companies on getting that done. Let me give you those. I don't think I included that in there.
Thank you.
Vanessa, do you know how much the total project is that we're currently doing?
It was like 356,000. I have it, something like that. But isn't that coming out of Fund 54?
Not all of it, it was both funds.
Oh, we split it, that's right.
Yeah, so we just need to make sure before,
We need to make sure there's enough left, yes, I understand, okay. So, this first one is from a company called COT Systems. And this proposal is for $79,980, and that includes all of our probate minutes and all of our marriage books, and indexing them and scanning them. They estimate it would be about 161,000 images. And then they would put this on a searchable database for us. And it says on here $150 a month, but after I talked to him, he said that they would waive that. So that's one quote. The other one is from a company called Scott and Merriman, who we've been doing business with for quite a while. And they will come in and, this is just marriage licenses. We'll scan all of our marriage licenses and then restore the books for $9,568. That's, and then, yeah. That's just marriage records. And then Avenue,
We got two from Merriman.
one, oh, okay. That was in the handout?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so, one of them was for the plaque cabinets, I think.
Or just listed what you're,
Yeah,
it's still marriage records.
yeah. Mhm. One was for the books and one was to scan the originals. So, here's the one from Avenue. This is the one that I had brought forward to Commissioner's Court that got tabled because they didn't have their DIR contract updated. But Avenue is willing to come in and convert all of our vital records to digital for $69,264. Because they already have this information on microfilm. And they've already actually come and picked the microfilm up from us. We're just waiting on that DIR contract to come back through. So I have several options. This other company, COT, wants to come in and scan everything from the original so that it's a good, clear, clean image. Sometimes microfilm images are blurry, not very clear because of the technology at the time the microfilm was made.
And what does Avenue want to do?
Avenue would just convert the images from microfilm to digital. They wouldn't even touch the original records at all.
What's your recommendation?
Well, the easiest route and the quickest route would be to go with Avenue because they would be able to go ahead and get everything done. But it's a little high, you know, $69,000. But COT wants $79,000, but that also includes all of our probate books. So you're getting more for your money there.
So you're getting marriage license and births from Avenue, and over here you're getting marriage records.
And probate records.
Right.
And then the
You don't
Scott
have the-
Merriman Company, they want to come in and this, just the book restoration is $95.68. I guess I didn't include the marriage license one. It was a lot more. Now, CoFile gave me a quote to do all of our records, all of them.
Because this one said, you've got birth and marriage over here, you got probate and marriage here. Is that not birth?
No, that's just marriage, that's not birth and death, that's just, because those are not public record. They just quoted me on public record. So this is what CoFile came back with. This is the same company that we're thinking about switching to for our land record. Now this is to do everything.
This
And
to
it
do all
doesn't have
of
to
it.
all be done at once. It can be done in stages. So, as I said, we just obtained all of City of Navasota's birth and death records. So right now, none of that's microfilm, none of it's scanned, it's all in book format. If my office was to burn down today, all of that would be gone. We would have no other record of it at all.
Which records are
So
those?
Those Navasota, City of Navasota records.
And what does that contain?
It's all the births and deaths that have occurred in the city of Navasota.
Births and
Since probably the early 1900s. They brought me probably 10 or 12 books.
So those two, just births and deaths.
So
We run
just to do
72.
City of Navasota is $72,000, $658.
Is that on us?
Yeah.
We
I mean,
asked
that's
for
how
it.
much they want to charge us to come in and scan all of those books. There's, it says 6 volumes and then 23 volumes. Then for our records, births, they're all folded up. They call them shuck drawers. They're folded up in these little metal drawers. Would be $107,000 just to scan those. And then the deaths would be 43,000. This is all from the original. 43,888.
But a lot of those aren't public record, right? So,
Those are not public record, but, so right now, these records are on microfilm, okay? So that's kind of why I was leaning towards the Avenue one, just because this is so much more expensive for them to come in and scan from the originals, even though it would be better, clearer records. Now, the probate records is optional, only because iDocket's offered to come in and scan all of that stuff for us at no charge. So, you know, why pay for someone to do it when they're gonna come in?
And that's the probate records.
Who's gonna come in and do that?
iDocket. And then I have those 22 drawers of original marriage licenses that I was talking about, that they would charge $41,000 to scan, come in and scan. So, like I said, none of this has to be done today, tomorrow, whatever. But it's something to look at in the future. Avenue does not have any of those original marriage licenses scanned in. But we do, we do have the technology to scan them in ourselves. But they would not be indexed to where you could, type in a name and pull that. It would just be images in a computer in no certain order.
unless you renamed them at the
Unless
time and
you-
then did
yeah,
go through that.
Yeah. So the only advantage of this is that it would be indexed so that you could actually retrieve them by just typing in a name or date, which is how we're doing it right now in Avenue. And so if Avenue was to scan our stuff, it would be retrievable that way. So, anyways.
So what are you requesting?
So right now, I'm just requesting that we go with the Avenue proposal, which is the 69,264. And that would get all of our vital records indexed and scanned and put in digital format.
And did y'all determine what was in the records manager?
Well, I don't know I haven't looked to see how much has been spent so far this year, but in Fund 21.
You may go pull an analysis.
If it's, the project is 365, right, Vanessa, close to 365?
Yes.
The one that we're currently.
Oh,
already
the
in.
ACS, yeah.
Yeah. When Mr. Baskett started. So with both of those fund balances, we should have 145,000 remaining. And how much was the the
Avenue?
It was 69.
69,264.
Okay. So you should be okay. I would prefer that we're able to, give us time to double check everything and to ensure that we're not getting it.
Right, because we're still being billed for the other project.
The 350.
Yeah, because like I said, I just got an invoice for 88,000.
Yeah,
So,
it's set up for 3 or 5 years.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. Did you just go to court for something else too that you said would help alleviate some of your, sending to the public?
the iDocket. Yeah,
iDocket is
because
what-
we get a lot of requests for case, case files, document
Right, and so now
information.
it's online
Yes,
and you'll.
and they're working on getting that started soon, hopefully.
How much, that wasn't a.
That's no cost to the
right?
county at all, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we get 20% of that.
Yes, plus we
Right,
get
that's-
20%
But as
profit.
a cost of coming from us, I didn't.
Yeah, there's no money that we have to expend for that.
Right, but it is supposed to be able to help with alleviate.
Oh,
some
yes.
of your.
Yes.
So this 69,264.
She said probate records. Is
These
that
are
what you were
the,
talking about?
these are
Those can.
the records that we don't, if your building burn up, we're done.
Yeah.
Would this include the city of Navasota
No,
records?
that does not include the city of Navasota at all. That would have, that's why we might need to consider, an alternative to that, to those records, getting someone to come in and scan those.
Which one would you say would be the biggest priority?
To me, the city of Navasota records are because there's no backup at all for those records. At least these records are on microfilm.
Have you
currently.
gotten a bid from Avenue for the city of Navasota?
No, ma'am, I have not. I don't know if they would come in and do that
No.
because they're more of a software company. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could definitely find out and ask.
Well, aren't they
I'm
down
sorry.
the road?
Yeah, but they're doing a microfilm conversion.
Oh, I
They're
got
not coming in and scanning and,
Okay.
yeah. I'm sure I could ask to get a quote from them, but, this is the first quote I've gotten for the city of Navasota records. So,
So why
not-
wouldn't you want to go with COT systems, even though
not that
if you
big a
did have the
difference.
funds?
oh, well, I
This
definitely
is
would.
69.
But
this
COT
is
did not quote me
70.
for the city of Navasota, I don't think.
So maybe instead of them doing probate, they could do the city of Navasota.
Yes.
Because probate would be done
It was on
by
file.
iDocket.
Correct.
So maybe look into, well, because that's taking the original, so you'll have a better
Yeah.
image.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
that's
we asked
definitely
for it
a
to take over.
doable consideration.
Right.
So now they're not longer responsible. We are.
Right.
This, they already have microfilm.
Yeah, so we need to focus on this. This is,
Yeah, that's
But I
what she
can get
said.
COT Systems to come in and give us a quote for the city of Navasota. At the time, I didn't have those records in my possession when they gave me this quote for the marriage records. This was back in March. So, I can definitely go back and get a quote from COT, and that way we can compare it to Cofile.
Did you see this coming?
Yeah, I mean, I knew that there was gonna be more stuff that needed to be done, for sure. It's just, and it's not gonna all get done overnight. It's just a slow process. We just gotta prioritize what's the most important, get those done, and then go forward from there. But I think those City of Navasota records that have been entrusted to us are important, because again, there's no backup. If they got lost, there's no way to get it back.
Did they in any way indicate that they, one, knew the cost of getting these records recorded, two, would participate in sharing that cost?
I don't think so. I think they were glad to pass it along.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they were. But
But no, I don't think they had any intentions of doing anything with them.
because if you get a quote of what it would cost to preserve those records, I'm not opposed to taking it to their city council and just making them aware.
That's not a problem. I agree. That they are their records.
There's one quote, 72,000.
Yeah.
where are you storing these records?
In our little vault, with the bank vault. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. They're in there. So the good thing is that they're in a vault that's, I would assume, is fireproof. But the door doesn't closed. It stays open. I don't even know if it's functional anymore.
You don't know if you could get back in there?
Fire
You got
chief's
the fire
expression, I don't
department.
think that's fireproof.
I don't know. It's an old bank vault. I have no idea if it's fireproof or not. But that's where we keep all of the vital records.
Technically, there is no fireproof, it is fire resistant for X
Fire
amount of
resistant,
time.
okay.
And the highest point of fire resistant would be up to 2 hours.
Well,
That's
that
high.
is something that I need to look into when we go into the new building, is where we're gonna store these records in the new building, so that they are protected. Once they're digitized, that won't be as big of an issue.
We'll take them, that safe over there.
Yeah,
I don't think
But
you
I would
can
need a
get that safe out. Chad might have a big trash.
Okay, but how much goes into records management on an annual basis? Is there an amount that goes in there annually?
there is.
Yeah, it's fees of office and that's usually.
We get like $10 for every document that's filed.
We get $10 off of every document that's filed. But these came in and they've already been, so,
For Fund 21, the average is about 68,000 a year.
well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
And then in Fund 54, about 68,000.
And this is money that can only be spent to do what it does.
Management and preservation.
Now, on Fund 21 and then also on Fund 22, we've got to do some more research, but it's our understanding that another elected official has done some research, and that part of that money should be going for countywide documents of records management. And if that be the case, then that's going to create, you know, some money for other departments.
Sharing. But Sharon, you get money in your kid's office too.
I'm 22.
So
Right,
see,
I'm Fund 22.
we have our own funds for our own offices.
Right.
They're dedicated for that.
Well, I
That's
know.
not the one they're talking about.
Okay, okay.
What did you say was in 54, Miss Mary?
No, I'm talking about district clerk.
Did she say?
No, she
Did
didn't.
you write it down?
She said,
She
She said
said
we
it, but
get
I didn't hear it.
68,000 a year, but she didn't give us a total yet.
She gave us 54. I just didn't write it.
If we all keep one conversation, it'll be easier for us to keep track of who's saying what, and we won't be asking the same question 3 or 4 times.
Miss Mary,
I'm sorry?
Fund 54.
we like to do that.
Now, you might like to do that, I'm getting worn
How
out.
much is unbalanced? Well, I don't know how much has been spent out of it this year, but I think it's,
278, 628 at the end of fiscal year 2018.
278, 628.
Yes, but the numbers she's giving is,
that was as of 9/30/18.
Okay. And I know we have spent some money out of that.
yeah,
But,
so
question, when records are filed at Navasota, do they collect a fee?
What records? They don't,
The records you now have taken possession of.
I've taken possession of those.
You say, did they file?
Oh, no, there's no charge to file a birth record or a death record, only to obtain a certified copy.
So they might have obtained copies.
And now we get those all electronically through the state, through their new TakeOver system.
What I was getting at, I didn't know if they'd accumulated a fund balance of dedicated funds for recording those records that, now that they don't have the records, they wouldn't have a legal use for that fund.
Yeah, no, they don't have, there's no fee to record a birth or death record.
Okay.
How much do you get for producing one?
$23 for a birth certificate and $20 for a death certificate. That's if somebody wants a certified copy. That's how much we charge.
How much do we keep of that?
Oh, $10. A portion of that goes to the state, but we get to keep $10.
How many of those are we doing approximately? I know
Oh,
it's new.
good, glad you asked. Because I have that. I had my trusty ladies give me an update. I gotta find it. Here we go. So, we don't do a lot of births. I mean, we don't get a lot of births in Grimes County. Everybody goes somewhere else. We get maybe 2 or 3 a year. But already this year, I've already got like 4. So I don't know if home births are coming back in style or what. But last year, we issued 151 death certificates. I don't know what happened in 2010, but 332 people died that year. The average is between 170 to about 150.
You said 2010?
In 2010, we had 332 deaths
Was
in
your
Grimes
drought
County.
year and all the heat?
I don't
Bet you.
know. I don't know
A lot
what
of people
happened that
died
year.
that year.
I only went back 10 years.
How many did we create?
Create?
I mean,
Oh,
generate?
sell? Like
Yes.
sell? That information I don't have, but I can probably try to get it. Because, people come in and want death certificates because they need to probate a will or need to, file an insurance claim or something like that, or transfer
Go
a
to the
deed.
bank.
It varies, but this was just actual death certificates that were processed in our office. Those were just new deaths. Does that make sense? Okay. And also marriage licenses. This seemed to be pretty steady. Last year we did 151 marriage licenses. The highest was in 2013 with 166, and the lowest was 124 in 2011. That's per year. Yeah. So it's kind of consistent. Now, as far as documents that actually are recorded in our office, it averages about 7,000 to 8,000 documents a year, which is a lot. We're already up to 2583 this year. I don't have any stats on how many civil and criminal probate cases. I never got to get that for y'all, but it has increased a lot, especially now that we have county court of law. So Fund 54 is our current digitization project that I was talking about, that's about 3/4 of the way done. And so most of those funds are coming out of that. But some of that will probably have to come out of Fund 21, like she said, because once that fund's depleted. But again, we're bringing in $68,000 a year, so it will be replaced. Any other questions?
Yes,
I can have a question. You
Yes,
have
ma'am.
2 new plant cabinets on here.
No,
What?
I made a copy of, we put everything on one questionnaire, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just made a copy of that and placed it with 21 and 54. So up at the top, you'll see Fund 21 and that only goes with that.
So those can be bought out of that?
I don't think so. Can we?
Mary was talking
It
about,
might be able to be bought out at 21, but we would have to double check.
I mean, it is a way to store records.
Sure is.
So that's very possible.
we'll fix
Yeah.
that.
It couldn't come out of 54.
I'm sorry?
because
It can't come out of 54. Okay, that's where that note was, so
It's in
that's,
Fund 21 too, the exact same note.
Right?
all right.
Vanessa, it's after 2,
Okay. Okay.
just letting you know.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. I think that's it. Did I cover everything?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, I think you guys were pulled up,
No, but I would like to if possible.
because y'all don't want to stay late. It's okay for us to stay late, y'all just don't want to stay late, so.
Get through so I can go home. Sorry.
Sir? Oh. Okay. That's when we talk about
I
lunch.
got dizzy.
And you'll get Sheree to put it on next week. Is next week special or regular meeting?
I can't, I don't know. Okay, what did we just do? What was this week? I can't remember. I don't know, special. You're special too,
We're gonna take a 3-minute recess, and then we're gonna reconvene, and we'll ask the district clerk to be ready to present. You ready? We're reconvening from a short recess. It is now 2:24. This is a continuation of the budget workshops of Commissioners Court. We are now going to hear from Department 409, no, 4 what?
57.
457? We're gonna hear from 457, and that would be our district clerk, and that would be Miss Diane LaFleur.
Okay, so to begin, I will say, this is not my very most favorite thing to do. Okay, with that said, going down my budget request form, I just have a few changes, and I wanted to, which I already explained it on here, but the repairs and maintenance, my rolling files periodically jump off the track or whatever, and I had it happen a couple of months back, and I didn't have any money to pay to get them fixed. And so it was like $200 or $300 or something to get it fixed. So I decided to just put 500 in case I have to do it twice in 1 year. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. So that's what that money's for. And
You start from the top.
Yeah, we need to
Oh, I'm
start-
sorry.
yeah, start from the top if you
I
want.
wanted to go back to the top because I got the most to say about that.
You just got that on out the way,
I just
didn't
get
you?
on out of the way because there's not much to talk about there. And I'll get the 410 out of the way, and that's the maintenance of records, which I have 9,000, had 9,000 in there. I dropped that to 5,000. On page 3 or 2,
Where?
just flipped over
On the
to Fund
last
22.
sheet.
Oh, we're just on 10,457.
Okay, all right, let's go back. I was gonna get that all the way too. Okay, so nothing else changed in that bottom part. Now I'll go to salaries. I have asked for raises for myself and my employees.
What?
Are you, everybody caught up?
Oh, yeah.
Where you at, Commissioner Cox?
Are you not going back to anything else?
Said nothing else changed.
Nothing else changed.
Well, I do have a question then.
Okay, go ahead.
On your travel and conferences,
Yes.
are you planning on taking any of your staff to
LGS?
conferences?
To one, they go to one a year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay? Any other questions before I go to
Rock on.
raises? Okay, we did a scenario of several counties, just to do a comparison, which I didn't make copies, but I did. Janice made a
All right,
comparison.
Janice.
But I'm gonna just say a few things about that. This list, I'm just gonna say over half of them, over half of those make more than we do. And in the comparison, as far as the budget goes, the budget
Include
range is from 22,000 million to 25 million. So in that range, over half of those make more than we do. So, and some of them have new courthouses too. And also, just a few of my opinions. First of all, I feel like we make so close to some of the department heads. They don't have to campaign. They don't have to go to all the barbecues and to keep their job. All they have to do is get paid. We have to go
You don't wanna go to the barbecue?
And, yes, I love going to them. That's not the point. The point is you gotta pay for that barbecue. Okay?
Okay, I got you.
Okay. And also, you know, we don't get vehicle allowance, we don't get to take vehicles home, we don't get any kind of allowance of anything. So I'd just like for that to be considered. And as far as my employees, let me just say, after doing a little research, I didn't do any comparisons or any of that kind of thing, but after doing some research, now that we have county court at law, I know y'all are tired of hearing about county court at law, but we have lots more, we get 20 to 30 calls a day. That's total. That's criminal, civil, tax, jury, everything. But it's 20 to 30 calls a day. And the girls, I think, do a great job. As far as county court at law, we do, I don't know why it's happening, but we do way more pro se divorces. And a pro se divorce is you take them by the hand and you tell them, you go look it up here and you do this, and then they bring it back and say, well, I've done this, but what's my next step? And I mean, we're supposed to tell them, you go here, we can't help you. But then they come back with the wrong stuff, so you gotta, I mean, it's just very time consuming, very. And like I said, I just feel like and I'm constantly, people are telling me, you have the nicest staff, they help me, I mean, I'm just real pleased with them, and I feel like they deserve some compensation for the hard work that they do.
So do you have a breakdown of the compensation per individual in this?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I have it, but
So are they all equally as good if you were to take this and divide this amongst your folks or
I could
percentage
do
wise?
that. Well, excluding my new hire that just started on Monday,
Okay.
but yes. And I've checked to make sure nobody would max out with what they would get.
Y'all found 18? I couldn't find an 18. Is it online now?
From TAC was, yes, I went to TAC and it was there.
What did you just say?
The estimates, because I didn't see the 18. I looked for the 18.
It come from TAC.
I went there.
I would ask that you take the time to list your employees,
Okay.
how much they are making, what grade they're in, how much they are making, how much you propose their merit increase to be.
Okay.
Would you do that, please?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll email y'all. Or would you rather do it another way?
Just get us the information.
Okay. Okay. And I think that's it, unless y'all have any other questions. My Fund 22, are we discussing Fund 22 yet?
Oh, sure.
No, they weren't. Well,
What?
go ahead. You have a question?
This is,
That's average. That's average figures. We averaged them
okay.
to get that figure. We took them all and averaged.
Okay.
Any questions?
Fund 22?
Mm-hmm. That's my records management fund. It's right at the end of the budget. There it's, looks something like that.
Is it right again? It's Fund 22?
Fund 22?
Okay, yes. It's right behind.
Yes, the budget.
Fund 21.
Yeah, I was trying to think.
Okay, we had 9,000 in there last year. I used some of it, but not all of it. I'm close to the end of my maintenance of records. So I may use some of that, I may use all of that, I may not use any of it, depending on what I get done this year. But I have 20-something thousand in there, and I'd like to keep this 5, and I can have the 4,000 back, and, I mean, y'all can have whatever y'all choose, but I'd like to keep the 5 in there.
What's the fund balance on there? What's the fund
26,000.
balance?
A little over 26,000, and I'm looking to see what the 25,000.
When you say you like to keep it in there, you mean you got some more projects you wanna do?
Well, yeah, yes. Well, let me just say yes.
So you wanna spend 5,000 of the 20,
Yes.
30?
Well,
whatever it
like
is.
what we did last year, we put 9,000 in there, and I didn't use it all. So, we're gonna cut it
But you
back.
used some?
I don't think I used any of that 9,000, did I?
You still have the remaining of the year to use it.
Well, right, but I haven't used any of it.
You have the experience.
I don't think I have.
It's right.
Unless, no, because when I had those records shredded,
That came out of professional.
that came out of something else.
Yeah.
So,
So is this a dedicated fund where you can only use this fund for? So where did the 9,000 come from?
That's what was budgeted this last year.
Where'd it come from?
That's what was requested in the budget process.
yeah, they don't put it all in, they just put what you want
Do
of.
what?
General fund.
No.
They don't put it all in.
There's 25,000 in the fund balance right now.
Where do you see that number at?
The 9,000.
We asked her what it was.
The 9,000, there's
Was
2
budgeted.
lines that are created. It used to be 22,865, which is the bottom, and it shows 9,000 budgeted. But we're trying to get all the expenses out of the 800s, the ones that are in the 800s, out of the 800s into a 400 where it belongs. And so we created a new line item. So that budgeted amount at her $5,000 number, it shows 0. But if you look down below, it shows 9,000.
But he wanted to know where the fund balance is not up here. Y'all tell us the fund
is
balance.
26,000.
I think,
And she requested 9,000 last year that she didn't spend, so this year she requested
Well,
5.
it shows that you've spent 8,550.
where did the money
Oh,
come? to
this
make-
year,
Where did the
So-
money come from to get the fund balance?
we collected.
Fees.
It comes from fees,
Okay.
fees of
That answer
office.
your question?
Yeah. So once you're collecting the fee, well, somebody said it came from the general fund.
No, that was Jim's.
Okay,
That's okay.
you're wrong.
This comes,
It's all in one big
Because if it comes from the general fund, then we ought to be able to put it back in the general fund.
This comes
So
from
this
court costs.
comes court cost collecting fees. And where do you get the 26,000? Where's that at?
That's their fund balance for Fund
I get that. Do we have that record anywhere here?
No.
We
No,
have the audited, no, you can have a Kemper and you'll have all that information. We can give you that and tag the pages of where all the fund balances are,
Okay.
if you would like.
So
that.
she has $26,000 that's in a dedicated fund.
Yes,
And of that $26,000, you want $5,000.
That is correct.
And in the meantime, the other $21,000 just gonna sit there
and
and
this
accumulate more.
This 5,000 won't actually come out of her fund balance because her average intake is about 7,500 a year.
You just complicated it.
yeah, so here's the deal. She takes in money, or she collects those.
Okay?
And so if she budgeted like this year, maybe she took in 7,500. She
Okay.
budgeted 9,000. If she used all that 9,000, then 1,500 of that would have came from fund balance, but the 75 would have came from the revenue, if that's what she brought in.
It's at
So,
the end of the year.
But it come from the fund balance of a dedicated fund only used for her stuff.
yes, because it's in Fund 22, it's using only her funds.
Okay?
If there's a 10 in front of it, then that's using general funds. That's what I just told you, 75,000. Yes. But the fund balance that we're giving you right now is our audited fund balance. So we were just audited for fiscal year 2018.
Okay.
So at the end of fiscal year 2018, it was 25,981. This year, she's already spent $8,000, but she's also brought in revenue. So that fund balance will probably change just a little bit, but not by a lot
Okay.
at the moment.
What do you want to use that 5,000 for?
Well, I forgot I had some books bound, some of the old books. Anything before 1950, we can't get rid of. We have to
Okay.
keep.
Okay.
And so I had some old books, 3 or 4 of them, I think, and it cost $8,000 to get them bound.
Was
And,
5,000 gonna be adequate for
and-
anything that might come up
and
like
that-
that, or?
Yes, and that's, if I do, it's like maybe 1 or 2, I don't even know if I have 2 books left. But if a book surfaces that I think needs to be bound, then I'll use that.
But once you get all the books bound and you're current on that, then what happens with that money?
With that fund balance, it's so it's records management, so we keep putting records. So if we need to do something, like what could I say?
Digitize?
Or you can share if it comes down to
Absolutely,
where other-
absolutely.
What?
Share with somebody that
Who else has
has
records?
records that need managing, then we can share that because
Did you find
I make, you know,
Are you
Okay.
willing to
Yeah,
do
well,
that?
that's up to Mary and Justin.
I am willing to do that.
Or do you
I
need
don't
to
wanna be left with
digitize?
nothing.
You don't need to digitize anymore, right? Didn't you do
No.
all your
No,
digitization?
we're done.
Did you look into digitizing those immigration records, those naturalization records?
No,
Okay, the only reason I ask is because, we were talking about.
If we have one
the records-
conversation,
I'm
it's a
sorry.
whole lot easier for me to keep track of.
I'm sorry. We were just talking about, digitizing the records from Navasota because those are the originals. Are there any backup copies of those books, or those are the original books? So to me, I think, and I'm not telling you what to do,
this is the second or
but
third
this is,
time.
Well,
I
tell-
know,
tell
but
me
this
what
is
you ought to
the
do.
record keeper and me, I think they should be scanned and digitized.
The books you got
It's
from
just one
Navasota.
book.
No, no,
No,
no.
my
She
immigration
has
book.
2 or 3 books of all the natural immigration records of people that came to this county from other countries. In books, but
Right, and I
there's-
haven't had them
there's-
done yet.
they've never been scanned. And
Would
so
those
if there
books
was a
be
fire
subject
or
to
a
utilize
flood and
these
they get
funds?
destroyed, that's it.
And if I get a chance to get them done to make her happy, so she'll leave it alone, I'll use that $5,000.
Well, you've got a records management fund too, right?
Yes, I do.
So if she threw that book in with you, would you pay for that?
I'd be glad to pay for it,
Well,
but that's her stuff.
wait.
And they each have one.
Wait, don't say.
I'm not saying anything.
Yes, and you have
haven't
the
told
floor.
you how to take care of your books.
I know, and I'm not telling you
We
what
have
to
to
do,
take
it's
care
just
of my
my,
books.
it's just my opinion.
Hang on, hang on. So,
I'm interested.
Just gonna see what's gonna happen here.
Get good here in a minute.
we're trying to get out of here. We haven't looked to see if the monies can be shared, or if it's just, if you bring in the money for districts, that it can only be used for those. So that is something that we need to look into before we say, hey, let's throw her book into hers and let her fix it and vice versa. Let us figure that part out first, because there's no reason to throw that in if we're unsure of that. So,
Well, and two, if your stuff is gonna be indexed and online under the county clerk, we don't need the district clerk stuff on your,
No,
But
but it would
it's-
be nice.
Does this require manpower from your team?
Is what required? To digitalize that book?
Yes.
No,
You send that out or somebody comes in and you hire that?
that's correct.
I've had a company called Family Search.
iDocket is.
Oh, and iDocket.
iDocket is in a lawsuit, so be careful.
Are you
Just
serious?
saying.
Okay, no, but there's a company called Family Search that will come in and scan like what she has for free and give the county a copy. They'll take that copy and use it because it's public record, and put it on their website. But we'll also have a digitized copy as well.
And I'm waiting for LGS because LGS is going to put my records online, and I'm hoping that I can get the naturalization
nice,
ones
yeah.
done at the same time.
Okay.
So that's why I'm holding out, and it's probably gonna be in the fall before it's
Okay.
available.
That would be a
I
good
just-
So, but
I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around when we have dedicated funds. I'd like to spend that money as much as we can or first and get that
I
done
agree.
so that other money is available for other stuff.
But when LGS puts my stuff online, it's not gonna cost anything. So that's why I wanna try to scoot in the naturalization books with it and at no cost, I'm hoping.
Okay.
So all your records, LGS is gonna upload?
For public use,
Uh-huh.
yes. It's just not ready yet. It's
No, I
gonna
just
probably be
didn't know.
around the fall, yeah.
Will we get to charge for copies of those?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens if we're no longer with LGS, if we, not saying it'll happen, but are those still available to us, or do they take that right away and then we have to have them?
I don't know, we'll have to see what the contract, John will have to look at the contract. I mean, I don't,
Make sure.
I don't know, but
With FI, just as a reference, we own the data, even though FI is gonna keep it on
Well.
their cloud and stuff, so and since they're sister company to LGS, I would think it's the same thing.
Okay. Well, that was sure easy. You got anything else?
no.
Okay, you're gonna provide us a list of the breakdown of your
Yes,
employees.
I have it, yes.
Current rate of pay, proposed rate of increase.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Another year.
We might call you back. This is so much fun.
Okay.
You started out saying you didn't like this thing.
I don't. I don't,
that-
especially when I get fronted out.
Okay, I think, Madam Treasurer, you guys draw straws and you were next. So that is going to be 418. Do you have any dedicated funds that you need?
All my funds are dedicated, I handle all of them. We receive them into all the accounts, okay? Just saying.
They're dedicated to the county.
Yeah.
Give me a minute to find 418, please.
Right behind 415.
Right before the blue tab.
Thank y'all for seeing us early.
I wonder why y'all all came up with one.
Oh,
We're all in this
it's
together.
teamwork.
I saw.
That was positive.
Yeah, we finished at 7:32 last night, so
That's why y'all makes big bucks.
that's it.
Yeah, right.
Okay, we are now going to review Department number 418, Treasurer's Office, Janice Trant. Ms. Trant, you are on deck.
Okay, we all, starting with my salary.
Okay?
Then y'all have the information in front of you.
I lost mine. Never mind.
It's in color, so you should.
I got so
find
many
it.
papers.
He took hers.
No,
Okay, thank you.
and just FYI, for the averages
that
for the state of Texas, the averages for our three, that would be treasurer, district clerk, and tax assessor, would be $57,468. That's taking all the people in the state of Texas. So that's why we're asking.
Is that
for-
all the people in the state of Texas, you said?
That's just those counties.
That's my
right?
only copy.
She did all the whole.
She said all the, may I have, it? Let me see.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to see. I told you.
So that's why we came, yes, and it is a joint affair with the three of us.
What'd you say it was, 48.6?
She's got it,
57,468.
you're way off.
57,468. Oh, he was.
So that's why we came up with the 56, because we did do our homework. And I'm asking for merit raises for our girls. Currently, position one, which is, I'm my payroll specialist, she's making $17 an hour, which is entry level for her. grade level, which is a grade 7. Do you need a copy of this? I can get you a copy.
No, ma'am.
And then, my accounts payable individual is making $16 an hour. She is a grade 6, and that's entry level for that.
So you're 17, you want to take them to what?
18,
And you're 16, you want to take them to what?
17.
What did you say, what did you call the 16 hours?
She's, accounts payable. She's grade 6. That's the entry level.
So you didn't give us that, that's something you're just telling us.
No, I didn't put it on, I have my HR book here, my handbook, and that's what it says.
Well, the pay rates, Janice, like broken out.
Yes, I just gave it to you.
Oh, you did?
Mhm.
I didn't know.
I know,
Okay.
okay.
She told us, she didn't give it to us.
Position 1 works with payroll and also works with the receipts. What?
Oh, Commissioner.
No, we thought, you said you gave it to us, but you're verbally giving it to us.
Yes,
That's what
but
I
if you
said.
want me to give it to you
No.
in writing, I will.
I
There's
got it
just not but
jotted down.
2 of them.
Yeah, there's only 2, whereas our district clerk had 14 or 15,
Yeah,
they
I-
couldn't keep track of
And the tax collector has.
Can I ask you to go
More
back
than
there,
that,
because I
so,
missed
yeah.
it, I was looking for the paper.
All right, you got the
Clerk.
elected official. You got
I
that?
got that.
Okay. For the deputies, that stays the same, but down there for merit raises for them. Position 1, which is a payroll specialist, and she does other things in the office too, like count of receivables. Has to deal with everyone in the county. And if you've ever been with us, maybe you need to come be with us when we have payroll. Sometimes it's like pulling teeth. But she is very calm, cool, and collective. She knows the handbook inside and out. And that's why I'm asking for her rate, which is an entry rate now of $17, to be increased to 18. Position 2 is my accounts payable individual. I don't mean to be boring. Her entry level is 16, and asking for 17.
Sorry.
She handles all invoices. Citibank is a cluster. Getting receipts from individuals that know how to use the credit card but don't know how to process the receipts to the treasurer's office. That's a job, trying to get individuals to bring things in. Just like it's a job trying to get back to the payroll specialist, it's a job trying to get department heads to do their part on the payroll sheet. So we're hoping FI will be a blessing to the county in that y'all will bless it by letting us have it, and that will take care of some of our payroll concerns and our accounts payable concerns. Just throwing that in there. So that's why I'm asking for that for them.
So on your annual merit baseline item, you put 4,500, that amounts to 216. So was it $1.08 that you were anticipating on?
Just $1, Jesse.
Just $1.
Each.
Change it up then.
I thought we went over this.
I didn't go over yours, no, it'll be 4,160 then.
How much?
4,160,
Does that include the load and all that?
just the annual merit raise line item, the 171. Do you have that with you?
That's with the 17 going to 18 and 16 going to 17? Okay.
Because that would be 2,080, and then for one, and 2,080 for another, which is 4,160.
So it wasn't based on the 2,096 earlier you talked
Well,
about?
the payroll hours over 2080, which is the 165, that'll change as well. But, I mean, that'll be, I just wanted to make sure her annual merit reflected
Okay.
the correct amount is what she was.
Okay.
4160. I stand corrected. There's no other changes in the office supplies, postage, rentals and contracts, and that's mostly my post office box.
Did your office supplies go down because Greg's taking care of printer and stuff like that? Is that why?
And,
Janice, is that gonna be enough for all the envelopes you have about?
well, if it doesn't, I'll come back to the court.
Okay.
That's what everybody's been doing. Right? Just saying. I don't care. It's on tape, I don't care. It is what it is. And dues and subscriptions, that is reduced down to,
Dues and subscription?
no, that's up.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Because I'm sending my girls to some classes and stuff, and some of these require you to be a member before you can attend. That's why I increased it $300.
Okay.
And that's also why I increased travel and conferences, because what department head is not going to send their individuals to a conference to learn more and to help the county better? And when you know more, you can do more, and it saves time and money in the long run.
So FI will train everybody here on their package?
Yes, they will.
Going back up to your overtime, why do you need overtime? Just asking.
Payroll.
Y'all have to work over to do that?
Sometimes we do. Sometimes Cinda and Heather come in, and I do, during the holidays. While everybody's out having a good time and on vacation, they're coming in here and making sure you get paid. So that's why we have overtime.
And she reduced it.
$30.
So
That's what
just
that's
for
all
them
about.
coming in.
Those girls, and I have to
Yeah, 'cause
brag
she's on
on them, I
salary.
finally have a good team, and I don't have to ask them. They do their job, and they do what it takes to get the job done. And if that means coming in on a Sunday or on a holiday, they're gonna do that. And I don't have to beg and plead. So that's why that. Anything else? Jesse? I haven't had my lunch yet.
That's why.
She got some really good.
She had a brownie.
Don't give her any more chocolate.
Had a lemonade. She's all on sugar high.
Anyway, that's all I have. You have any questions? Chad?
Judge, you got called out.
Barbara? Commissioner Walker? I gotta learn. Commissioner one. Sorry. That's the price I pay for knowing too many people.
Thank you.
I'm good. Commissioners, are there any other questions?
And don't call me Matilda either.
Could you go print that salary booklet for me?
Yeah, I will.
I mean, the whole,
You can have mine. I'll
What-
print
what-
myself another one.
not
talking about
yours.
what you
I don't
look
want yours. I want county commissioner.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'll do that.
I didn't find it. I don't know.
Usually they send us a book, but I hadn't received one this
I
year.
have to do it for
Yeah, and I went online.
Thank y'all
They
very
said
much.
it was still doing the survey.
Okay, we're now gonna visit with Department 415. That would be our tax assessor collector, Mary Ann Waters.
Yeah.
415.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Hopefully, it'll be easier after we get out here.
I don't know what happened. Just like we got.
Your county treasurer kind of,
I know she just ruined it for everybody,
well,
didn't she?
No, you did, Miss Francis. Call me intimidation. That was intimidation. I'm gonna intimidate y'all.
She knows I have to give her a hard time.
Fun and games.
Is it that nerve wracking when y'all come though?
Ma'am?
Were you nervous?
No, why?
Okay, I
She
just
wasn't.
wanted, Diane said she was
Well,
nervous.
it's not our favorite thing to do. I don't like to ask for money. I just don't. Okay, as you can see, if we start at the top, I've asked to increase my salary as well as the other two. based on, I printed out these two forms. The first one, I did a budget, looking at budgets that were between 22K and just 26K, and a population of 21K to less than 30K. And I kind of went through and highlighted the ones that were comparable to us as far as population. And when I figured that out and averaged it out, it comes to, with all three of us, at 55,763 as a average for all three positions. Did the same thing, but I made a little bit wider scope so we could see on, I included in the budget amount 19,000 to 28,000, and population from 21 to 36,000. And that comes up with an average for the three of us at 56,432. Okay. And then I asked for merit raises for my girls, and that's what I just passed out to you. The top section is what they currently get paid an hour, and I figured at 5 all the way down to 1% what a raise would be for them. The annual is their annual salary for the same amount with what they're currently getting paid now. And the third section is a proposed, what I would like to propose to pay to them for them. The top one, Dalzell, is my chief deputy, and the one on the bottom, Dugas, is a part-time. She is not a full-time employee. With that said, I'm asking for $4,858.36, which is about a 3% raise, to be scattered out differences with them. My girls have taken on additional duties this year. We've started doing the Parks and Wildlife. We haven't been doing it a full month yet, but it's coming on. We're getting people coming in every day. Last month, I think we got a little over $129 in revenue for us off of that. We haven't, like I said, that's not a full month, and we're just getting started. People are hearing about it.
Is that just your boat registration?
Just boat and motor, yes, and the sales tax that goes with them. That's only.
You have to register the motor?
Well, you have to title the motor.
When did we start doing that?
April 15th.
This year?
Yes, sir.
It's approved in commission.
It was,
You mean, when did we start titling
No,
boat
no, no,
motors,
no,
or when
no.
did we start collecting for it?
No, I know when we started collecting,
In 1997, they started
you had to,
titling motors.
you had to start titling the motor.
Sure, to your boat. You didn't come see me when you get.
Sorry?
Do you have a boat motor that's not titled?
No, it's a 1972 motor.
Well, then it doesn't have a title because they didn't do that until
Well,
97.
that's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about. So
You're
I'm
safe.
grandfather.
You're safe.
Okay.
clear.
I also have two.
But you now title motors.
Two boats, yes, outboard motors.
Didn't know.
Miss Reasons.
Okay, with those added responsibilities that they're doing with that, I've also kind of rearranged some of the duties that each of the girls do. So I try to spread it out where everybody kind of has something, that not one person has all the stuff they have to handle and all the others are not doing anything. So I've spread it out amongst all of them. They've all done an incredible job this year. I've had 2 new employees. One is just barely there a year, and one is about a year and a half, and the other just started in December. And those girls are awesome. They are making great improvements, and I really, really would like to give them some kind of merit raise to show that I appreciate what they do. Okay, so that's it from there. When you go down to rentals and contracts, last year it was $1,600, that's $405. Last year, the state changed up how much they were charging us for our RTS machines. They were charging us $1,500 a year. Now they brought that down to $361 a year. So, and then I have a post office box, so I have all that included in there. So you will be getting $1,139 back less from me on that. Machinery and equipment. The furniture in my office is, I cannot tell you when it was last, how long we've had it. I've got one desk that's starting to fall apart. They're not big enough to accommodate what we need to do our jobs, and so I'm asking for $5,000 to get 3 new desks.
Go on the TAC website, or I'll forward you the email if you don't have it, where you can get some of that furniture for free.
Yeah.
They've got quite a few desks on it.
Well, I want them all to match. I don't want to have mismatched stuff, because this will probably be stuff we carry over to the new building with us, so.
I don't think you'll have desks in the new building. You'll have
In my 3 offices, I will.
I guess you're, okay.
I'm not sitting on the floor.
No, but look, you're standing up, making progress.
That's right. And then again, on the very last page, I have records maintenance. I'm again asking for $45,000 for this year to start the restoration of those tax receipt books that are in that closet down there that are in such sad shape. This is going to be about a 4-year project, 45 years. So I did not get a new quote, because I'm not asking those people to come out here every year and give me a quote and then we can't do anything with it. But the last quote I had was 2 years ago. It was $176,000 to get all of those records up to where they need to be so that we can get them digitized.
So have you talked to either one of the clerks about sharing this record management?
Well, I'm the one that brought it to the auditor's attention that part of the fees of the district clerk and the county clerk receive are supposed to go into, part of it is dedicated for them and part of it is supposed to go into an account for county maintenance, record maintenance, that anybody within the county can use. They're supposed to be researching this because they haven't been doing it that way. And I started asking about this last August and I haven't heard anything back on it yet.
And where did you get the idea of that from? Somebody?
Because I was reading some old paperwork that I was going through, some of Connie's stuff that has a record retention. She had a big old file and I was going through there reading it, and there were statutes stating how these monies should be processed when they're collected and what funds they should go into.
Have you referenced the statute lately?
Yes, they haven't changed.
It hasn't changed.
To my knowledge, unless they change in this legislative session, they have not changed.
This may be do you know what statute that is?
I can go get it. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I can bring them to you.
Okay.
It might take me a minute to dig them up, but I can find them.
I didn't have any more questions. That's it? You don't have anything else we have to look at?
Are you taking any of your stuff to training?
Yes. And as a matter of fact, my chief deputy, I want to get her to have one of the certifications that I have, which is county tax assessor, tax office professional. And it will require her, she will have to pay the dues for the TACA Association for her to be able to take these courses through them. And she will take some online through VG Young, and she has to take 8 courses online, and they're about $75 a piece, between $45 and $75 depending on the course. And so I have that in my travel and conference now. And another reason my travel and conference is what it is because I have to take money to the bank and every day, so y'all have to pay me mileage to do that. So that's included in that travel and conferences too.
So your membership subscription is in the travel and conference?
Well, it's going to be under probably my dues and subscriptions, the $800. I think I'll have enough in there to cover her and myself with that.
How many customers do y'all wait on every day or weekly, roughly?
Let me get some pages.
That's okay.
No, I mean, I can't tell you how many customers, but I can tell you, like last month, and this is just transactions that were processed, and transactions include their closeouts, it includes everything they do. They break it into different
things. One girl processed over 1,000 transactions herself. Couple of them are in the 700s. I have a couple that are in the 400s, but we probably process over 2,000 to 3,000, 2,500 transactions a month.
That would be.
No, that would be more than that, probably about 3,500 a month, because the one does almost 1,100 herself.
It'd be interesting to know, you know.
Yeah.
So why does some do more than others? I mean, they
Because
do
it depends on
different
like the girl that balances. In the morning, she balances, so she's not on the window. When she's through balancing, then she gets on the window. I have a girl that has to process the internet in renewals. We don't issue them, but we have to check them to make sure they're in our county, and that takes time to do too. So they all have other jobs that they have to do that takes them away from the window at times, some do. And some are just faster workers than others.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Anything else?
One last look.
So your part-time person, when did they come in?
What do you mean, how long has she been there?
Mhm.
She's been there a little over a year and a half.
That was the Texas Parks and Wildlife.
So what do
No,
we
she
pay,
was-
what is the pay grade for,
Yeah.
the scale for
It's,
part?
I think it's 8 to 14, and she's at
8 to
11
14.
something now. I'm
Okay.
trying to bring her up to 12.
Do you need the line item title?
Yeah, I thought we started in the office at 12.
I did too,
think our
but
election
maybe that's
officials
full-time.
were less than that, but
We brought anybody full-time employee, we
Up to
brought them to a
12.
minimum of $12 an hour.
But she was hired after that.
That's
Well,
what
it
I
doesn't
thought.
matter, I mean, but a full-time employee
Yeah.
was a minimum of
Right.
12.
Right.
Part-time,
Part-time,
depending on what they're
right.
doing, what it
Right.
might be, is gonna be 8 to
Right.
14.
And
But
I
I
think-
thought we started those at 12 too.
No,
for the
because
officers.
Harry didn't want to start out, Road and Bridge, you presented that issue.
Oh, okay,
Remember, we talked about
That's
with
right, that's
flagging, making, he didn't want to pay him
that's right.
$12 to come flag.
And the only other thing I'm gonna say is, last year I did ask for another employee to make my full-time, my part-time full-time. I'm not asking for that this year, because I think we can get by. I wanna get this Parks and Wildlife going up pretty good and see how that works out.
Thank you.
You're not gonna be affected by LGS, are you?
No, sir, we don't have anything to do with them.
Mary Ann, do you need the account title reports?
I don't even know what that is.
So we can.
The only thing I can think that was, when I pay my funds to the general account, the amount of titles that we get commission off of, it goes there, but I don't know if it used to go to that fund or that line, I don't know. I have no
That would be an
idea.
expense line, so I'm
I don't
thinking
know.
it's maybe a dealership wanted to know how many titles they produced.
Yeah, I don't have a clue what that line is for.
It hasn't been used in ages.
Yeah, and I don't know why it would be as an expense, because we don't have to do anything with it.
While you're at the podium, have you been tracking that legislation that they're trying to put through?
Which
on
one?
title, on the one on automobile titles, where the revenue is going to go, is gonna be in the county bought or county owned?
I didn't know about that one.
So,
What about the driver's license?
Well, that's still kind of up in the air. I'm really, the last I looked, I really think they're leaning to keeping it with DPS, which I'm crossing my fingers. But that's still, anything can change on that. And the one where they had, another one I was concerned about was the bill where they were gonna make it mandatory that school taxes be collected by the county taxes as their collector. But I think that one's dead, so we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it is, because that was the whole idea for consolidating everything. And
That's
then,
gonna affect her layout in the new building if she gets.
yeah,
some
if I
of
have to
that
get that and driver's license, but, so. And that, I did see one thing that was on the driver's license, that if we get it, it'll be renewals and, replacements. We won't be doing any first-time issues or anything like that on driver's license, but
More state mandated.
But still, yeah,
See, if it does go through, you may have to
Unfunded.
find a place
Sure.
to stand.
I know, I might. Might not have time to sit down.
She does anyways.
What?
Sit down.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Woo, I'm out of here too, I
All right.
I felt like a bomb rush. I was like, where all those people come? They're all mad too. Did we call the fire department too?
What'd you make them mad at?
I didn't make them mad, that's so you don't ask me. That's what I say, it's you,
All right, Commissioner Precinct 1, you want to rock and roll? And that would be 401. That's going to be in front of the yellow tab.
Are we moving the constables to another day? Is that what we're doing?
They
We've
didn't
done the
come.
constables already.
Well, Blake, if he gets.
Mel didn't come.
Potentially.
He didn't come?
He didn't turn one
West
in.
Mel
Where
didn't.
he is, he hasn't responded.
He didn't turn one in either.
Did he turn a budget in?
No, but on his behalf of that, he called when I was in with another department asking for his budget, because I guess he misplaced it. And by the time I got to him, or tried calling him back, he didn't answer. I left a voicemail, and then I just realized that was too much. So I don't have anything from him. But that's partially my fault too, because I was in meetings trying to help other departments with their budgets, so. But
And he didn't leave anything. Did you try calling his office?
I did.
Nobody answered?
I tried several times.
Is that today?
No, not today. I was told that he was on out. He was out. Or not this week, he was out.
Somewhere you gave us information about your budget,
Yeah.
didn't you?
He gave it to us earlier.
So it was maybe just out today, or he was not able to get, I'm not sure.
You
But
want
I
a
have
copy
tried
one?
calling him today, if y'all want to try calling him.
I got it somewhere in here, I just don't have a clue where I got it.
Kinda got like my papers, just,
Were yours hole punched?
yes.
Then it should have been.
Jesse
It
was
may
gracious
still be
enough to do
laying
that
out
for
on
me.
the desk.
What account are we looking for?
401.
401.
Oh, yes, I did hold some stories.
Judge Ford just passed out after lunch. so-
You don't have it? It
I had it,
was- Oh,
Is it laying on top of your microphone?
I don't know. No,
Good Lord.
do you want me to go make another copy?
those out in the viewing world, we're gonna go to a paperless society someday. In the meantime, quit laughing, there you are, sir,
Hey, all right.
right there by IT. Okay. We are now going to visit Department 401, that will be Commissioner Precinct 1, the Honorable Chad Mallett.
I guess, starting at janitorial services, I'm looking at what we've kind of encumbered this year, and it probably needs to go up a little bit from what's budgeted currently.
Yeah, you kinda running in the red there.
So,
Who does
if I
your
didn't,
who does your janitorial?
I don't remember who's doing it now.
Did it
It
change?
changed back 3 or
That's
4
what I
times,
thought. I
so,
thought it changed.
And is that pretty much just taking care of the JPs?
in the barn.
Oh, okay, the road and bridge barn?
Yeah, the office is in there.
Yeah, okay. I forgot about that. All right.
So does it need to go up more than the 3,800?
I don't think, if I did the calculations right, on how much is encumbered through 416, it should cover it. Jesse could probably back me up on that, maybe, or check it for me.
Yeah.
Repairs and maintenance, I went ahead and threw a little bit in there because of what Judge Acord had spoke about potentially for any flooring or any other painting or something that needs to be in there. I'd like to get some quotes, or have him get some quotes and see if that could be discussed as a possibility. Dues and subscriptions, I really don't have any dues or subscriptions. And I don't know about the phone card, if I'm 800 is too much, or I know it's probably around, I mean, if it was the year before, it was only 641, I don't know if they're going up or for my phone. And travel and conferences, most of these conferences are gonna be in College Station, so I don't have to spend too much on those anymore, so.
Is 500 enough to cover your,
Yeah. It's only about a $225 to go there.
You think it's gonna be there next year?
well, they do the
It was supposed to be in
Young,
Austin.
it's every year.
Yeah, it was supposed to be in
No,
Austin this year.
This was the first time that happened.
Yeah.
It's
That
like
was-
every other.
It
This
used to
was
be
the
every
first year because they couldn't get good rates on the hotels in Austin.
So this
When the
next year-
legislators are in, we're normally in Austin. But they said they couldn't get any good rates, so they came back to
Oh,
College
okay.
Station.
So next year I'll be in College Station.
And that's enough for you to get your hours?
And have nothing in there for machinery and equipment.
All right. And on, going back up on rentals, you don't have anything there?
No.
And postage, are you gonna do 25?
Yeah, I mean, that's just in there just in case I have to mail
Okay,
anything.
and office supplies?
Yeah, that's
80?
it. Yeah, I haven't used any this year.
Okay, and the rest is salary. Okay, do you feel your travel supplement is adequate for you? Okay. Any questions for Commissioner Mallett? You really enjoyed that lunch today? Oh, that's right, you didn't bring
No, I
anything
didn't
in
bring
again
anything
today.
in.
Okay, that's right. Excuse me. Error on my part.
It wasn't ready at 7:30 this morning. so-
Auditors, y'all have anything for Mr. Mallett? Commissioner Mallett? Ma'am?
I said, he could bring us turkey sandwiches tomorrow.
I didn't even get them stirred up.
Not that one.
Yes, so you're good?
Yes.
Okay. We'll then go to Commissioner Precinct number 2. That would be 403.
Oh, you going over?
Oh, no, David's not here.
Yeah.
So we're going, well, let's look at it.
And I gotta find,
The only thing he
I've seen
changed, and it was actually a reduction of conference by 100, and he placed 100 in rentals and contracts for a PO box. That's it.
and mine are out of order, so give me a minute. I'll find
So
it.
we're reviewing 402. That would be Commissioner Precinct 2, David Dobianski. He is not here to defend himself. So we can slash and burn his budget if we choose. However, all through salary is the same, through office supplies is the same, down to rentals. He's put $100 in for rentals. Does he have a notation on that?
P.O. Box.
Okay, it's P.O. Box. Janitorial is 1,500. Now, he takes care of the jail.
Not for that, not on the janitorial, that's to clean the stone offices.
But he does take care of the jail repairs and maintenance.
Yeah, but not on the janitorial.
Okay, so, but that 1,500 is down at the barn?
That's the office out at Stone.
Okay. Repairs and maintenance, 1,500. He had 1,500 last year. I don't know what his history is.
That's for stone.
Stoneham.
Mhm.
And then what's the LEC? Is that Law Enforcement Center? Okay. So he has, in 18, he had over 66,000. He budgeted 40,000. Do you know what his usage is, Jesse?
He was getting pretty close. We moved some repairs and maintenance from the jail over into his budget. But
It was year-to-date 15.4, right?
Yeah,
Is it
that
only
was, that was 513, that didn't include last week's.
Did you already do the journal entry for the 12 grand?
No,
I don't know if that's entered in there.
I don't think the 12 grand journal entry had been done, but it may have been, I don't know.
Okay. Let me make sure that the journal entry, that includes the journal entry, because we moved a bunch of repairs from there to here, so, but I think 40,000, if he's at 15 with the journal entry, that should be fine. It just is a matter of if it's included or not.
Okay, and then the septic system, he's got 10,000 there. I know they had some repair works the year prior, and as Lieutenant Cook mentioned, they were having to break out some of the old pipe and concrete and replace it, so.
Yeah, because he had been in the red. In fact,
Yeah.
last year he was in the red.
But he's used 7,500 on the septic already this year.
So, okay.
They have a bad septic system.
I heard it's full of crap, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's funny, I don't care who you are.
You were slow coming around, weren't you?
I heard what he said.
You wake up.
I heard what he said. I just didn't know how to respond.
Took your breath away, huh?
It will. Oh.
We're so tired.
And we're going to 6 o'clock.
No, we get these things done, we'll be done in about 4.
There you go. Okay, so dues and subscriptions, there's no argument there. He put $50.
Yeah.
Cell phone card, undoubtedly he uses a county phone, so that's, what is an air card versus a cell phone?
For the internet.
You can have data on there where you turn it on, and some areas you don't have.
On your cell phone, you'd have to use a hotspot.
Yeah,
and it's
hotspot.
slower
Oh, okay.
Versus having an air card, which is strictly the internet and industry stuff.
Okay.
It runs faster.
Like the sheriff's
You don't
deputies,
get
they
one.
have air cards in their laptop.
I'm sorry, say again?
The sheriff's department uses the cards
Right.
because their computer is in their car. And they can't get internet unless they have.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but in some areas it just spins.
His traveling conference, he reduced that 100, he's at 1,900. I know he has a certain amount of hours he needs to get, but that doesn't seem to be out of line. Any comments or questions on that? Machinery and equipment, he's got 1,000 in there. That's a reduction from 16,500 in 2018.
That was
That-
the
no, no.
experience in 2018.
I'm sorry?
That was the experience in 2018.
Right, no, I understand.
That was in units
Yeah.
at the jail,
That was
The air conditioning?
because
Okay,
that's new equipment.
okay.
He's making a noise.
That's mine.
Okay.
So effectively, he's the, he went up 101 and came down 100, so he's the same. Commissioners, y'all good with that review for now?
Yes.
All right. We'll then move to Department 403. This would be Commissioner Precinct 3, the Honorable Barbara Walker.
All right. I started off asking for compensation adjustments for this budget year, just like I did last year. And it said to make comparative to other elected officials within the county salary increases over 2017 to through 2019. Was that the first year? Was it 16 or 17 when we were all at the same thing at one time, and then we start breaking off?
That was Lamont who broke it off.
Mm-hmm.
When was Lamont's year? Because that was Lamont who decided to.
Well, then was it 16 who did
It
that?
was either 15 or 16. I think it was 16 that happened.
Okay. So, TAC new salary survey shows an increase for high to low commissioners across the state. And I said, see attachment, but I only had the one that TAC had online. I didn't see the 18. So I think, Jesse, did you include it?
I did, it's the third page.
Keep in mind, this is 16, this is an 18. So I took an average of counties with about the same budget and sizes. Population. So Grimes, I think I did an average between the high and low. So I would like to resubmit that since I now know that 18 is out. I didn't have 18. Then if you go
Is that
down.
what Janice was gonna get you?
Uh-huh. If you go down to or if it's cost of living, you know, that's fine too. Office supplies remain the same.
I would like to ask you the same thing. Is you feel that your salary supplemental travel is acceptable?
Say that again.
Your 403, is that acceptable? Your 45?
That's standard. That's
The 118 line.
no, the 45. The 118 line is standard across the board. That's the use of your vehicles. Do I feel like it?
No, I understand what it is.
Okay.
I'm asking you, do you feel like that is adequate for what you do?
Not really. That's why. Not really. You're using my vehicle, my gasoline. You know, gas is up. You know.
Commissioner, I do want to say this, in the past, anytime there's been an increase in salary, that same increase is given in the
Right.
allowance.
Because when we did the 2% across the board last year, those supplements were increased by 2% also. But I'm asking the question
Well, I
today,
said that because I go to College Station a lot to be meetings. I never file anything because I was never clear on the range. I think
Well, the policy says if you're out of county.
well, at one time they had,
Ma'am?
I believe it says 30 miles either from your home or the office, whichever's closest.
so if you go to Bryan, that's at least 35 miles, and then you turn around and come back, you're looking at about 60 miles. So, but I never follow. But when we were going to COG used to reimburse us. But I still go to COG.
Well, but you wouldn't file them because you
Right,
have
that's
the supplement.
I was wondering.
He was asking me, was it adequate? So I'm saying why I think it's not.
Okay.
Well, and true too, this travel supplement is primarily for,
In
you're
county.
running around in county, going and checking on the roads and stuff
Right.
like that.
Or complaints.
It's not really for going to conferences.
You're out of county travel. The policy provides for out of county travel, like if you went to Austin for a TAC meeting or to testify on a bill.
I usually just wait and see what I have left in travel and conference.
Okay. Thank you.
Because some of them I don't file if it's close or
Understood.
like Montgomery County or something like that. So I was going down to operating supplies. That was one you put in there for like tissue, so you could track it, tissue and paper towels and stuff like that. And I made one order this year, and it was close to $300. And I think I made enough to where I would only have to do it maybe twice or 3 times a year. 3 times probably. So, and I'm going with a new company, so that was my first time. I don't think 2,000 is necessary.
Okay.
On the postage, I left it 120. On rentals and contracts, which is the trash pickups from 2 companies, And I've noticed an increase. I think y'all might have noticed it too. So I increased it by $200 because I wasn't sure what the increase was. We have bags, and then we have somebody else. Who's the other company with the Texas Commercial Way? So, I took that $200 from my cell phone bill. It's at $800. I dropped it down to $600 because the history shows $592. So I moved the $200 up to the rentals and contract. Janitorial services, I left it the same. I will have to have that conversation now that we're gonna put carpet in the building.
Who does your janitorial service?
Ms. Hubbard?
The carpet's being done out of this year.
No, but I'm saying that's a different maintenance. We have all the same floors throughout the whole building.
So like.
So now we're gonna have to have vacuuming and keeping carpet clean.
Oh, you're
Price
talking
per
about just
change.
for the janitorial part?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said repairs and maintenance.
So,
Okay.
so right now it's $13,250. Maintenance and repairs, I did increase that. I asked last year that it be increased because we're now seeing end of life for some of our AC units. Some of them I've had to add drip lines that were never put in. I also have a lot of cracks in the building. This year in Judge Laughlin's office, I spent right at $1,100 repairing cracks. And that wasn't all the cracks that need to be repaired. So it was a big stab at it, but there's a lot of movement in the building.
Does that line item include pest control?
No, I think pest is in another line.
Another budget?
Yeah. We spent, actually Gurney does that, Miss Mary. Where does it come from? I don't know. It may come out of there. I don't know if it's separate or not. We have a lot of varmints.
I know, I've been out there and
Squiggly
when
ones.
the door is this far from the foundation.
Right. They come under the door.
Anything can get in there.
Yeah.
Who pays for the bee removal?
For the what?
Bee removal.
Yes.
Who pays for that?
That was emergency last year.
You probably want to get some money because they're out there again.
Yeah. They go away and they come, but I think it's when they smell the whatever.
They get in them columns.
But because that column's been sprayed before by Gurney, I would not suggest them pulling the honey like we did the other one to save the bees because it's contaminated now. And then that column repair, tearing that off. I think it was $1,500 we had bees at both buildings. And every now and then they'll show up in a swarm. So, they showed up about a few weeks ago and then they disappeared again, but I think it's something they smell and they come back. Y'all probably know more about bees than me. But bee removal is an issue. Our lights out front, I guess in the summertime the youth have nothing to do. It looks as if somebody knocked them in. And he's looking at some alternatives as to how to light the flagpoles without those lights. Right now, estimate is $625 to replace 2 uplights. But I hadn't did that because I'm waiting for the summer to see how my ACs will fare. No plumbing issues this year, thank God. None other than the urinal wouldn't flush much. Little things like that. So I did ask for an increase in that because with the bees and the constant spraying for scorpions and snakes or whatever, it's kind of a battle. Dues and subscriptions. I do have some dues I haven't paid yet. I have paid the newspaper was the $41, but I do have a dues I need to pay before the year's out, so I'd leave it at the $150. Cell phone I reduced from $800 to $600. Travel and conference, I like it to remain the same. I don't know what I'm facing this year, but I don't think I did as much travel as I did the prior year because I was, I do have one course to finish. And the 18, I didn't even pay for it because it was a grant to me at that time. But the following year I had to pay. This year I had to pay. Water is beyond my control, which I've spoken to the different offices about ordering so much water. You know, they feel like they have to have 5 gallons sitting around in different offices. So I've asked them to be mindful of how much water they're ordering and the cups, because they charge a lot for cups. I think a lot. You can get the same amount for $1, but it's a different cup. So a student intern, I took that out, and I'm kind of moved that up to. I took the intern and the operating supplies and kind of moved it into the maintenance. Was more important. Sam Houston State hadn't gotten back to us as to if they will offer interns again to the rural community. So Texas A&M was a bit too high. And machinery and equipment, I kept it at 600. I think that's where I get new machinery, such I've had to come to you for AC units. I don't include the AC units, but just in case I have to buy a new AC, I will bring it before the court. Other than that, that's maybe chairs. I still have personal furniture in there, so it's okay with me. He likes to sit in it. Any questions? So I tried to keep it the same, all but the salary. The only difference is the salary, because I did some moving around on the other increases.
Let me ask you a question on the salary. We just had 3 elected officials that are requesting $56,000 a year. Your request?
Was it 56,000 they were requesting?
Annual. And then you're requesting, let's just say $53,000 a year.
I based that on prior to them requesting this year. That's
No,
what they were
understand.
brought up to.
I guess I don't understand because I wasn't here, y'all have to give me some history lessons or what have you. Because I know at one time, all the elected officials were essentially the same rate of pay.
Ben changed that in 2016, I believe.
It was based on averages, I
It was
believe.
based on research.
It was based on research.
So it was where we were static, or everybody was parallel. He reviewed what different positions were paid, and on the basis of that,
And on the basis that the sheriff, the county judge,
county attorney.
county attorney, the county clerk, county district clerk, treasurer, and tax assessor collector. Those positions got increases.
Okay.
The constables and the JPs and the commissioners, they did not receive an increase, and it was a big commotion because basically the constables are peace officers, and they were not looked at as peace officers. And so I guess that's why they're back often asking for certificate pay, is because they didn't feel, they're still peace officers.
But it was based, everything
But
was
I
based
never
on
knew
averages.
why when I came in, but it had been like that for years. She might can shed some light, but all elected officials made the same thing.
Well, when I started working for the county in 2006, the constables only got about 25,000 a year, and everybody else was about 40,000. A little higher, maybe a little lower. And I questioned Buck as to why the constables were making so much less, and yet they were working full-time hours. And so he addressed that in Commissioner's Court, and we got it got them up to where they were making the same as everyone else. And then it just stayed where all the elected officials made the same until Judge Lamont was here. And he did some research and moved up those particular positions.
And I feel as a commissioner, I mean, we've heard it said that our jobs are part-time, but I don't think so. I don't try to be a part-time commissioner. I think it's full-time. Even when you go to the grocery stores, or Walmart, you're still on the clock. It doesn't matter how you look. You could be at HEB and run into people and get questions. But most of the time, we're the ultimate person that's responsible for the overall budget of the county, or how things, or people perceive how things operate, that we're responsible. And I have to explain sometimes we're not responsible for every elected official, but yet we many times have to answer for why did they do this or why are they doing that. So thank you, Ms. Shannon.
I'll be out here in a minute.
Is this the whole book?
Do you want to hole punch it really quick before you hand them out?
Well, I'll break it out in terms of numbers. I can redo it,
I'll leave that up to you.
because this is the whole thing. But it'll give you some history.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. But I never knew why it was all the same. It was like that when I came. But there hadn't been an increase until,
In 2013 was the last
Yeah.
increase until the 2% cost of living, except for the ones that were upgraded.
Okay. I don't mean to derail the conversation. I guess we will now move to precinct number 4. And precinct number 4 is going to be 404. Department 404, Commissioner Precinct 4, and that would be the Honorable Commissioner Philip Fox. Commissioner?
don't have four.
Should be right behind yours. Well, when you were at lunch, let's start your pages.
Shame on y'all. Okay, thank you. But I have this, the front sheet, but I don't have a budget sheet. Did I stick it in the front? Cat, you're out of order.
Oops. Chad's been out of work twice.
Commissioner, if you will.
Okay, we'll start with office supplies. I just reduced my office supply $20. I figure $8.50 on the average a month is enough to cover my office supplies. I've got $50 in the current budget for postage, and I've yet to mail a letter. I figured, I mean, if you wanted to take the whole thing, you probably could, but that's up to you.
You might want to send a thank you note or something to somebody and need some postage.
Okay. Cell phone is based off the information that, I think it's what, $6.94 or something like that.
And you do carry a county cell phone?
I do, yes.
Okay.
And then travel and conferences, I reduced that by $100. I'm planning on going to the VG Young conference next year, as well as the North and East Judges and Commissioners Conference, and there may be another conference that I need to attend. So
There's the October legislative update, which is sometimes healthy for commissioners and judges to attend.
yeah, will that be this year? That'll be the end of
this
this
October, yes, sir.
year. I thought it was September.
So maybe September.
I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Usually in September.
Anyway, I figure $800 per conference if I have to travel is enough.
Okay.
It moves because I received my certificate this year and it was in October. So it can go from September to October.
And that's it.
That's it?
Those are the only changes.
So you come in $145 under budget from what you had the previous year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'll ask you the same question. Your salary supplement on travel, do you feel that's adequate to meet your need?
Yes, Judge, I'm gonna drive regardless of the amount that I'm allowed.
That's not what I asked.
Yes, it meets my needs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for him? Auditors? Has he done what he's supposed to do in y'all's respect? Okay. Let me go back to the schedule.
Unless you wanna get yours taken care of.
Mary.
Where we at? Anybody else?
Commissioners 1, 2, 3, and 4 have now been reviewed. We've already done the clerk, district clerk, county treasurer, tax assessor.
You're not holding on the phone now.
We've covered today's agenda. It is 10 minutes till 4 o'clock. I would make the recommendation we adjourn until Commissioners Court in the morning. Do I have a second on that?
I make a motion, a second.
Okay. There's a motion before the court by County Judge Joe Faust to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Walker. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We're adjourned, and it is
Or recessed.